Oh, we may as well start. There seems to be a few people coming in now.
Cool.
What have we got?
Oh, yeah.
What have we got? What have we
Could
got?
a mic check? Can you hear me okay?
Oh, we may as well
Yeah,
start. We hear you. A few people coming in now. I better mute YouTube.
Yeah, I'll just have to do that.
And I did have a picture ready, but here we go. There's that one I'll do. New tab. There we go. There. How's that?
Yay.
I've got to find the setting that stops thingy making itself go flipping full screen every time you
It's annoying, isn't it?
I had it set,
And
but
we're
because of
live.
this constantly having to
All
change.
you do is double click on the
version.
screen and it'll go back to small.
Yeah, it doesn't always work for me for some reason.
Hello, YouTubes. How are you?
Hello,
So the moon is made of cheese, hey?
Cool.
Yeah. According to Wallace, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I watched that. What was that one? A trip, something.
A grand day
Day
out.
out.
Yeah, that's it. A grand day out.
So it must be true. They've done a film about it and everything. So all this Apollo nonsense is just a big cover-up.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, when they say they brought back moon rock, they just brought back cheese and they've eaten it all.
Yeah.
There you go. See?
Really
there you go.
Yeah,
It's got
is.
cheese. Clearly not CGI or Photoshop. I mean, that's real. He's got the cheese.
Yeah. Buzz Aldrin's just holding a great. Yeah,
Oh,
Buzz Aldrin's just holding a great big slice of cheese.
That's Swiss.
I was gonna say, is it that sort of stinky
Emmental or something?
No,
No,
I reckon
it's
that's just a very mature cheddar. I reckon.
So
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter how stinky it is because in space nobody can smell your cheese.
Mm. That's probably a
Yeah,
good
Come on,
thing.
cheese!
everyone in the side chat. Hello, Carl.
Morning, world.
Morning,
Yes.
Stewie, too.
Morning.
That was
Caustic
crazy. In the middle of
spacebar.
editing
How
a
you
YouTube,
down, man?
And Terry Davis.
Hey, Chris,
appeared
I'm
on
doing-
feed, vocals, morning. Wonderful.
Hello, Stu. Yeah.
Hello, Chris. I'm
Okay.
fine, thank you.
Okay.
Space bar.
Yeah. He always calls me that. Yeah.
Okay, Hans. That's the good question. That if you're subbed, you can get a spanner. Okay, the question is now, what type of
Yes.
cheese? Okay.
Well,
Cheddar.
according to that astronaut there, it's definitely cheddar.
Wednesday.
It's got to be cheddar.
Well, if you go, but
now.
It looks like Emmental to me.
yeah, and if it's
Emmental's got bigger holes.
if it's go by Wallace and Gromit, it's obviously Wensleydale, obviously, because that's what it is.
Yeah, no, that's not Wensleydale's hole. Wensleydale's more crumblier, and it's white.
No, but yeah, well, that's true. But I'm talking about in like Wallace and Gromit, it's Wensleydale, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like Wemsley.
but they're wrong. They're CGI.
So it's not Norwegian Jarlsberger.
Hello,
No.
Carl. Everybody's saying
Nice.
hello to me today. Ooh, it's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
I've got
special.
some fans.
You're special.
I know, I've got fans. I've got
That's one
fans.
word for it.
I've got
That's
I've
not
got-
what his wife calls him.
I've got two. I've got two fans.
Yeah. I've got 6 fans on my computer. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, you got more than me. Bugger.
Yeah.
Okay, then
And
we'll
that's-
we're going to investigate this.
5 cheeses a moon could be made of.
Only 5.
All right. Okay.
Well, that's better than what you have said so far.
Gorgonzola, Parmesan,
Okay.
mozzarella.
Feta.
All right.
So let's get
That's
started.
Gorgonzola, isn't it?
Okay, let's start with the obvious.
Emmental. See, it was right.
Emmental. Oh, you're right. Okay.
Okay, Emmental.
always
Okay.
right.
Ugh.
Blue cheese.
Ugh.
Oh,
Let's go,
yeah.
Gonzalo.
Oh, let's go
Gorgonzola.
Gonzalo. Oh, it's like I don't know my cheeses very well.
They like
obviously.
smelly cheese. That
Oh,
looks like
yeah.
real.
Isn't it?
Yum,
Brie
yum.
or camembert, maybe.
No, sales sur cher.
I don't even know what that is. Soft
It's
cheese.
a soft
anyway.
cheese. Soft.
Cheddar.
That's
gotta be
cheddar.
cheddar,
Is that
innit?
cheddar?
Wensleydale.
No, Wednesday.
Wensleydale.
Damn.
Okay. Well, that's egg.
Mozzarella.
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 Oh, what? Burrata. What the
Burrata.
hell's that? Never heard of it.
Yeah.
Burrata.
Fake
Never heard of it.
mozzarella. Mozzarella, I should say.
Yeah, it's probably like mozzarella anyway. So similar to mozzarella.
Mozzarella's too soft for the moon.
And they haven't. There's
Whatever.
no cheddar in that. That's just nonsense. That's
disgusting.
CGI.
No,
CGI crap.
I reckon that was written by Flurfers.
Yeah, got to have cheddar, haven't you,
American.
Mappy? Got to have cheddar.
No red Leicester,
Looked
no
like
double
it was-
Gloucester.
It was
Double Gloucester with
written
chives.
by Americans.
Yeah, exactly, Alan. Yeah, written by Americans. Must be.
Flurfers. That's what it said.
Flurs. Are you insinuating that most flurpers are American?
No, I'm
Madly.
just insinuating most Flurfers are stupid because they can't even get cheddar right.
We need some music in the background. Anybody got a bazooki?
There's one
Why?
upstairs, but I
What?
can't play it.
But we can go.
One in my daughter's room, but I can't play it.
Okay, we've
We're
got.
all the way back from Greece, and she's never touched it.
Well, you
Green
can't play it.
cheese.
You just blow through it and it makes a noise.
Oh, it's a stringed instrument.
So the moon is made of a green cheese.
But the moon's not green.
Oh, I know. Well, that's,
But what is green cheese?
Exactly.
Off.
I've seen cheese that's got green in it, like, Stilton and things like that. Well, actually, that's blue, isn't it?
Yeah,
Blue mold.
you can get chives and cheese, but that's not
Yeah.
quite the same as green cheese. Oh yeah, you can get green cheese.
Mind you, I thought, when if you leave a particularly cheddar in the fridge for ages and ages and ages, and it dries up, it never goes mouldy though, does it?
No,
No, it just gets even more mature than
you
it
can
already
actually
was.
get
Yeah,
green
and
cheese.
very dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have heard of green cheese, but I've heard of green cheese, but apparently it's not green.
Yeah, you can get green cheese.
Well, that's actually green in colour.
Yeah, it's actually
Oh,
green
okay.
in colour. Yeah,
Someone
What's
types
it made
this
of, then?
question into Google. They're like, oh, not
I can't remember. I'll find out for you.
I wonder what it tastes like as well.
Green.
Green
Green.
cheese.
It tastes
Yeah.
green.
Yeah,
lime.
it tastes like green.
It tastes like green.
It's like lime.
Ooh. Ooh, it doesn't sound very appealing.
No, it doesn't.
Green
No, there's
cheese
no
is-
peel on it. No.
It's a fresh cheese that has not thoroughly dried or aged. And that's
All right,
white
you
in
bunch
colour.
of twats. What's going on here? Hey,
Yeah.
Ah, straight.
Yay.
We're trying to figure out what cheese the moon is made of.
well, I can tell you what. There's no such cheese as regolith.
What?
That's
Who?
not the answer to the
Regolith.
question.
That's not cheese.
No.
Don't lie.
I
Don't
just
lie.
said there is no cheese called regolith.
Yeah. Well, exactly. We'll just
Well,
no. It's made of cheese. Just stop it.
Yeah.
It's like coming
No.
here with your lies. Don't
Come
come
on,
here with your lies.
I've just been listening to chemo. I've had enough lies. for
NASA,
today.
Oh.
NASA shield, get him out.
Oh.
That's a
what's she
shit. I'm
gonna
a
do
bloody
that for?
Smurf question mark. Jeez.
What's that thing on top of your question mark? What is that?
Smurf hat.
It's a Smurf hat.
Is it a Smurf? Oh, is it? Oh, so it is. Yeah.
Oh.
I never made the connection. Well, I haven't woken up yet.
No,
I've only woke
clearly.
up 20 minutes ago.
It's 7:30 p.m. Get your head around it, mate.
it's almost 10 o'clock.
Time
Yeah?
for all of us in
8:30,
this
it's
time
8:30.
zone, no?
It's
8:30 of the-
8:57.
Nearly
Of
9 o'clock in the
8:57
morning. Get a
of
grip.
the AM.
9 o'clock on a Saturday, mate. The paper's gone soggy.
In the future, it's already 10 p.m. Okay, just let you know. Catch up.
Yeah, the
No,
sun's
it's not.
already
Don't
thinking
lie.
about getting up again. Anyway,
That's impossible. That's impossible on a flat
yeah,
Earth. It can't be true.
I don't know if Sheeples has notified you. We've tried to get chemo to come in and apologise
you let him in?
failing.
Yeah.
Chemo apologise.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Then
boy.
here I'm out.
What, for existing?
no, for
Breathing.
invoking.
For breathing.
Oh no. He invokes the horizon on a flat Earth. The flat Earth shouldn't have one.
Ah, no.
Right. You know what's real funny about that whole argument, just quickly, is that it was it was used and touted around like it was the death, blah blah blah, and that same so-called weapon has been used against them. You know, and when they were
What,
using
cheese?
they were using a feather duster, we used a spear.
Okay.
No, I've
Anyway,
got a
we're
video.
talking about.
I got a video of the moon.
Yeah, we're talking about the moon.
Yeah.
Oh, good. You got a video about the moon.
Yep.
Give it to Terry then.
Yeah,
Terry.
you can get Mayhill Green, which is a full-fat vegetarian green cheese, and it's got
Oh.
it's got
Is it
nettles.
actually green?
Yes,
Oh, it's got nettles in it. I'll
it's
give it a
got
go.
nettles in it.
Oh, we'll try that.
And what type of cheese did you say it was that's got nettles in it? Sorry.
Mayhill Green, it's called.
Mayhill Green.
Mayhill.
Is it like cheddar sort of like ish?
No, it's Gloucester.
Oh, it's Gloucester, is it? Okay.
Well,
Double
it's
Gloucester.
made with Gloucester and Frisian cow.
Yeah, well, that's
Mayhill
all right. I don't
green
mind that.
cheese.
I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go.
Right.
It's similar to Stinking Bishop, if you've ever had Stinking Bishop.
Oh, that smells though. They don't call it stinking bishop for nothing, and that really stinks.
Yeah, but it's got a lovely flavour.
It's a bit.
Cow's milk from Gloucestershire.
Stinking bishop's a bit strong.
Yeah,
isn't it?
rare breed Gloucester and Frisian cow.
Are you
Okay.
ready to
Colour
read
cream.
casual?
What was that? Sorry,
I think
who
this
said what?
would sound good in your voice.
What?
But his morning voice.
Yeah.
It's the I still haven't woken up.
So
properly
why did people
Yeah.
once think the moon was made of cheese? Because it was formed in the Milky Way?
voice.
Boom, boom.
Because they were
Crickets
mad.
is right.
There was supposed to be crickets there. Alan, you're supposed to have inserted crickets after I said that.
How's that? Oh, sorry, wrong cricket.
Oh.
Oh, I haven't got the bloody thing.
Piss off, you're out.
LBW.
And anyway, don't say how's that. Zat! Not that, isn't it? It's not. Nobody says how's that. Oh, how's that, sir?
How was that one? Is he out?
How is
Did you
he?
get that one? Did you get that one,
How
Empire?
is he?
How is he? Or just Zat?
How's that?
What have I started?
You missed the bed or caught you in. How's that?
What have I started?
How's that? Are you blind? What?
Right, casual. You're awake enough. Read this.
Yeah.
I'm just
Read
reading the
what?
side bit on the side here. It says in the early days of Google Moon, when you zoomed into the moon, it eventually showed a Swiss cheese surface.
Oh, that's
Well,
Very
it says,
funny.
in fact, nobody really ever thought the moon was made of green cheese. Well, there are nutters out there so it's possible that there was at least one person who thought the moon was made of cheese.
Yes.
And kids used to sometimes believe the moon was made of cheese thanks to various fables, but kids will believe anything. So will Flurfs. For instance, in 1902, it was found that the most common theory as to what the moon was made of, according to the children in the United States, was that it was made of cheese. But these children weren't exactly setting the bar high, as other popular responses from them were things like yellow paper, dead people, and rags. Dead people?
Dead people.
It gives the flavour.
Oh,
That adds the
That's-
flavour to the
that's-
cheese.
Yeah, that's where all the souls went.
Oh, okay. And rags, where does that come from then?
Yeah, I don't know where that one
Yeah.
come from.
dead people's
So other-
clothes.
Yeah. So other than lunatics and children who were told by so many of their parents via fables, nobody seriously ever thought the moon was made of cheese. Another common misconception of surrounding the moon and green cheese thing is that the green here is referring to the color green. Well, there are actually green cheeses. What the green signifies here is new or fresh, or the moon is made of new cheese. This was a common way to refer to cheese where the whey either hadn't or yet all been pressed out or had been removed from the curds. In other words, cheese that was not being aged at all. So how did this moon is made of green cheese thing start and became popularized? Isn't it entirely clear? It isn't entirely clear who was the first to come up with the expression, but it became extremely common starting in the mid-16th century. Wow. The credit for the person who came up with the expression usually goes to famed French monk and scholar Francois Rabelais, or English writer John Hayward. Hayward was the first used in the Proverbs of John Hayward, written in 1546. There you go.
Wow.
Oh.
So a flurfer then.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah. If he's French, he's probably a flirter. So
Yeah, of course.
Sorry for any French people out there, and if you're offended,
Yellow paper.
bugger off.
So this is one of the proverbs written by John Hayward. Ye fetch circumquarks something to make me
Buckets.
believe, or think ye something that the moony is made of greeny cheese. And when ye have made me lout in all these, it seemeth ye would make me go-y to bed at noony.
Oh my goodness.
You don't have to pronounce all those extra E's. They
Oh,
just
look,
spell.
I was reading it.
They put an E at the almost of a lot of different words.
Plus, of course, back then they also had extra letters that we now don't have in our alphabet.
Yeah, so the YE is because they would have used the
The
thorn.
thorn. Yeah.
Yeah, they put lots of E's on the end of Lee as well for some weird reason.
Ye is pronounced the.
Yeah.
No, Lee, L-E-E. That was a
Yeah,
joke.
but when it's no, it says it seemeth ye would. It's actually it seemeth you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't carry over because we've lost those letters. You know, the alphabet had more than 26 letters. It really screws up old English.
Whilst they tell the truth, Luther is loud lies. So they made them make. So they may make their blind brotherhood and ignorant sort believe that the moon is made of green cheese.
Brotherhood.
You may as well persuade that some country peasants that the moon is made of green cheese, as we say, as that 'tis bigger than his cartwheel. Whatever that means.
They spell much the same way as Carrot does in the Discworld novels.
Yeah.
Poorly. Oh, it's our old mate Aristophanes.
So while in the early days it
Okay.
was used to justify gullibility, in the last couple of centuries many started thinking that people actually used to believe this, which is kind of ironic if you think about it. This is not unlike how people started believing that most thought that the world was flat. What? The world's flat?
We'll get to the next bit.
During the Middle Ages, when in truth
Yeah,
in many
exactly.
parts of the world people have known that the world wasn't flat for well over 2,000 years. Did you hear that?
Thank you.
Did you hear that? 2,000 years ago.
years.
It's-
Did I say 2,000 years?
I heard somebody in Discord
was
say
the
that apparently.
lightning.
I heard somebody in Discord that apparently some flirter or some at least well-known flirter actually said, "Oh, haven't we believed that the Earth was a globe since the 1930s?"
What?
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 Yeah, apparently so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Only about 1,930 years out.
Good grief. So what were they thinking when they sailed across the Atlantic and things like, oh, I don't know, the Titanic, you know. We're heading towards the edge.
Yeah, yeah.
We're heading towards the
they
United States.
never got there because the evil icebergs of NASA stopped them.
Ah.
Yes,
You know why
they're
they're
icebergs.
Yeah, but you know why they're evil icebergs? Because there is not a single piece of evidence that it was ever hit by an iceberg.
Has somebody
that's
got
very true.
dry eyes to read the
Apart
next
from
bit?
eyewitnesses.
My eyes are
Does
a
it
bit
crash
watery from
into
that
the iceberg?
Yeah.
No.
For
no.
instance,
Okay.
Aristophanes. Go on.
Sorry, I wasn't.
No,
really finished.
no,
If you go
no.
down to the wreck,
Casual's got right of way.
Yeah, have I? Okay. For
go down to
instance,
the wreck, you won't
Aristophanes.
find an iceberg.
Aristophanes, at the time of the head librarian at the Library of Alexandria, around 240 BC, not only knew the Earth was round, as most Greek scholars did at the time, but managed to become the first known person to calculate the circumference of the Earth accurately, off only by about 2%. He also calculated the distance from the Earth to the Sun and was off by only about 0.5%. Not only that, he calculated the tilt of the Earth on its axis and was off by less than half a degree. Clever guy.
Yeah.
Another amazing accomplishment by Aristophanes was that he basically invented the discipline of geography with his remarkable three-book treatise, Geographica. You can learn more about this here. The amazing Aristophanes. I can't even say it.
You could learn more about
Aristophanes.
it here. Gleam.
Aristophanes, yeah.
I don't
So some ancient Greek bloke did a better job of it than modern flatards do.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them don't even know how to measure a bloody corridor.
No,
Let's
7.5
not go
miles
there again.
long.
I'm still trying to get those colourful images out of my head.
So this would be a typical Flurf example. They'd read the first bit, probably wouldn't even read
Yeah,
any
skip
further than there. Then that's it,
The first
and they go off.
paragraph.
Yeah,
and then declare
Yeah.
it's made of cheese.
yeah, that's it.
Green
Yeah.
cheese.
Yeah, that's it.
Or they will send you the link to this website, but they'll send you the link where they've saved it to the one particular line they want you to read, but they don't want you to scroll up or scroll down,
Yeah.
Oh,
where the rest of the link debunks their claim.
I found an image of Gleam.
No, it's too colourful.
Oh dear, probably sings better though.
Yeah.
That's one funky monkey.
And
It's
it
a
could probably
funky monkey.
copy and paste quite a lot quicker than him as well, I'm sure.
Well, it's got Velcro hands, so it probably could.
Yeah.
Hey mate, how far is the sun? Oh right, it's further away than Polaris. Yeah, that seems kosher.
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah,
the
read this, copy and paste.
worst thing I heard today was the universal direction of down.
Hey?
Can I share my video of the moon, Terry?
oh, sorry.
Oh, you're begging the question.
Is it made of cheese?
Well, we can find out.
Off you go.
I want the first slice.
What?
If it's made of cheese, I want the first slice.
Oh, look, it's a moon.
It's upside down.
A moon.
Yeah, so why is it upside down?
Yeah,
That's
why is it
not right.
upside
That's round the
down?
right
Well,
way.
no, it's your frame of reference, my
Damn plane
friend.
button. There's a
No,
plane button.
no, it's upside down. Sorry.
No, I refuse to look at
No.
this. I don't accept it. It's upside down.
Yeah,
No,
it's
see,
CGI.
that's the
You're,
thing,
you're
right?
looking at it the wrong way. You got to get on your back.
Okay,
You
okay.
can't
Let's
even
go.
put the moon on YouTube the right way up.
Stand
I'm
on your head.
Gonna
Yeah.
get play schooly with you here.
Right.
Now, look, you've got to look through the
Stand
round
on-
window,
right,
the
I'm
square
putting my
window,
head
or
up.
the arch window.
You
Which frame of
stick-
reference?
Stick your head
I'm
between
putting
your
my head
legs.
the other
and
way around. Oh,
stick your
that's
head-
better. That's better. I've got my head up the wrong way, the
There
other
you
way
go.
around. That's
There
I
you
better.
want
go.
to know why you're standing on your head when you took the picture.
My neck
What
hurts.
I
Can I go
want to
back up the
know
other way
is-
now, please?
What
Yeah.
I
Wait
want
till
to
the
know
blood
is,
rushes to it.
Oh,
you
God,
guys-
it hurts. Can't,
what
no,
are you
can't do
guys
it.
going to say when you get a photo from the equator?
Don't know. It's the wrong way round still.
What now? It's bloody sideways. What
I was
the hell?
I know.
talking to Barry, and I was like, "Yep, nah, dimmer switch just a little bit down. Yep, yep." And that's why it's flickering all the time.
Yep.
We were working with 6 and 9 and 7, just trying to get that right.
And that,
Moon
the
color.
color, that moon is the wrong color. It's not green. What's wrong?
Yeah.
Well, we had to stop the people realizing it was made of
Yeah.
cheese.
He had to put the albino
Okay.
filter on it.
Exactly.
Albino.
Albino filter. Oh.
It's really hard to
Anemic.
see what you're filming on this tiny little screen.
Yeah,
For
but
yourself.
you have to have an albino filter to get the albedo effect.
Dippy says Flurfers be like cheese goes on pizza. Pizza is flat. So, therefore,
Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
no, that seems legit. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Gonna have to use that one, I reckon.
But hang on. Sometimes people put pineapple on pizza, and pineapples aren't flat.
That's wrong.
yeah, those people should be taken outside, drawn, quartered, and shot.
That shaky
I think
if you-
Order.
was a cat kicking the tripod.
Yeah,
in
but
it.
you're allowed to put flat things on a flat pizza.
Yeah, that was a nice shot, Sheeple. That was good. I think if any shot or any video or any photograph, you can see the Luna Maria. I think it's a good one.
Very
As
nice.
long as you see the dark patches.
Yeah.
Very
it's,
nice.
yeah, it's always
Yeah, you
good.
done well.
Well done. You don't have to stay after class now.
Yeah.
Oh, we're back to is the moon made of cheese again? Oh, okay. Have we not established it's not made of
I
cheese?
thought we already debunked it.
Albert Einstein ate the moon for his lunch. I've never heard that phrase.
Oh, yeah, but you're using Wikipedia. What are you doing?
I've one more
Surely you
video.
could go to Vox.
One more video. How about it?
It's of course the moon's made of cheese.
Oh.
How else do you explain the holes in the yellow colour? The real question is, how can it not be cheese? It makes perfect sense.
I don't think I've ever seen the moon actually for myself actually made yellow. I've always seen it
No,
kind of
I've
like
never
white
seen
colour.
the moon yellow.
I have.
Never.
I've seen it pictures of it made
I
of yellow.
I have seen it yellow.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Don't lie. It's green.
No.
It's
Listen,
green.
there is.
Gotta
there-
put the glasses on.
No, listen,
No.
listen. There is
It
a
might help
point.
if we
There
weren't
is a
looking at
point when there is
encyclopedia.
a solar eclipse around sunset, and the moon passes
Encyclopedia.
and the moon passes past the sun. You actually get an orange shade, which actually gives it a yellowish hue in the evening sun.
I don't believe you.
Yellow is who?
The sun never sets. We know that.
Ah, yes.
Ah,
It just
but-
goes out of your
but then
perspective.
P
You're
doesn't
just
equal Q.
assuming.
It's
You're
P
just
doesn't equal
assuming.
Q.
Well, of course,
Yeah.
P
Not
doesn't
an
equal Q.
assumption,
They're
it's an
completely different
observation.
letters.
How did I assume an observation?
Because you looked at it.
because you're assuming what you saw. It
You
wasn't
should look at
really-
them observations. That'll
don't-
twist your mind.
You assume what you observed. Ha!
Yeah.
That's like I caught Chemo out today by asking him if he knew what the independent variable of an observation was.
Yeah.
It's another observation.
Right.
Anyway, throughout the ages, many have wondered what the moon is made of. Some say rock, others say that space dust. Some may even say highly comminuted anerythric megalith. I don't know if you said that right. Probably not.
Oh,
The
wonderment.
Orthocytic regolith.
Thank you very much. I told you my mouth isn't quite connected yet, but one theory stands out above all the rest: the possibility that the moon is made of cheese.
More wonderment.
What? Yeah, but what type of cheese the moon is made of from remains a mystery. Many assume due to the craters the cheese is some form of Swiss variety. Sacrilege. However, due to the very nature, it is much more likely a British Stilton. Yes, British. Or maybe Wensleydale with cranberries. In fact,
Like my pizza.
In fact, the first man on the moon, Anita Smith, famously shouted after taking the first made bite of the moon, "Holy beep! This is beep is cheese." Good job, Anita. We wish this could be credit Anita for being the first woman to eat the moon. But that would be sexist and unfair because women are not capable of accomplishing anything before men. Oh dear.
I'm glad you didn't say
I wish
what it really said.
I wish I hadn't read this. Oh damn! I don't mean that.
How much hate mail are you going to get in the
Yeah.
next 2-3
Yeah, but at least
weeks?
you skipped a couple of words there, because
Yeah, don't read them. Don't. That,
Yeah.
that,
woman's,
it must be true though. It's on the internet.
Yeah, particularly that it's on encyclopedia.
Oh,
yeah.
no,
Yes.
don't read it on. Skip
Don't read the next
Did
bit,
we
Vic.
mention she was an African American? She claimed she first sampled the moon, believing the moon was one big crack rock.
Oh,
To her
come on
dismay,
now.
she was
What is
wrong.
this crap? What is this crap?
All have wondered if the moon is made of cheese. If so, then where are the crackers? And
Yeah.
and does this make asteroids jelly beans? Because that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Some say the moon's made of dust and rock. However, this has also been said
no.
that before human life came to Earth, aliens landed, started a dairy farm, and attempted to break the universal biggest cheese ball record. Unfortunately for them, Oprah Winfrey had already started the dairy farm on her own and beat them to it. Her moon, otherwise known as the Big O, is now located in the Sombrero Galaxy. Thanks to Oprah, now when someone asks you what the moon is made of, you can simply say cheese.
Simply smile.
That's terrible.
There we go.
What the hell is that?
I
Terry?
don't know.
I apologise to all Black African Americans and
reckon-
By the
women
way,
the world
I
over.
have evidence.
They-
I have
the-
evidence
hold
of
on,
a
hold on.
cheddar,
I have to.
cheddar moon.
I have to get this. I have to get this disclaimer out before I
Yeah.
get some hate mail.
Yeah.
The what I've read is not necessarily a reflection of my my views. So there you go. There's the disclaimer.
Casual misogynist. It's already happening.
Oh
Who
dear
the
me.
frick wrote that, Terry?
I
this
don't
is
know.
it.
I was in
No,
Uncyclopedia.
I've just gone to the homepage of
Uncyclopedia.
Unencyclopedia.
Yeah, it's unencyclopedia,
Unencyclopedia.
not Wikipedia.
And they have a quote from the first man to set foot on the moon, which of course was Commodore Terence Lambert Simnel. And his first words were, "This is one small step for a gentleman, rather too much for working class types, I fear."
Now, what kind of cheese is that?
Ooh.
Well,
Looks
I don't
like
know, but there's
cheddar.
a
It's
big,
Red Leicester, clearly.
I
Yeah.
don't know, but it
Leicester.
looks like I don't know, but there's obviously a big penis in front of it, a shaped penis. I don't know.
I'll get the other one then.
You might want some more coffee or tea or something.
Well, no,
I
it's
think
the
you need more coffee,
Caustic space
Casual.
bar.
Yeah, there we go. We got rid of the phallic.
I can't control
A bit more yellow though, isn't it?
That's rather
still Red
CGI,
Leicester.
that one with the
No,
White House
that's
and-
that's
not
clear.
that
That's
one.
That's
That's
clearly
the
wrong
that's
way.
clearly
Dev,
orange.
Ross.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I got it the right way up for him, and now they're calling CGI. Bloody hell!
No,
No, that's
the one with
orange.
No, not
This-
that one.
That's got
one with
barbecue
the-
seasoning on it.
The one before that is CGI because the moon is never that big.
Let me have a go at sharing. Go on, please. I've got.
There's barbecue seasoning on that, obviously, because it's an orangey colour.
Definitely,
Yeah,
definitely.
you can't put barbecue seasoning on cheese. That's wrong.
So I see what's happening
There you
here,
go.
right? The flat Earth has died. Now it's up
The
to
moon.
us. Now it is up to us
It's up the wrong
to
way.
be our own opponents.
It's up the wrong way.
And
it's
look,
not. It's the right way
an
up.
That's right.
An exposure of the moon that includes the background stars.
That's pretty cool.
That's CGI.
That is that's
No,
that is
I don't know if
that
I
is
can
the
believe
only
it.
way you can. That is
That's
the
it.
only way you can do that.
No, it's
Yeah,
a
filter
shield.
the moon out. Yeah, and
Ah,
adjust
that's
to
a
the
cool
stars.
picture.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. They
it's
haven't
really
adjusted to
because
the
even
cars in the
NASA
background.
no, it's definitely CGI because even NASA can't take pictures of stars in space.
Gorgeous.
Have you seen what Dippy's put in the side chat? She says CGI equals cheese grating imagery. I like that.
That's clever. Very clever. I love it.
Oh yes, it's a Riley moon. Yeah, yeah, good point. The Riley moon.
So does that mean a
Okay.
PDF is a Parmesan derived fondue?
Yeah.
I like fondues.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
So JPEG, just
Lots of
processed,
cheese.
easily gradable. Easily graded.
And there we see a nice image of the actual shadow of the Earth.
Death Star.
It's stuff.
Yeah. it's
Looks like a
Star,
Death
yeah.
Star. That's a
Fortunately,
nice
the
photo as well.
I want to show the
pointy bit
picture
in
of the
point
moon I
nose.
took.
Oh,
Yeah, that's nice.
That's the Death Star.
And you see a nice big crater there, but looks. Oh no, it's one of the Maria C.
And not a very good attempt at Earthshine.
Holy crap. Look at the detail on
You
the
see the
craters.
shadows in the crater. Yeah, it's good,
Yeah,
that
okay. I
image
don't
when
want
you
to see
it.
all these fake images. I want to show you a real image.
Whoa.
Oh, that's not even our moon.
Man, you got some nice photos, Alan.
No, we got two moons.
I got photo envy.
Oh
And
god, we've got two suns and two
horizons
moons, have we?
Two suns
Yep.
as well.
Yep, we got two suns and two moons. Yeah.
And
Okay,
two horizons,
okay,
according
Alan.
to
Enough
Kimo.
with this CGI stuff. Look, I'll show you a real picture.
He's not listening
He's
to you,
not.
Terry.
He
Yeah,
will,
he's not.
he,
Oh, well,
he
he's
will
now.
be.
There you go.
Look, there. I took.
Yeah,
I
that's the
took
real.
this-
That's the real
I
one.
took this photo last night
Yeah. Okay.
with,
So
with my
what's really interesting
with
is
my-
you've got sunshine on the clouds
With stars.
and stars in the back. with a luminescent
So you
cheese.
saw
No,
Alan's
no,
beautiful
no,
pictures
no,
with this.
Davros. That's cold moonlight on the clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah, the clouds do actually light up like that when it's.
Yeah, but here's a
like,
question: the little cloud on the right is behind the moon.
How do you know that's behind?
Yeah, go on, go on,
here's
go
the
on,
question: if
go
it
on.
was in front,
Prove it.
how could the light be on the front of it?
Because it's reflecting off the one in the front. Look,
Yeah.
What one in the
exactly.
front? What
this
one in
one
the
here,
front?
right at the
See-
front,
No,
that's
so
The one you
you're
reflecting the
can't see.
light onto that
presupposing
one.
and begging the question for the necessary antecedent, my friend.
You can see it's reflecting off this front
No,
one
it's
onto that one
not.
over
Ah.
there.
It's not. You've got no evidence of the triangulation measurement that you took to get the hypotenuse of your tangent.
I don't need to. I can
the
see it with my
camera
own eyes.
was taken through a large cloud, and the clouds all around it, and that light's reflecting off that cloud up. It's clearly that.
Yes, but
Anyway, we
because the
don't believe in
geometric
maths. We didn't
horizon
do
is only
the maths.
1.22
Anyways,
miles, you
he
can't
used
say
a
anything.
powerful flash, Davros.
What you mean Flash Image Maker?
Oh, that's what
No.
happened. The
No, just a
flash is lighting up the
powerful
cloud.
He used
Ah.
a snood on his flash. So it's just,
Snoot.
what's what they're called? Snoods.
Oh,
Snood
that's right. So what it is whilst he was doing this inside his cardboard box, as he got it all measured up correctly, the flash illuminated the entire scene.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Snoods,
Well, because it's
snoods
not
only light,
CGI, it's stop motion animation.
He's calling cheese
snoods
grating
only
imagery on
light
this
up
one
the
as
bit
well.
Snoods only light up the bit you're pointing at.
I don't care. I'm calling stop motion on this. Everyone else is using this CGI bullshit. I'm calling stop motion.
Well,
Okay.
it's definitely not
Pictures.
CGI, because that's what the moon looks like.
I'll
You know,
show you
yeah,
a green.
exactly.
Really?
I'll show you a
Really?
green moon. I'll show you a green moon, Terry. Check it out. All right. This is captured the moon in all its glory. Green moon, right there.
That's a traffic light, you liar.
Mr. Burns.
It's the moon.
That's a traffic light, you liar.
It's the moon.
That's a
It's
great big
traffic
giant
light
traffic
above
light
the
in the
tree.
sky. It's a big traffic light in the sky. Don't lie.
No, this sounds more like an
Look at that
episode
trickery.
of
Whoa! This is. I'm just showing you what Travis
Oh,
does.
Travis.
I
No,
took
that's
Hey,
too
Travis.
focused for Travis.
I took an
Travis.
online course with.
Oh, look. Oh, now it's not Travis.
No, it's not Travis.
Oh, that's better. That's better. That's quite a nice picture of the moon. I like the branch going in front of it. That gives us some nice
I
effect.
don't. I was trying
No,
to move the damn
that's not a
tripod
branch.
to get.
That's
No,
the
I,
top
no,
of
I
his,
like it.
that's
Mm.
the top of his head.
Well,
That's the
Is the
whisper
hair
bits
sticking
of
up?
hair off. Yeah.
Oh, shit, but you could have brushed your hair before you did this, Christ's sake. What's the matter with you?
Giants. I was trying to get the shot with the battery like nine minutes or something to go. So I was like, shut it.
It's not, if you can see, actually, it's not quite a full moon. It's like just slightly off.
No,
And
I know. I realized it's
If-
after.
If I may share once you've finished,
Yeah.
that's a traffic light, clearly.
Yeah.
It's the
What
same
is
light.
interesting though is that the sun can light up 52 to 53% of the moon, but we can only see approximately 48 to 49% of it.
at any one time.
What
Yeah.
of the light?
Just going to get
Of
another
the
cup
moon.
of tea.
Of the moon. So because the light, and yes, I know the flatties are going to go mental because the light bends around the moon. It lights up more than half the moon, but we can't see around the edges.
But
Is it
that
'cause the
green
moon's
color
in the
was
way?
infrared light. It's infrared light mode. Night mode. That's why I went green.
Look, you can even buy
look.
real moon cheese.
Moon
Oh,
cheese.
thanks, Terry.
What's
You can
I was
buy
just
real,
gonna
you
say,
can buy real moon
look.
cheese.
Terry, he was showing an incredible picture.
Yeah, Terry.
It's like an
Yeah, it's a
episode of
reasonably
Seinfeld.
a reasonably good effort at moonshine.
Whoa.
Sorry, Earthshine.
You can see where the astronauts have been nibbling at the edge.
Hungry buggers.
Yeah, they did nick some cheese off the moon.
They must have taken crackers.
Mm. Was one of their names Wallace?
Or maybe they were
I-
the crackers.
Oh. Oh no, the moon's
I
broken.
I upped the exposure quite a lot for that one, and
What happened?
but because I must have knocked the tripod slightly, because it's, relatively speaking, it's a long exposure,
Moon
but
just
it's not that long of an exposure that it's movement of the moon.
No,
Anyway, it's in the wrong direction.
you just make an excuse, Alan. It saw you taking a picture of it, and we all know the moon's shine. It's trying to make us scuttle away.
Yeah.
Quick move!
It
He's taking a
dodged.
picture of us.
It dodged. I feel
That
naked.
looks cool, though. I like that, Alan.
Choo.
Yeah.
Look-
Pshoo.
That gives you an idea of what the true angle was, because obviously my camera is not necessarily perfectly level on the tripod.
Yeah, whatever.
I threw
Just
that one
making
in so you could
excuses.
actually work out the actual correct angle of the.
Look at that serious
Yeah,
machine.
where's your R value?
I reckon that's the Death Star just about to beam out to space. Bzzz.
Oh, and in that one, and in that shot, you can just see Venus off to the right.
Yeah, it's
It's
been
pretty
published.
crazy how
Venus-
far you can zoom in.
Sorry, Venus and Mercury pretty much bang smack next to each other.
That's not Venus. It's your mouse.
Yeah.
That's me. Bloody hell, that went out of the shot quick.
Yeah.
Very
They're pretty
cool,
good.
Alan.
Yeah.
We're all lunatics, apparently.
Yeah, I
Because
took
the
them.
moon is out.
I took them shots for the Where's Wally thing.
That's not a moon.
Oh yes, I did one for that as well.
That's a
Yeah,
helicopter.
it is.
Is this Oakley and Nathan talking to each other? Or Ant?
Should we
is it
should we get
Randy?
back on should we get back on track a little bit, because I think Terry's kind of lost control a little bit.
All right.
He always
I don't
loses
think he,
control. That's normal.
Terry not speak for himself. I'm sure he can. You're right.
Yeah.
He's put a message in the chat. He says, "I'll be back later then."
Who are you to come on
Terry,
here and tell
come back.
Terry what to do? It's his channel. Let him
I'm not
tell
telling
you
him what to do.
It was my fault. It was my fault. Blame me. I'll leave.
Let's get back to the moon. Terry, where are you?
I'll leave.
Terry. He's probably gone to get a cup of coffee or something. Oh no, he can do it from his desk. Can't he?
Oh, I'll tell you what, that's not a bad idea. I might have to go and put the kettle on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
that's
just-
not-
I'll
Well, no, I
I've
think
just
he's
got myself
actually, I
another
think he's actually gone for a comfort break.
Okay.
Well, because he put the clock up and not the coffee.
You mean
I
he's
was
gone for a
thinking-
pee?
Why did I do this?
I feel
Why did I
responsible.
start on the moon?
Yeah.
They all made me hungry, so I'm having a cheese toasty.
Oh,
Ooh,
geez,
it's Tom
she's
in the
taking
morning.
part of the moon now. Go.
Yeah,
Bit early-
what sort of
bit early
cheese?
Bit early
Low
for
fat.
cheese toasty, isn't he?
Low fat as the cheese.
Low fat.
Oh,
What?
come on. What type of cheese?
Low fat.
As the cheddar.
Oh, cheddar.
Mature.
cheddar.
50% less fat.
Well, that's false advertising if it's got less fat in it, because it's not proper cheddar.
It's
Yeah.
actually quite tasty.
If you take something out of a product, it's no longer what it originally was.
Exactly.
Therefore, it's false advertising.
It's tasty.
No, it's not.
I
It's
don't
got
know.
no taste in it if you take the fat out. Blech!
It does.
Doesn't.
I don't know.
So there.
I put some gammon on it as well, so there you go. Cheese
And
and
what,
ham
would you,
toasty.
what would the
Med
Scots
B?
know about cheese? They don't
Can you
make
read
any.
the bottom line on the screen?
Excuse me, we do so. Galloway
You-
cheddar, Orkney cheddar,
don't
we
know.
do.
I don't know.
I don't know. That's not proper cheddar. Cheddar's made in the
Oh.
gorge
Yeah.
by very
Scottish
special
cheddar's
people.
lovely.
No, I don't think it has to be made around that area. It just needs to be
No.
fit a certain sort of standard, doesn't it, of what it's actually made of, doesn't
What's
it, or
that?
something?
Yeah, cheddar.
It'd be
Cheddar
classed as
hasn't
cheddar.
got. Cheddar hasn't
Depends
got
on
a place.
Depends
Oh,
on,
I see a they and them. Hello.
you can't call it farmhouse cheddar unless it was made on the farm
Oh, that's it. Yeah, yeah.
within
yeah.
within a certain distance of cheddar.
Oh
So
my
Hello,
basically,
they
it's
and them.
Somerset.
I found QE's Black Swan.
God.
It,
Swanson.
cheddar hasn't got a provenance like some cheeses have.
Only the farm. Only if you're going to call it farmhouse cheddar.
Yeah, but if you call it farmhouse, it's made on a farm. It could be anywhere.
No, it has to be made down in sort of around the cheddar area as well.
Why?
Fascinating.
Pretty sure.
Someone being sarcastic.
No,
Like
there's a thing on the
Swanson.
screen that says fascinating.
I see it.
Nice to see they and them out in the side chat.
Oh, the bacon god. There you
Yeah.
go. There he is. There's the bacon for
Yeah.
somebody else from somebody else.
We ran out of bacon.
We're doing
Yeah,
the
I'm
cheese
stuck with
today.
ham and cheese.
Fascinating.
Isn't it a bit early for cheese, ham and cheese, isn't it? For this time of
No.
morning for ham and cheese.
It's never too early
No,
for cheese.
no, because some of us
No,
have been
that's
up a decent length of time already.
Yeah, they're up to 6 o'clock.
I know. I slept in it a bit today.
Baby
Usually up
slice,
about
it's so
7:30.
cool.
It's never too early for a toasty.
Nope. You're
It's never
quite
too
right.
early for cheese, I agree, but I'm not sure
Yeah.
about a toasty. It's a bit early for a toasty. I do like my cheese anytime.
Okay,
Oh, it's
Terry.
fine.
But I'm
9/11
having a
treats have told me
toasty.
to
I
do
don't
my
care if
own
it's early or
research.
not.
I did.
Talked about
do
cheese and I
want
wanted
good
cheese.
service.
So I'm having a toasty.
Yeah, Flat Earth Ozzie Jesus says the moon was dug from the Grand Canyon by giants. Has anyone cracked to check to see if the Grand Canyon is an ancient cheese mine? Yeah.
Actually,
Yes, we
on
have.
the shills today, it was brilliant because one of the videos they had on was another mud flood nutbag, right?
All right. Okay.
And I think it was Jeff Steaming Cup of Reason. I think it was either him or Dead Kennedy. It was one or the other. They turned around and said, "Oh, the Australians all have to be thankful to Flat Earth Aussie Jesus because he lifted up Australia during the mud flood to save them."
So Ross was your saviour, was he? All right.
Yeah, if you're going to cook up a black swan Professor Phil, make sure it's a young one because the old ones are a bit bleh, apparently.
Yeah, roasted swan is quite tasty. Roasted
Yeah.
black swan.
fuck,
Especially.
yeah,
And
Oh,
and
all right,
anyone,
Alan.
yeah, you okay, Alan?
yeah, I will be.
All right.
Oh, fuck,
And
I should
anyone-
have done that.
Anyone in the side chat didn't know the Queen in England is the only person legally allowed to eat swans.
That's right. That's true.
She owns them all.
Yeah, she owns them.
She
Swan,
does
yeah.
indeed.
Yes, but
Yeah,
apart
but,
from owning them, she
This
eats
is
them
not
as well.
cheesy.
but she doesn't
Is that-
own the
is that
black
the-
ones.
Earth? Is that the Earth?
No,
Earth.
it's not.
So, Professor Phil, you better check with Her Majesty first before you eat a black one.
No, that
You
only
should probably
approves in
own
England.
Australian ones as well.
And
That's
talking with
nuts.
your mouth full of cheese toasty is not a good idea
I mean,
on
it's
the
lovely, isn't
internet.
Yeah, that's disgusting, Pip.
No.
BJ has arrived.
Oh, stop it.
Yum, yum, yum.
What's
Bit of
going to happen?
AMS hour.
Yeah, what's going to happen
Right,
now,
Terry.
Pip, is I'm going to give this video to Dick Dawson. He's going to cut that bit.
Now
And
you're
he's
back,
gonna
Terry.
use
Get
it.
us back on.
He's going to
Get
use
us
it
back
for a
on track,
super
Terry.
chat.
Right, now you're back, Terry. Get us back in chat. Oh, Peter's in the chat. Peter's joined us as well.
I
Hello,
like,
Peter.
I like
God's
the,
sake.
G'day.
I like that.
Try to speak.
Greetings and
Hello,
all salutations. Can
Greetings
I
and salutations.
can I show some moon pics too? Is that good? Is that okay?
Can
got
I
one
ask a
more.
question, Peter Harrington?
Maybe.
Oh, shit.
Well, are you busy around 12:30 tomorrow?
Daytime
Mhm.
or tonight?
No, daytime.
No time.
Daytime.
I
Don't
I
go
think-
there.
I think I'm all right. Hi.
Nighttime.
The black site will be live around 1:30.
Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah, just
So-
we're having a
A pre-meeting,
pre-show
pre-meeting
just
meeting.
to work on audio levels and such.
All right. Well,
Oh,
Yeah.
Day and then was here, but then he's gone again. Oh, he's here again. Thank you, Alan.
Alan, I told you, don't go there.
I'll be
Alan, go there.
I'll be quick, Terry, if that's okay.
Sure, I can't work this out.
Terry, are you there?
No, Terry is no longer here.
No, he was. He said he's back in the
He
internal chat. He's
Was
back.
I muted?
Oh, he's
Yes.
back.
I
Yes.
think you must have been, yeah.
Hello, Terry.
Yeah, I'm back.
I've got some
Just-
I've got some Australian moons for you if you want, Terry.
No,
Okay.
they're not
They're
real.
upside down.
No, they're
Upside
just
down.
not real.
Yeah, just call them upside down moons.
So I'll go that one first up because I really like that one.
Yeah,
That
that's
was-
nice.
That was just before dusk, so the sun was literally just setting.
That's very clearly blue cheese.
Yeah, it's blue cheese.
Yeah.
And
But everything you said about cheese was wrong. I'm sorry, folks.
Hello there, and them.
Is it?
Yeah.
I suppose the moon is made of bacon, is it?
No, I'm specifically talking about what the comments that were made about cheese. The
Why?
Okay.
What was
So
it?
just come in here hot, telling us off about how we made our own personal opinions about cheese. My goodness. How are you, they and them? Glad you made it.
yeah, but they're not opinions. That's not the way the Food Standards Agency works. The, it's not.
We're talking about
Cheddar. Cheddar is simply about the process that's made to used in the making of it, and not
Yeah.
what's actually in it.
did
That's
that
what I thought. Thank you, there and then.
did that work? Did that,
Oh, pardon
you.
me.
Oh, Davros.
Well brought up.
Davros.
Well, sorry,
that-
it just fell out.
It just fell out.
did that
Have you got?
Pardon me for being so rude. It was not me. It was my food.
Right,
Actually,
have
it
you
was
got
me
another
beer.
picture, Peter?
Yeah,
Have you got another photo?
I do, but I don't think it came up. So I'll try this again.
It's kind of weird as well, Peter.
Share.
One of the moon in a blue
Open
sky.
And it doesn't give you the ability to choose it.
There you go. That should have worked.
Oh,
That's working.
So
Ooh, what's happening there?
so that's the same as the one that Alan was showing earlier, where
Yeah.
where we're getting the the Earth shine on the moon, and I've overexposed it. That's why the bright side of the moon looks so bright.
Yeah,
So-
but
It looks like a Pac-Man trying to eat it.
yeah, but here's the
Does,
thing:
doesn't it?
if you were in a really a polluted area, you would only see that highly lit part. The rest of it would look black.
Pollution.
Yes, but Peter, haven't the police already spoken to you on numerous occasions about overexposing yourself?
I can do that whenever I'm in my own house. They said.
Yes, and he wears bacon while he's doing it.
I've got Get rid of
I
those.
like bacon, but I'm not putting it on my skin. Ugh.
and similar
the
to the,
bacon goes on the skin.
Good day,
Or it
Sue
gets
Blue.
or it gets the hose again.
and
And
Puts the bacon on.
it puts the bacon on its skin, or it gets the hose again.
Oh,
Already.
so this would be probably my favourite moonshot that I've taken so far. It's the moon and Neptune and Venus on top of each other. So that the bright star down below is actually Neptune and Venus
I bet
doing
Mars got jealous.
doing an eclipse, as it would be. I bet Mars did get a bit jealous there.
It
Yeah.
did, yeah. Neptune, the blue
Well-
man coming all the way in from the outside.
Well, you can
Well,
see how
Looking at his women.
you can see how hot it is, Mad, because even the
Yeah.
I was looking at Neptune there, but it was a crumb on my screen.
oh,
I see. Oh, that's clever. I can see it now.
there you go. That's I think that will do.
Yeah,
I
that
will
was
share with you a final moon.
Can you imagine how pissed you'd be if your missus ran off with the blue person? You'd be really miffed if they ran
Sheeple, you
off
never
with the
took that
Smurf.
picture.
I
You
know.
never took that picture, Sheeple.
I have
I
something
was about
rather.
to explain where this came from until you really
Thank you, Sheeples. Yes.
attacked me.
Oh, okay.
This person told me to check out his moon observations, and they were on Flickr. So I went and I grabbed it.
He's
All
on.
right.
He's in the northern hemisphere.
That's
My
great, Dave.
name
Look at
is-
the crater detail for amateur photography. That's brilliant.
That's right.
Or for a professional photographer, it's brilliant.
That's right.
Or professional. Yeah, it could be a professional. Yeah. No, what I mean is just from a camera from Earth is good.
That is,
Exactly.
yeah.
So no, I didn't take this photo, nor would I claim to have taken this photo.
You stole it though.
I stole it. Yeah. He'd actually
That's well
give it to
cool.
me.
He stole it with permission.
Exactly.
Are we sharing photos that we've taken of the moon?
No photos we have.
Oh,
of the
I'm
moon.
trying to find one. Damn it.
Oh,
Right.
Who took
Which colour do you want it to be?
that is
Which one?
cool.
The bottom right. That's more realistic to me.
Yeah, well, the bottom
Yeah.
right is the one that is normally seen, but
I
these
want
are
the
all
top
the
left.
different. These are all the different possibilities of what's capable of being seen.
And the one on the bottom right is on its side as well, and that's taken from the equator. Then I take it.
That's cool.
So the three at the top, they're actually due to atmospheric aberration. Don't ask me how the frick it works. That's the excuse they use.
Well,
I'll be back in.
It only allows that color of light to reflect through the atmosphere. That's
Yeah, so
refraction color.
It's a type of refraction. Well, it's not a type of
Yeah,
refraction.
well, what it
effective
is
refraction.
Yeah, the albedo's not allowed it, so the shorter wavelengths are being refracted, blah 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 thing, right? But then it's the fact that the ones across the middle, right? This is what happens prior to the blood moon. So you get that blue business happening, then all of a sudden the wavelength changes as it goes through the atmosphere of the planet.
Blue moon.
I'll be back shortly. I've got to go put my camera outside to thermally adjust to outside.
Oh yeah, you got 15 minutes before you start your shoot, don't you, Pete?
Yeah.
Awesome, buddy.
What are you shooting?
Casually, you're trying to put the crows out of business.
I'll if Terry wants me to show it, I will. But I tried to do the southern celestial pole rotation with the stars over the last couple of nights.
Yeah, did it work?
And unfortunately, all of the smoke came through at about 4 o'clock in the morning and kind of screwed everything up. So I'm just keep persisting. It's all bloody Sheeple's fault. He left his fan on overnight and blew all the ether band out of it.
I told Peter he had to speak to you, Sheeple, about getting Barry to be able to coordinate between you and him.
Well, I heard nothing, so I figured he'd cancelled the shoot. So, there you go.
Shoot's always on.
All right.
I'll be back.
All right. I'll contact Barry.
Anyway, so what this is this is actually the lead up to the blood moon. These are sequential shots.
Cool.
Da, da, da. So because when you have the blood moon, you actually get that partial lunar eclipse, which you see with the bottom two left photos, right? And then as the planet moves away, ta-da! We get what everyone appreciates and loves and sees every other bloody night or day.
Yeah, Barry.
I think it's a full moon tonight, isn't it?
Problem from down under.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a full moon.
Hopefully, we might get the sun and the
Get the
moon
moon on.
together.
You might.
Stand down. Got one.
Needs to be a video though, because it's too far apart.
All right.
The cracker last night was huge.
So Barry's going to
Just
turn
about
the moon
4
down.
o'clock.
The other one I found was this one. How the hell did that happen?
I think that might be a bit CGI'd.
No. What's the R word that confuses flat earthers?
Refraction.
There you go.
Reflection. Yeah.
Refraction.
Refraction.
Worth
yeah,
of
'cause
pirates are. They couldn't
that
be
real.
pirates. They couldn't be pirates because they couldn't go R.
Well,
Reification.
radius does confuse them as well. Yes.
Well, they also get
also-
confused by
R.
reification.
Yeah, if you use
Yeah,
a
that's another
particular,
Yeah.
if you use a particular type of lens, you can create this enlargement photo. So what it does is it enlarges the thing in the background, but the things in the front
okay.
stay. It was the same thing that was used to do Lord of the Rings.
Hmm.
The same imaging
Yeah.
processing to make
Yeah.
Frodo look short, yet it
Yeah.
made Ian McKellen look
Ah,
huge.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably in
Oh,
Harry
there-
Potter as well for like Hagrid. and
There
Harry.
is a
It's
there is a
called,
massive.
funnily enough, perspective.
Yep.
Yeah.
Use a
Boom.
very long telephoto lens.
Yep.
Mhm.
Then you
Things
can
in the
get
back look big. Things in the front,
a bit.
Far away.
there you go. Yeah.
Small, far away.
Yes,
Well,
I know
actually,
it's
this is a
photo.
case of making the thing in the background look bigger than the things in the foreground by
There is a no,
being
there is
a long way
another.
away from both of them.
You do know there is another big, huge R that they get very confused with as well. You know what that is? don't you?
Reality.
Reality, exactly.
Yeah.
Rumpus.
Yeah, we're all confused with Rumpus. Yeah, everybody's confused with Rumpus.
Oh, Rumpus! I'll tell you what, he couldn't teach a dog how to pee.
Here's the moon.
Yeah,
It's-
Oh,
there's
Cockwomble.
Neil.
Yeah, the cockwomble. No, because Rumpus would go, "Why aren't you peeing? You're not peeing right. You utter moron."
By the way, all
Stop
these
being
photographs. By the way, all these photographs you can actually see now in my Discord. If you go to Apollo 11 photographs or photo bank, you shall see all these photographs.
Ah.
Yeah, they claimed that there was no flag.
Oh, you mean that flag that they planted? That
No
one that
shadow
they
of
say there was. Oh, no shadow of the
The
flag.
flag's waving. The flag's waving.
It's interesting because
Flag's
the shadow
waving.
goes towards the astronaut. It's funny.
Yeah, that's right.
Hello.
And you can see by this next shot here the way that the flag is actually going along the ground, but it's not a flat ground, so it's actually getting lost
Yeah,
inside.
fluffers don't understand how the light can change in angle
Oh,
from
yeah.
a shadow.
And fluffers also don't understand, and actually quite a few people don't understand. The moon really is not very even at all. In fact, it's very uneven everywhere.
Yeah, it's all up and downy,
Yeah, very up and downy.
as the
Well,
shadow on the flag proves.
Well,
Yeah.
hence that first landing used up virtually all of the fuel that they had.
Yeah, well, it is.
Their projected landing position wasn't quite as smooth and even as they first thought.
Yeah, but
Well, it wasn't so much
here's the
that
funny-
they overshot the original point of landing, but then the computer was trying to put them towards a field where there was lots and lots of boulders.
Yes.
Wasn't so much it was uneven, so then he had to fly over that and then over a crater and then land.
Yeah,
Well,
he
yeah.
took over, didn't he?
Zoom
Yeah.
in.
If he hadn't have done, there wouldn't have been no moon landing. Well,
No.
there'd have been a moon crash.
There. Can you see it?
Yeah, it's all bendy.
There's the shadow there.
Yeah.
See it?
Yep.
All bendy.
Yeah,
Bendy shadow.
because the
Oh, I wonder
ground is
how that
all
can happen.
bendy.
Yeah,
I mean, the
bendy
shadow's
ground.
not going to straight across the air, is it?
No.
I mean, the shadow of his
But
legs
from back here, it's hard to
show
see.
how
right?
much of how uneven it is, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. They seem to think that the shadows are go in a straight line. Well, they don't float in midair, do they? You
And
never
there
see
it
a
is there.
shadow in midair.
So we're seeing that bit there. You can already see it.
Oh, look,
Bendy shadow.
look, it looks like that flag has a shadow.
Oh,
That
Yeah,
was the
Bendy
photograph
big
taken
shadow.
from the top of the lem.
exactly. And the shadow of the flag pole, the flag itself is over here. So nice
The
try.
pole is too thin for the for it to be picked up and for it all to create a shadow
Yeah.
for them.
That's
But-
how you prove they were on the moon.
No, we don't prove anything.
You can provide evidence.
Evidence.
That's how we indicate.
Any more
No.
any more videos, Terry, or anything else you're gonna put up,
Baby.
Terry?
How we
Well, that means I'll have to shortcut a few things and jump ahead then.
Well,
No, just do whatever you were gonna do. I'm not saying
Stick-
to say
stick with the
video.
plan.
Just say, yeah, stick
Carry
with the
What
plan.
do you
on.
mean
Stick with the
short?
plan.
Carry on with the next thing you were gonna
stick
put
with the
up.
plan of no plan.
A shortcut. You've been on for an hour. You've got at least 4 hours to go.
It's truth.
Would you like to see last night's video, Terry?
Yeah, you can show that.
Is there a
You got to put
moon?
Simon Dan's latest on. That is hilarious.
We already watched that the other night.
Oh, did you? Oh,
Yeah, we watched it
that's-
last night.
That's I know because he told me he wasn't streaming last night,
What
And then
about
he did.
Peaky Blinder?
and then he did.
Well, it's not our fault that you went non-eyes.
Well, he told me he wasn't streaming.
Well, this is
He just
Terry
didn't want me on the
Davies.
show.
This is the guy that could stream within half an hour because he didn't say he was going to stream.
I was also shocked, man, that the day changed from 9th of February to the 7th.
It's
Like,
disgusting. I should report him to YouTube
Okay.
for false advertising.
Okay, so can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
See
so
what?
on the screen.
Yes, we can.
I can't. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Sorry.
That would
Go on,
help.
carry on.
So-
yeah, that would help.
So that's the Southern Cross there. Down here, you've got the 2 pointer stars. In the Southern Hemisphere, the easiest way to find out where the celestial South Pole is if you draw a straight line between these 2 stars,
yes.
find the center, and then you make a right angle. Make a right angle straight out in the direction that would come from those 2 stars.
Mm-hmm.
Draw a line from through the center of the Southern Cross, and where these 2 points meet is within a bee's fart of the Southern Celestial Pole. So for us in Australia, when you're lining up a camera to the Southern Celestial Pole, it's not too hard if you know that little trick.
Excellent.
Now it's only a minute 30 long, but there's 2,675 photos,
Oh.
and about the middle 30 or 40 seconds, probably a bit longer. I haven't counted it. The wind changed direction, and I ended up getting a whole heap of smoke coming through my place. So
Got it.
life sucks, but there you go. You get
There
to
it
see
is.
one satellite and
Oh.
and 3. Here comes the smoke. One satellite and I think it's 3 planes. And if the smoke didn't come through, I would have actually got the ISS going past as well. But
Damn.
You can
Yeah.
see it rotating there, eh? The cross is just going doot, doot, like a clock.
Damn smoke.
That's cool.
and once the smoke clears again, you actually get to see. So you saw where those two what I called pointer stars were before. Once the smoke clears, you can actually see them reappearing up towards the 12 o'clock position, or towards the top. You just see them now.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So they're just scooting up towards the top.
No, that'd be
Disappearing into
perfect
casual.
from you, Professor Phil. No problem.
Or you
Yeah,
could say,
you say it, Percival.
or you could
Yeah.
say clearly idiotic.
Isn't
Yeah.
it amazing how all the different stars know how to move at different speeds to make it look like it's us that's moving?
I know. Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're just so clever.
Yeah. It's
So-
magic.
So there you go. That was my little bit of a try. I'll keep
Well
keep
done,
trying,
Peter.
and I'll keep trying until I get it right for Terry.
Oh, shout out to
Yay.
Cambridge in the side chat. Yay, Cambridge.
Yay.
I also took the Southern Cross last night, so this will be interesting to see the
Did you put it back?
only
No, he's got it under the bed.
4 of them. I needed one to prove that I could make a star. Right. This is the. Yep. Yeah. So I was trying to capture it, but it's very dim, and it was still kind of light. you can see it's coming into view. Give it a moment. There.
Oh yeah, I can see a couple of stars there.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
So there's the Southern Cross. If I pause it there, oh, that's a terrible pause. Why is it?
Is that the Southern Cross to slightly off centre to the right? Is that
1,
it?
2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
See it?
Yeah.
You see the angle at which Peter filmed it, and the angle at which I see it.
Ooh, don't zoom in too much.
There it is. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Good old Cuba.
So for all those people living in the northern hemisphere and 20 degrees above plus the equator, that's the Southern Cross. What's on our
Well,
flags?
the thing that we can't see.
The thing you can't see.
Yeah.
It's like your Polaris.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but our Polaris is closer to us than that is.
Obviously, yeah, because that's why we can't see it.
Because I've been told by a mathematical expert that is the case, that Polaris is closer to us in the UK than you guys are in Australia.
All right. What mathematical genius said that then?
Gleam.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Well, you do realise it's all Gleam's fault that it took 2 hours for me to render that 1 minute 30 of video.
2 hours.
Well, because of the way, because of the all of the pictures were raw, so that I'd get the highest quality as I possibly could.
Yeah.
And then I put it into DaVinci and just said, DaVinci, you fix it. Thank you. Bye bye. and my computer almost had an embolism trying to do it. And 2 hours later, that's what I got. So.
Yeah, I'm not saying his computer was feeling bad afterwards, but it was spitting out 3.5-inch floppy drives.
Is that the equivalent? Is that the computer variant of diarrhea or something?
Yes, yes, it is. Yeah.
Just a question to the panel. Okay, for us down here in the southern part of the great lands of beyond, for us to be able to see Polaris, we only have to go about 13,000 kilometers north, right? Now, I have a question. What percentage is 13,000 kilometers from 270 light years?
Very equal.
Small.
Very, 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 very. That's going to be 0.00 and then some more.
In the words of my father, mosquitoes' foreskin comes to mind.
Oh, jeez.
Hang on. I'm going to go all technical on you. 2/3 of fuck all. Excuse my French.
Actually, it's smaller than that.
A third.
Not even. I think you have to go to about 10 to the negative 22.
Polaris.
Is that a negative number?
That's a negative number.
No, that's the difference between how far we have to travel from, say, 35 degrees south to be able to get vision of Polaris compared to the 270 light years.
No, but that can't be right because I've been reliably informed that Polaris is only 3,856 miles away.
Who was that mathematical genius that said that?
Gleam.
Gleam.
And yet the sun is just over 4,000 miles away. So Polaris, which is of course
is closer,
but is I think 3, is closer to us than the sun is, and they're both closer to us in the UK than Australia is. But that's because it's straight up and not across. Quote unquote.
His dad has really hit him around the head too many times.
I just got the best YouTube notification.
What?
Hang on, what was it say? Shutting down flat earthers with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, that's going to be good.
I made a little.
Who's what channel was that coming under?
Big Think. They do all those 5 and 10 minute videos of like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku and stuff, stating evidences and thoughts and opinions, and It's really good. I'll grab it and I'll share the link.
Cool.
So what's next, Terry? What have we got?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Have we gone off script?
What don't you know, Terry?
Have we gone off script? What a stupid bloody question that was.
What don't you know, Terry?
Whatever you do,
He's
don't
looking.
play that video that I just posted in the chat on here because you'll get in big trouble.
Big Trouble in Little China.
Got a video, maybe, Terry?
That was a good
Or
movie.
I thought I'd throw
5,
that out there.
or 6, or 7, or 8, or 9,
Or 10.
or 10.
3.
I saw that in
3.
the cinema.
3.
333.
What? Big Trouble in Little China.
And a third.
Yep.
I think I did.
Yep,
That
the,
was his
the guy
second
that
best
explodes
film.
and all the cabbage comes out of him.
Yeah, that was Kurt Russell's second best film.
Oh, look, the sea's on fire.
Escape from New York. Escape from New York was his
No.
best.
No,
Snake
the
Plissken.
thing. The thing.
Snake Plissken.
When he tips whiskey into the computer because it beats him playing chess. Bitch. No, I've got a soft spot for The Thing. That's probably one of my most favouriteest films ever.
Proves Antarctica, though.
Yeah. Damn Swedes, they're Norwegian.
Maybe it says play.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, play.
Play. Play
Play.
away.
Play.
Oh, it's the Casual Spaceman. Oh, God.
Oh, you don't listen to
I've
it.
heard about this guy.
Yeah, don't take the notes of him,
He's
guys.
a bit of a plonker.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
the way
he
the
is a
text
bit.
comes in like that. It's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, you can tell he's a shill. He's got a NASA spacesuit on.
Dead giveaway.
In space,
That's,
nobody can hear you play
that's
guitar.
homemade, you know. That's homemade.
Maybe it says shush.
reconnaissance orbiter. Great
Yeah.
footage. Yeah,
Yeah,
awesome.
it is, isn't it?
I just
What,
put some music on.
the one that we can't trust because it's taken photos of all the Apollo landing sites.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. So I just put some music on top of it and some text and stuff like that.
That's
Yeah,
funky.
cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go and like that video right now.
Oh, so you're the only one that's going to like it. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay.
At least I get one. At least I get one like.
Oh right, hang on a minute, hang on.
Guilt tripping everyone.
Oh, I'm getting popular now. I'm getting 2 likes on it now.
Hang on a minute, I've got to find you in my list of subscriptions.
It must
Why
be
can't they
this,
do this in alphabetical order, for fuck's sake?
I know.
Yeah,
Why
I'll
do
be
they
the
do
one
that?
right at the bottom.
Yeah, why do they do
No,
that?
what I find funny, right, is that they'll do a list of people who use their names as their YouTube, and then it'll do groups or like so. I'll see Peter Harrington and Terry Davies and all that, but then the shills and that will be in a different section. It's all bollocks.
Yeah, don't worry, Casual, because you're actually 2 above the conspiracy cat.
Oh, that's all right then. I wish it was in subscribers.
But you're 2 below Wolfie 6020. There's no rhyme or reason to it whatsoever. It just
No,
seems
there's none.
Any old
A lot of
order.
videos, yeah.
Oh, this one from NASA. This I'll tell you, this is worth watching. Actually, this is a really good video, actually, and the sound effects especially. I hope it comes out in the peanut gallery really well.
Ooh.
So this is all in public domain, Terry. So it's the sound and everything else is all
sound
good.
like a shill much?
I know.
Oh,
I'm
this is
shilling much.
NASA.
Am
This
I?
is all really good. It's all really good. You should all watch it. It's NASA. NASA.
Well, hang on a minute. What's this group that you belong to that shields out NASA?
Hang about.
Can't think who that would be called.
Hang about.
Hey.
A.
It doesn't start with A.
C, D,
It starts
E.
with N.
Do not go there, okay? NASA black site, right?
NASA black site, there you go.
We have this little thing. We are actually going to find Bob Lazar, and we are going to get his portion of element 115 that he believes he obtained whilst working for S4 in a secret location that was not Area 51. Now, wait.
Hey.
The squirrels will not let you.
You have the privilege of talking to someone who's actually been on Area 51.
Hey, look.
Have you?
Yes, I have.
Ooh.
Yes.
Is there any aliens there?
Is his name
No.
Naruto?
Damn.
No, my dad was in the Air Force and we went there.
Yes, I know your daddy was in the Air Force. You got to see a SR-71, you bastard.
Yeah, my
aliens
daddy
are
used
at
to work
S4.
with them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What, Dad, what's going with his story?
Well, no, see, look, you just bollocksed it up.
Bushblade theory.
Me? What did I do? Your brain is in charge of your mouth, not me.
No. See, look, that's the thing, that all the evidence has to come out in one entire monologue. It cannot be interrupted.
Morning, robots. Morning, colon. Morning, robots.
Well,
Yeah.
never forget, if you don't go sub a program loop, you'll never get a subroutine.
Yeah, if you want some high definition shots of the moon, look no further than the lunar reconnaissance rover, lunar reconnaissance orbiter.
Yeah.
Awesome footage. We ever thought that up? They're
Yeah.
absolute geniuses.
That wasn't a CGI, Aaron. That was true. They filmed it in real time.
Yeah, just a few billion years ago.
Yeah.
Camera technology.
Yeah, you don't think God would have missed that, do you?
Of course, he was going to capture it all.
Yeah, exactly.
It was his creation. After
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
I made it. I'm bloody videoing it.
Yeah.
So,
I'll put that on YouTube when I invent it.
So he can bore all his mates at dinner parties.
yeah.
Here, let me show you this home video. Oh God, no, he's getting another one out. Come on, guys, let's go.
No, he made the videos just in case all the idiots who didn't get the facts right, he could say to, look, I made this video for you guys just in case you interpreted my book wrong.
There you go, justifying your beliefs. My goodness.
Yeah.
I'm not. I can say the moon.
God slept in that day.
Have we established the moon's not really made of cheese now? We've gone past that.
Oh, have we?
I don't know. Have we?
I don't know.
I don't know. Have you been there?
I'm
I don't
half
know.
convinced.
Yeah, how'd you know?
Yeah.
Have you been there?
Have you touched it?
Yeah. Have you smelt it?
Yeah, it smells like cheese.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the Apollo astronauts said about the smell of the moon, but they did say it had a smell.
Didn't they say it smelt like grilled meat?
Yeah, one of them did, I think, wasn't it? Who said that?
That was that bloke that paid for it to go on the astronaut. What's his name?
Wasn't it Mr. Mustache with the guitar said it smelled like bacon?
Bacon? Yeah, I think so.
Well, I think what you smelled. Yeah, that was on the ISS, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it was when they came in when they got inside after the airlock and stuff like that. Yeah.
I can't remember
Which is
what his name
interesting.
was. He paid for his flight, didn't he?
Oh, there was a chap who paid to go up there.
The Russian.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
He went up in the
No,
Soyuz.
he's an American.
Yeah, he went up in a Soyuz. He paid $30 million for the flight.
Yeah.
Anyone got a spare 30 million? They could
Hang on a minute. Let me have a look in this arse pocket. Nope.
Oh.
There's actually 12 citizens that have actually travelled to the ISS.
12, is that? All right, okay.
Mm-hmm.
12 what? Citizens?
Yes,
Citizens,
as in non astronaut type persons.
Non-pay, yeah. Work.
Yes.
Paying people.
Yeah.
Well, non-employees of the space agencies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Non-paid.
I notice he said space agencies because
Yes.
and this is a big message to all of the flat earth flirters and idiots out there. It's not just NASA.
Yeah.
And NASA has got nothing to do with the rest of the world. It's paid for American taxpayers.
I do love hearing English and British people protesting about how much of their money gets used by NASA. Yeah, none of it.
None of it. Exactly. Yeah, none of it.
Zero.
Not one
Actually,
penny.
We
And
used to
don't
use
contribute.
Interesting
used to get
story.
our money.
Ask Riley about zeros. That's how much you get, how much money goes to the NASA.
No, he gets
Just
confused
a
by
quick
zero.
thing about the amount of money the Australian government has given to SpaceX for the Starlink satellite network.
Oh, have they?
Lots.
Around
How much?
$1.9 billion.
Lots.
All right. Okay.
Because it's going to benefit us heaps.
Yes, from the internet connection.
But of course,
Mhm.
that's not NASA.
No.
Exactly.
ESA is not NASA. Roscosmos is not NASA, and the other approximately 77 to 78 national space agencies around the world
Boeing
not
is not
NASA.
NASA.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeff
Grumman
Bezos
is not. Yeah.
NASA.
NASA.
Terry,
United Launch Alliance is not.
Not NASA.
Thank you.
Aussie, the Aussie Perspective is not NASA.
Now,
Oh,
that's
oh shit.
That's debatable.
Have I
Stretching the
overste-
truth. That's
have I
stretching the
overstepped
truth.
mark there?
The NASA
careful,
black
careful.
site, Area
Oh, wait a
69, is not NASA.
Yeah.
NASA. This is true. It's not NASA.
Yeah.
I am secretly employed by NASA.
And can I just point out that for the colonials amongst us in the audience, i.e. the Americans, don't protest about NASA. Protest about the $750 billion that gets punted towards the Department of Defense.
Yeah, by the way, I currently have a yellowish tinge to the moon that I'm looking at out my
That's
back.
because you got your Oakley sunglasses on. Take them off.
No, that's
Yeah, not that Oakley.
it's actually because of the smoke that's rising up from Victoria in
Oh,
between
right.
in between the moon and Demonic at the moment.
When smoke gets in your eyes.
Hang on. How could that be happening, Peter? The moon is in my northern sky.
That's correct.
You
However,
are south of my location.
No, we're not south. We're kind of southeast, and
Yeah,
the wind has been blowing from the south for the last 48 hours from Victoria.
Yeah, it's not smoke. I can't smell it.
You can't.
No,
blowing
it's
away
turned to.
from.
Oh shit! It's just turned to cheese.
You got smoked
it's
cheese,
melting.
you jammy sod.
Yeah, smoked cheese. Yeah.
And
Isn't
underneath it
fair.
was crackers.
I'm moving to Australia now.
I'm getting me fondue fork now. I've got
love smoked cheese.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like
it on a plate.
I like a smoked crumbly sort of, a
Moon
light yellowy cheese. It's really
Exactly,
nice.
Chris. Exactly. Chris.
Smoked Cracker Barrel is one of my favourite that you can buy at the store. But there was one we used to get in the Victorian markets. It was like $20 a kilo for it, right? Pretty expensive
will you
cheese.
Stop! Right, that's it. I'm getting some cheese right now.
Too early for cheese.
I'm getting some cheese right now.
Oh
Get
no,
some
I'm
cheese.
getting some other stuff beginning with C, and it's called chicken. 'Cause I ain't
And
got any
cheese.
No,
Chicken
I've
and
eaten all my
cheese. Chicken and
I've
cheese.
eaten-
Chicken fillet burger. Mm.
I'll be back. I've got to go press play on my camera.
Oh, okay.
Push record.
Cool. A chicken drumstick, not a dinosaur because they're extinct.
Oh, I've got some chicken thighs to cook later on. Try and get that done before the rugby starts.
Yum.
In the meantime, we have some plain chocolate digestives. Oh,
Right, I have my cheese.
Plain chocolate digestives.
Yeah,
yeah,
don't.
none of this milk chocolate rubbish.
Yeah, I prefer the milk chocolate ones, but the plain chocolate ones are just really nice sometimes, aren't they?
Oh yes.
Don't tell Alan you got some chocolate hobnobs.
Oh.
I won't
Sure, for
because I haven't.
chocolate hobnobs.
I've got some ordinary
Dairy.
hobnobs up in the cupboard somewhere.
Actually, I don't mind ordinary hobnobs. Yeah, chocolate ones. Or what about
Chocolate
them ones
hobnobs are
where
better.
they put the chocolate and the caramel there on them?
Oh, they're nice.
Oh, steady
Toffee
now,
pops.
now then.
Yeah, I mean that's just like, well, it's just perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
Terry, you're very quiet, Terry. What's going on?
I'm looking for videos to watch or pictures.
All right, okay. Mippet is directing you. She said, Terry, next.
Ooh.
Well, I'm
Nag,
a bit
nag.
behind in what I was going to watch. That's why I'm trying to catch up.
No,
All right,
swans taste a bit fishy, actually.
It's not a very good photo because my phone can't focus too well, but you can see it's got that yellow.
It has its own. We can't really say a photo's bad because it's just it's got its own artistic integrity, quality, whatever you want to put it.
We don't need to watch the rugby because we already know the score. It's England won, Scotland lost.
Okay.
Oh,
No way.
there we go.
It's good
I'm
your
back.
Pip weren't here. I'd get killed.
England.
Can you believe that?
Bugger
Swing
all.
low.
Has Scotland
sweet
ever beat England?
chariot.
Yes, about 2 years ago.
Oh,
Oh,
once.
Scotland beat England many times.
Trashed
Oh.
them.
Wonderful to carry me home.
It looks
No
more
wonder
yellow
he's
on my
Swing
laptop
low.
than on my TV.
Sweet chariot,
Right, you're all
I'm
muted,
for to
bastard.
carry me home.
Yeah, so isn't England Scotland rugby around 50-50?
I don't know.
I
I
must
believe
admit,
it is.
I wouldn't. The way both teams are playing at the moment, I wouldn't put money on it either way. It really just could.
Oh, they're going to both
You know.
lose.
Is it Murrayfield or Twickenham?
They're playing.
No, hang on a minute. I'll shut the.
They're playing that bad. They're both going to lose.
I just realised we've
It's
got
Murrayfield. They're
It's at
playing.
Murrayfield.
They're up at Murrayfield.
Oh, I wish it was in Edinburgh today. It'd be a lovely day.
Yeah.
Murray would be happy.
Honestly, having heard Pip on New Year's Day, that picture that keeps popping up as her avatar is such a lie.
Well,
You get.
she can't. She can't give everything away, Davros. She's got to leave some element of surprise.
Surprise. Yeah. She'd never
What,
reveal
like
all
the
of the
Spanish
ladies'
Inquisition?
Yeah. She'd get the comfy cushions out.
I'll have the chicken.
That's afterwards.
That's a bit of a misnomer because the Spanish Inquisition were never a surprise because they actually sent warning in advance that they were coming.
Yes.
Cake or death?
Yeah.
Cake, please.
Cake.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Cake, please.
You can have some cake.
Tie her to the rack.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I like this person's in the peanut gallery. Their name, Spooky Bedhair.
Yeah. Hello, Cheeto.
That's a great name.
Oh,
That I like
g'day,
that.
Spooky.
Bedhair. Spooky Bedhair. Is Bedhair spooky? I don't know.
Hello, we have logical in the peanut gallery.
Yeah,
Yes.
biological.
I
Very
shouldn't be
logical.
awake, yet I am, so I'm here at least for a little bit. Well, hello, good evening, and welcome.
And Surf.
Oh, surf.
Hello, everybody.
Surf.
Don't mention cheese.
Yeah. Don't mention the cheese.
Smell my cheese.
I think I said it just a moment ago, but I think I might have got away with it.
Away with it.
Maybe it's
Apparently
having a
we
go
have
at
a
you, Terry.
Does anyone know anything about a storm hitting Britain today?
Is
Have I
it?
said don't come up to the
People
hospital
keep
with about 50
mentioning
mile an hour winds later? I mean, it's
Hmm.
fine here now.
Doesn't look like that out here.
Yeah, it's all the
It's
hot
got
air from the,
cloudy.
no, that's all the hot air from that Scottish rugby team.
Bugger off.
Sorry, Pip.
I'm forecast strong winds on Tuesday, so it's obviously going to take a long way getting here.
When I said don't come up to visiting today, it'd be too windy. I'll see what it's
Oh.
like near the time.
That's quite calm here at the moment. Calm before the storm.
Nice here, blue sky, everything. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it rained so hard last night, it woke me up.
Oh, we didn't get any rain here.
No,
Yeah,
I
it was
didn't.
raining here.
It's
Yeah,
actually
raining.
Got a little
clear.
bit, but
Clear sky.
I'm forecast rain for the next week, except possibly Wednesday.
Where are you then? What county?
Midlands.
Oh, you're in the Midlands.
Northamptonshire.
Oh, that's normal then, isn't it? It always rains there.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. That's why the motorbike hasn't been out since last bloody September.
Oh, bloody
Because
hell.
it's either been wet, cold, wet and cold, grey, wet and cold, grey, wet, cold and horrible.
or just cold.
Just the cold bit would be
Well,
enough.
I've had days where I thought, that looks bloody nice out there. I'll take the bike for a spin. You open the back door, step outside and go, no,
Yeah.
I've just stepped into the freezer. No.
Yeah, your beard freezes instantly. Your hair sticks out sideways, and your
Yep.
scarf you can't move to wrap round your face.
That's it. You think,
Yeah.
no, I'll tell you what, it can stay in the garage for another day.
Yeah.
Here we go. I've just found it. A yellow warning for wind covers Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England, and North Wales on Saturday. It then expands to include the whole country on Sunday, while there is an amber warning for southeasting.
Mm.
Broadcasters have warned that there could be travel disruptions, with rail passengers being urged not to travel on Sunday.
Yeah, all light people stay at home because you just be blown away.
Oh, I'll be all right then.
Yeah. Yeah, if you need to go shopping, get your overweight neighbour to take.
Yeah, just hang on to me. I'll be fine.
Yeah, I
Terry,
don't get
do you want
blown around
to
too much either.
Terry, do you want a video called 10 Cool Things Seen in the First Year of the LRO, Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter? How about that?
Yeah, I'm just fixing up this. Yeah.
I'll send you that if you want it. Oh no, it's not a video actually. It's just an article.
You can dress for cold and rain, get heated goods. No, my car has heated seats, thank you very much.
I wouldn't have said that out loud, Sam. Philip Schofield's just come out with that.
What, that he likes his nuts salty as well?
Yeah, he does. He's just come out being saying he's gay.
Do you know what? I saw that yesterday and I just looked at it and thought, well, I thought he was anyway.
Yeah, that's what everyone has said on you.
I thought,
on
even
Discord.
if he's married, I thought he was anyway.
Yeah.
Same here.
But
how come it takes you? How long's he been married? 20 years?
27 years. Same, married
27?
same years. Yeah, same married same year as I did.
She's really crap in bed, or he's just an idiot.
no, or he's just probably been batting for both sides for years and then thought, no, tell you what, actually,
Yeah, but
who knows?
it just don't make sense to me.
But at the end of the day, who cares?
Exactly.
Nobody.
Who gives a bugger?
How many
What
people
side
go
you bat
out?
for? Does it really matter in the grand scheme of things?
Yeah.
No,
Well,
it
I mean,
doesn't.
27 years ago is not as liberal as it is now. So he
No.
probably didn't.
Well,
Just wanted to conform and not be.
it was still
different.
legal.
Yeah, but it wasn't as widely as accepted as it is now. Now it's like, okay, whatever.
Oh yeah, 27 years ago was a totally different scene,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Well, yeah, it was, but it's still irrelevant. Can you imagine how
Yeah.
his wife must feel?
Do you know what? I'm sure she wasn't the first person to, you know.
She probably knows. She probably knew a while ago.
I would think so.
she
After
probably
27
realised.
years.
She probably realised when he asked if he could wear the strap on.
Yeah, could you wear the strap on, darling?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we try something different in the bedroom tonight?
And don't bring the cheese.
Down Periscope.
Well, apparently he's having problems with his Periscope.
Well, what's
I
this
think he's had
bollocks?
problems with his periscope.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. I'll read this one. I want to read this one.
Go on then.
No.
Suppose there is a Facebook community with people thinking the moon is made out of green cheese. Would you join such a group to discuss the subject and to find arguments against it? Why are globeheads joining FE communities? To fight against a they think silly idea? Or are they afraid something will come out? The only fear is sphere itself. Dutch
Flat Earth
weekend.
weekend. But
Oh,
Holland's
right.
flat anyway.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
Ever so slightly.
It's got dikes.
Well,
But enough of their
probably
women.
get gay men as well, but who cares?
Yeah, I was going to say to Monique, we've spoken about this. Dikes have got nothing to do with flat Earth. That's a totally different community.
I was talking about the river gates, but
Don't
you
stick
know.
your finger in a dike without asking her politely first.
Yeah. And don't park your car between her legs.
Oh dear.
So they're possibly suggesting that normal, rational people are joining flat Earth communities because they think there might actually be something to it other than us just going, ha ha ha, you bunch of idiots.
Yeah, they
Well,
still
that's-
don't realise that we're laughing at them.
Well,
That's the funny thing about it.
Yeah, well, that's also the funny thing, the different portrayals that some of us are able to put on, whether we play that sensible, talking to you normally type person, or we turn around and go, no, you're a fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up and listen to what I have to say. Right? There's differences. Right? Sometimes you'll get along nicely with them. You'll be able to
I like
explain
your
your
impression
position.
of Oakley then. That's good. That's a good impression. Yeah.
You'll be able to express what you want to say politely and calmly, but then you get someone like Jin CBR1 or Hollywood, who's a snowflake, Slick James, SE Montreal, you know, the stubborn earthers, as I like to call them. New term.
What's this CGI I'm looking at?
Super
There's
plus
no
14%.
there's no music or sound in this, so it's just a clip from NASA. I just thought I'd just share it while you're looking, Terry.
Oh, it's showing up
You
on the
shill.
Supermoons.
It's just a clip from NASA. You say it so calmly, like you've been paid or something.
Well, it's the only thing that you could probably play and not get away with that. You can get with any. There's no copyright issues whatsoever because it's all public domain. So.
Oh, gee, yeah, like that's real.
That's all from the LRO.
Yeah, but you show me a fake LRO image and then you tell me to expect to believe the pictures. Pah! Of course they're real. Look at that. It's a foot.
I didn't realise the moon had got feet. Oh, look. You know
Look.
what that is?
Yeah,
You know
it's a
what that
dirty
is, don't you?
snowball. It's a dirty snowball. That's why it got demoted.
Poor old planet.
Oh, no, it's not fair.
But that's the
No.
thing. It's still a planet.
Not
It's
really.
called a dwarf planet.
They call it
it is a
dwarf
planet because
to
it orbits
mock
the
it.
sun.
Yeah.
It's just a dwarf planet because if it got too close to the sun, it would melt.
They don't know if it does because it's got an odd.
Wibbly wobbly moon.
Yeah.
What do you mean they
because
don't know if it does?
No. It doesn't orbit like all the other planets. That's why they demoted
No,
it.
because it's
nothing to do with
elliptic.
its size.
Its elliptical path is at about, I think it's 35 degrees compared to the entire rest of the solar system, which is between 10 degrees.
No,
I
it's
think we've
because
got-
of it's the way it orbits the sun. It's what determines
It's
whether
still
it's a planet or not.
no, it wasn't the orbit. It was the fact that it couldn't clear its orbit of debris because there were other objects within its path. Right, but it's just that they
Yeah, it is
orbited at the
petty.
same time it did.
It's petty. It's
So-
still a planet. It's a proper planet to me.
So just
Stop
an interesting,
ridiculing it.
an interesting fact, since we're talking about way out there in the middle of nowhere. There just so happens to be a satellite that was launched back in the 1970s that's just reactivated itself.
Yeah, I know. I actually
Voyager-
brought that to the attention of
Voyager
some people
1?
earlier today.
No,
Voyager
Voyager 2. Voyager 2 turned around and goes, oh, Apple Control reset. Oh, I'll work again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
Oh,
had
cool.
to, they
Didn't
had
know
to,
that.
they
Yeah.
had to resend a program to it for it to be able to send data again.
Yeah, so it
I
actually
didn't know it stopped.
it reset itself and came back to life, and now is sending data again.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
but I don't know if you're aware as well though, but the amount of power that it has left is so minuscule. It's barely enough to actually run an LED, and the signal strength is probably not much more. It's such a weak signal strength. It really is. But they've picked it up. They picked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I've looked into the Voyagers because they hold a little sentimental value to me because they were launched just after I was
Congratulations.
born. No, they were launched just after I was born. So
Yes, that's because they knew you were going to be born, so they
yeah,
commemorated it by launching these 2 satellites for you.
yeah, that's right. Anyway, what it is the amount of things that they have shut down has prolonged the life of the battery, basically. And I think both of them are down to only 5 essential items.
Yep.
2 of them are navigational, and the other 3 are communication. So one is the spectrometer, which reads what's coming in. The other two are the send and receive capabilities.
Its major problem is because of how far away it is from the sun and the technology used for the solar panels on it. They just don't have enough grunt to keep the battery fully charged or charge the battery much more. So
it's running off its nuclear.
Yeah. So essentially, it's running off whatever's left in the nuclear battery.
Yeah, which was cesium, I believe.
I believe you might be right.
Yeah, stuck out on a pole, away from all electronics.
Yep.
But that means you can't spell.
What if I told you the moon was made of cheese and Neil Armstrong was lactose intolerant?
Intolerant. Can't spell intolerant.
Intolerant.
It looks like you have to pay a toll to be rent.
Yeah. Irish Stew mentions that more signal strength than any flurf.
Yeah.
The noise to signal strength ratio is a lot more bearable.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So when did
I
you realise
noticed you said that backwards there, Peter.
Oh, of course I did.
I assume that was on purpose.
Of course I did.
Yes.
When
but
did they realise that Voyager was back online?
Because it sent a
Couple of
signal
days, did you
back.
say?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
when?
Yeah.
When?
it arrived
yesterday.
Yeah, it arrived yesterday.
I didn't know it shut down actually. Voyager
Well,
2. I didn't know it shut down.
It did. It shut down at the beginning of January.
Yeah.
Oh right. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up.
So expect a
You
video
guys
from
call
Anton
yourself
on it tomorrow.
Globers. Wow.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
goodness. Do
What's
any
that
of you
got?
subscribe
What's that
to
got
a
to do with
little?
satellite?
I was otherwise
No.
occupied
Can
yesterday.
Here's the
I
thing.
share, please?
Do any of you subscribe to a little website called space.com or I fucking love science.com?
Yes,
No.
but I didn't see any on
Do you
last
subscribe to
Get
OSS?
them.
Can I
Get
share,
them.
please?
Do you
Get them.
subscribe to OSS, Davros?
Don't care.
Yeah.
Well, we don't care about your side of them.
I don't need it.
Yeah.
I don't need it. I've got my 2 shilling sources.
No, you need 3.
No, my excuse is I was busy yesterday.
No, I don't
You've
need
got to
the
shield the
YouTube
Suzuki,
triangulation method.
You got to shield the Suzuki.
No.
They're made in Japan, just like the Himawari satellite.
I don't care. I
You
guarantee
should
you it's got
It's
an O-ring from
space.
Australia.
It's space.
Yeah, so?
The final frontier.
Well, no, it's not the final frontier.
Penultimate.
Interstellar space is the final frontier.
Well, that's where Voyager is.
Interstellar space, in between the Oort cloud and us.
Is it? It hasn't actually finished passing through the heliopause yet.
It's
Yes,
going
it
to about
has.
another
Yes, it has.
50,000
No,
years.
hold on.
No,
It's not
it's still-
quite into the Oort cloud. That hasn't actually got into it. It's getting
It's
to
got
that
nowhere
kind of
near
like.
the Oort cloud.
No, it's got
Yeah, it's
50,000
not.
years.
It's not
or
there
something
yet.
like that.
It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
there yet.
It's not moving as slowly as the Picard series is.
It is in
Watch this week, no
interstellar
spoilers, haven't watched it.
space.
It's
All
not
right.
quite into the Oort cloud. It's in the bit where they've got a lot of plasma
It's-
and all sorts of stuff
it's
going in.
in-
It's not quite in it.
It's
It's
in
not. It isn't.
interstellar space. It's
it
left our
has-
orbit. It's
it
left
has
our
not-
solar system.
No, it has
No,
not finished
Yes,
going
it
past
has.
the heliopause yet.
Yes, it
No.
has. It's gone out
Yes,
of our
it has.
atmosphere.
No, it hasn't.
How much do you want bet?
You people
Because
need
they've
to
measured it.
You people need to make sure that you're not getting Voyager 1 and 2 mixed up. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Voyager
Sounds like
2.
true.
Voyager
Yeah.
1 left long before Voyager 2 did.
Yeah,
Voyager 2
but
left
they took
first.
totally different routes.
Yeah.
Yes, I know they
Voyager-
did.
Yeah, which one
Yeah.
went left?
Routes.
Which one went left?
Roots.
It
Routes.
just went down.
No, do you know which one went left?
Both of them.
One
And
shot.
right, and up and down.
We are right.
Depends if you're at the North Pole or the South Pole, Demonic.
Yeah.
I don't care
I thought
which
this
one
was all
went
about
left.
the moon.
They just
Anyway,
went.
Brainry says, it's okay. Vija will be back. Sorry.
Yeah.
By the way,
Vija.
by the way, that was Voyager 6, if anyone remembers the motion picture properly.
I remember
What?
it, but I couldn't have told you the number. I just thought it was one or two.
Nope, it was Voyager 6.
Oh, so they sent more after. in the
What's
future.
Voyager 6?
Star Trek.
Ah, right.
Feature.
I'm not a Trekkie fan. Sorry. Beg your pardon.
Oh, I don't know. Some of these people. They
It's very
don't, they
famous,
don't
the
know
Prime
about,
Feature.
yeah, the
I've got more
prehistory,
interesting
the
things
history
to do
that
than watch a
hasn't passed yet.
fictional bloody.
Well, no, because think of this, right? Back to the Future, it's already a periodical piece now. Blade Runner is now a periodical piece.
Never
Space
seen it.
Films,
1999 is a
They're
periodical piece.
films, Davros.
The only two bits of history we've got left to look forward to is both Star Trek and Buck Rogers.
No.
Really.
Beep, beep, beep.
Biddy, biddy,
No.
biddy,
Okay.
biddy.
I want you to get me the video and the timestamp to tell me that Buck Rogers won't happen.
Video and timestamp. Okay, then.
That Buck Rogers won't happen, because I'd love to see you get a video from the 24th century.
I've already been there. It's not what it's all cracked up to be. Trust me. There's no McDonald's. There's no cheese. Not real cheese, anyways.
And they got rid of money.
Yeah, don't go there.
Oh,
Yay.
goddamn, living in a utopia. Damn it.
Yeah, but there's
How
what there's
dare
what's
you.
her name in that tight, tight uniform.
You ain't got to see what you got to do instead of money. You'd be wishing you had your wallet full. I can tell you.
Well, I could hang out with beautiful women in scantily clad clothing.
There are no beautiful women. They all look the same. Everyone looks
Doris.
the same.
Doris waiting for Logan's Run to get rid of the old people. Oh God, we'd be long gone.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're going to Carousel. Yay!
Didn't they kill him off at 30?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's see, if anyone remembers the Cannibal Island, where the 30 cycles was the limit for particular people to be sacrificed for the good of the community.
Oh, that rings a bell.
Logan's Run.
Wasn't
Logan's Run.
Logan's Run.
No, something else.
Or was
Something
No,
else.
but we did it in a person's chat on a stream where we had a theoretical of a cannibal society, and Barry had reached his 30 cycles, and it was time to celebrate his life that he was going to die the next day to feed the people.
Anyway, on screen is a true scale of the moon and the Earth and the distance involved over time.
Yep. That's good.
And
That's a
don't
more
think this-
realistic scale.
There isn't a mouse cursor, though, in space, is there? Thank
Nope.
you.
there
That was the mouse after the cheese.
So,
There you go.
so,
Is that better?
so the movement that it's doing, casual, is that the difference between when it gets the closest it does and
Yeah.
as the furthest away it gets.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Dippy says Solent. No, Chris Costello says Solent. Was it Davros?
Soylent
We're all
Green.
out? Yeah, Soylent Green. Yeah.
So all the animations and things like that we get all over the internet, show the moon sort of like almost right next to the Earth is just so unrealistic.
What's
I wish
that? What's
they would
that?
actually show
What's
more
that
of this.
arrow planet?
That's
the
a
Arrow
spaceship.
planet.
That's a spaceship.
that's called Mouse. Planet
there's
Mouse.
some twat not being able to present properly.
Oh.
Shots fired.
Ooh.
I've been trying to get someone to say harsh
No, it's
all
a swan.
night.
That's
Ah, it's a bit
harsh.
harsh.
Yeah.
So there is one other time-related program, Demonic, that you've obviously forgotten or possibly was before your time. And it's the original Time Machine.
Oh yeah, H.G. Wells one.
H.G. Wells'
Yeah.
screenplay
Yeah.
of the Time Machine.
But here's the thing: when was the time machine first built?
1895.
1895, and he went all the way forward in time until, what was
Yeah.
it, the year
But
4000?
2 million
But-
years or something.
But here's the thing: was that time machine ever built?
Do you know? He might be travelling right now.
No, because there is no evidence of this
There's
being
no
built.
there's no evidence that it wasn't. So on that premise alone, you can't can't make a decision if it has been or not.
Yes, I can. Absolutely. I can hand wave dismiss it just as easy as I do flat Earth.
There you go. Just to correct you on Voyager 2, left the heliosphere on November the 5th, 2018.
No, I said the
There you
heliopause.
Yeah, it's gone through that as well. It's gone into
but it's not-
interstellar space.
Yeah, but it's not actually quite in the Oort cloud.
Hasn't
is
No,
what
I
the
never
Oort
said it's in
cloud-
the Oort cloud. I said it's
That's-
gone out of our solar
Yeah,
system.
but that's what I was saying earlier on. I said it hasn't gone into the Oort cloud yet. That's all I was
No,
saying.
No,
no,
it's going to
it's
be
nowhere near
thousands of
the
years
Oort.
before it gets
No.
anywhere near that.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
won't be alive. by the
and
time
then
it hits the
just to
Oort cloud.
get through the Oort cloud, you're talking tens of thousands of years. You know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
said that earlier. About
But it
50,000 years,
actually
I reckon.
measured
Yeah.
when it went out of our heliosphere. When it went out, the radiation gamma rays went sky high, and all the particles disappeared to nothing, which is what they were expecting. But that's quite freaky, you know. I wouldn't want to be in interstellar space with all the gamma rays bombarding you. Boo! You go all
Logical
cheesy.
Troglodyte says in the chat, in case anyone's interested, today is a historical event that forever changed the course of history. Any guesses?
What's that? Sorry, I missed that.
Today is a historical event or the anniversary, obviously, of an historical event that changed the course of history.
Ooh.
Okay,
I can't
today.
think of
I
anything.
don't know what today is.
So what's
today?
So is he talking about his today, as in yesterday?
I don't know.
As
Today,
in the 8th? As the 8th?
Yes, and today, the 8th
Or
of
the
February.
9th? Or the 9th?
The 8th,
Well,
I think.
Well, it's the 8th. It's the 8th still in Australia.
Yeah,
So-
it's the 8th then. He's on about.
Well, still the 8th here in the UK.
Yeah.
No, I can't think of anything what happened on the 8th.
It's not the 8th in the US yet.
Not yet.
Catch up, for God's sake.
So that's what I was kind of alluding to, because
Yes, it is. It's 5:31 in
Will
mid-America.
either be the first human to go to space.
First human to fly in space.
or was it when the first satellite launched into space?
No,
No.
Sputnik.
Nope.
no.
What's today? It's the 19th. Yeah, 2020.
Oh, it's
What
Logical's
happened?
birthday.
Guadalcanal.
It's Logical's birthday.
My birthday!
Or the first? Was it not the first Wright brothers?
Well, how are we going to Google?
Yeah, we're
How
all
was I
looking
going to
up today.
Google
Oh, that
that?
was the 17th of December, 1903.
Yeah, who
Okay.
said it wasn't the 8th in America?
Don't
I
know.
didn't say that.
I won't take claim to that.
Japan evacuated Guadalcanal today. There you go. That's something happened. Anyway,
Japan invaded Singapore.
we're all looking today in history.
Logical's
Yeah,
Happy
birthday.
birthday,
Happy
Logical.
birthday. We shall remember from this
Happy
day
birthday.
forth.
Happy birthday.
Dan, dan, dan,
Happy
dan.
birthday, Mr. Logical. Hang on, I'll go get my dress on.
And lipstick.
Terry, can you pass me my high heels?
Okay.
Mr. Logical.
Happy birthday,
Guys,
Mr.
This is sounding more like an episode of Saw than it is actually a Marilyn Monroe rendition of Happy Birthday.
Stop.
Would you
Yeah.
like to play a game?
You should let Pip do that. She's good at heavy breathing.
She's also good at eating cheese live on air.
Exactly.
She's toasty, not cheese.
Toasty.
Well, I have to
Queen Mary
congratulate
Scots was
Logical. Well
executed,
done,
Pip.
well done on making it
No.
this far, and the Flurfs haven't killed you yet. Right.
Pip.
It's also
Queen
great.
So
Mary.
that
how
he's
many?
born-
How many?
It's great that he's born in
orbits have you done?
February. February is a great month to be born.
Oh, that reminds me, it's my daughter's birthday in a few days.
My
No.
brother was born
I-
in
I-
February.
Thanks for the reminder.
I'd like to disagree with you, Demonic.
No,
There's
You
a few
can't.
people. There's a few.
You-
people
you're
that
not
don't
allowed to.
like- There's a few
You're
people
not
that
allowed
don't
to.
like being born in February.
Yeah, I was
To the
born in
point.
December.
To the point that every couple of years they actually have a birthday in February.
In 4 years.
And they'll
Every
have
4 years.
one in. March, and then
Don't
I'll have
care
one.
because they are
February.
not me, and my birthday's in 11 days.
My friend's the 29th of February. She hates it.
Oh, that's his problem. It's a person problem.
She, her.
So
Well,
what?
you're just assuming her gender.
So
I think she's 12 this year.
yeah, I was going to
All
say,
I
is she
know is
12
that,
or 13, Pip?
She's 12, I think.
So she'd be 4.
No, no, no. She
all
is.
I know is that Harry Clare was born on the 1st of November. Oh, sorry, the 1st of February.
Terry, by the
was?
way, I'm just sharing stuff about the moon just to fill in air. So, but if you got something, then just do it.
Moon.
Well, I do
Yeah.
have
Did logical answer me how many orbits he's done? Missed it.
well, I was just
Yeah.
Got this one from
I
Sheeple.
was just about to do something. I've got Big Blue, Simon Dan versus Mr. Sensible, Density Crushing the
was-
Solar Flat Earth Part 1, Bob the Science
We
Guy.
were supposed to watch Bob tonight, weren't we, Terry?
Yeah, I've got Bob Part 1. I've got to get him started because he's got 3 parts that I've got to get out. Another
We finished
Mr.
with the moon,
Sensible,
didn't we?
Lunar Orbit,
Yeah,
Oh,
that's a good
Frankie
one.
UK
see.
Totally Busted.
Who's Frank UK?
An idiot.
Who's the fluffer that wears the
Another
hoodie?
Mr. Sensible, Sunspots, Solar
Daniel Pratt.
Radiation, Hands
Yeah,
Bomb at
Danny
the Dunning
Pratt.
Crew.
Oh, the one
Well,
that sits in his
actually-
garage.
Actually, there's Daniel Pratt wears hoodies. D Marble
He
wears
looks like
hoodies.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, it's Daniel Pratt.
Oh, right.
No, it's not Daniel Pratt. The one that looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh, pardon me for breathing.
Not the Morgile.
No.
Doesn't wear a hoodie.
No, it's not Morgul.
Oh, he's talking about Daniel Pratt.
Go and find a picture of this person and present it.
What about
Hello,
what
Flat
about
Earth
Also
researchers,
wears a hoodie
debaters,
at
and
times, I
debunkers.
believe.
It's time to do some primary school science.
what about if we watch the video?
Sure, I'm sure I've seen him in a hoodie.
No, it's that Med B expects us to have a bloody police catalogue
They
of all
all
these
answered
criminal
it.
flat earthers.
Look,
I'm
can I-
going
They
with
all answered it except you
Daniel
guys.
Pratt. I think it's Daniel Pratt.
Yeah.
We finished with the moon, then, have we?
Yeah.
No, that didn't last long, did it?
I missed the Sensible's videos about the moon.
Operation Shock and All was initiated on my birthday. Cheeto 2020.
So which one are you going to put on now, Terry?
Well, we'll finish off with the moon with Mr. Sensible's Lunar Orbit.
Wonderful.
He was in Simon Dan's latest video. Davros.
Or Mip had suggested what I usually do. I'll share. That way the Peanut Gallery can have a...
That was D Marble.
No, there's D Marble. He doesn't wear a hoodie.
Good night,
There's,
Chris.
some weird guy who looked like a hippie with a braided goatee. And he also had this guy who wears this. Well, he looks just like Obi-Wan Kenobi. It doesn't look like that weird guy you mentioned, Davros.
So it's Mr. Sensible, Blue Marble, and what was the other one?
Bob.
Logical just threw a spanner in the works.
And Logical's got one as well.
Oh, good night, Chris Castolis.
Catsolus.
Castolis. Yeah, Catsolis. Castolis.
Calinita.
Poor
All right, Chris.
Guys, I'm not having a good morning either, so I think I shall say.
All right, geezer.
Oh,
Go and have,
Okay,
hope you feel
Alan.
go and have
better
a lay
later.
down.
All
Take care, Alan.
Take it easy, mate.
I'll talk to you
Yeah.
later on, Alan.
We'll talk to you later.
Yeah,
Alan.
no worries, Peter. My
Yeah, take it easy.
Uzzie's playing up again.
Yeah.
Okay,
all right.
Alan.
Just
I
relax.
Guys.
I could hear the rustle of them biscuit packets, Alan. You just don't want to share them, do you? Your chocolate hobnob.
Shit, bugger.
Shit bugger.
Sorry,
Time to go.
He's been rambled.
My lips are twitching like buggery.
Yeah.
Oh, are they? Oh,
Yeah.
Go,
Right,
go get
go and-
some
go and
rest,
relax.
Go
Yeah,
rest.
Off you go. Go. See you later.
See you all later.
See you
Aye.
later, mate.
I
all the
just
best, Alan.
actually a completely off topic. I just found two very interesting things that happened on the 19th of February. In 1945, the U.S. Marines landed on Iwo Jima, and in 1942, Executive Order 9066, President Roosevelt signs Executive Order 9066, a controversial World War II policy with lasting consequences for Japanese Americans. The document ordered the removal of resident enemy aliens from parts of the West Coast vaguely identified as military areas.
Including, I believe, George Takei. Wasn't he
Yes.
putting
yes.
in internment? Yep.
I think he was.
Yes,
yeah.
he was put in encampment. Yep. And in 1914, Canada reported record wheat production. 1938, forged checks.
Let's forget the history and
1993, Pitt went into labour. There you go.
did you grab? Have you got Logical's video, Terry, or do you want me to
I
grab it?
think it's this one. It was made 2 days ago. Moon Myth Madness Feet.
Yep, that's the
That
one.
one.
Oh my. Crickets.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to put it to the vote out in the peanut gallery, but we already got 2 moons.
We did that last night, and you didn't even take the votes from the gallery.
Yes, we did.
You did not.
He took it. He took it with
Bias.
Well, he's allowed to. It's all good.
Well, Logical's in the chat, so we should really play heads, I think.
You want to?
Yeah, play Logicals. Play.
So did you want to put it up against the chat, or what do you want to do, Terry?
Oh, I'll play Logical.
Okay.
It feels neglected.
Well, hey everybody, welcome back. Today we're going to be looking at moon landing deniers. I know, other channels have covered this in excruciating detail. However, I found a documentary that is being touted as 100% proof of the moon landing hoax claim. Don't worry, I won't make you sit through a documentary that is over 3 hours long. Let's just take a look at 3 or 4 specific pieces of evidence that they are offering as proof that we never went to the moon. At the beginning of the video, we're confronted with a warning. On the surface, what this is saying is that the flat earth idea is more stupid than his stupid idea, so please don't use my stupid to provide evidence for your stupid.
Everybody got that?
If we look just a bit deeper, what we see is a warning to debunkers not to debunk the stupid idea or you'll be faced with false DMCA claims.
What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken?
But then the author of the documentary shows us this. That's right, folks, a DMCA fair use disclaimer. So in effect, what he is saying here is that he has the right to criticize NASA and further his narrative, but that we don't have the right to criticize him. Can you say hypocrisy? Yes, I knew you could. The final notice we are given is as follows. This is obviously meant to reinforce the veracity of what we are about to see, because after all, he's being upfront with us that no one interviewed is a supporter of the moon hoax theory, that all files and photos examined come from NASA. So, all up front and above board, right? Well, now that we've set the stage for this impartial documentary, let's take a look at some of his evidence.
Good, let's get moving. Yes, sir. Driver, prepare to move out. What are you preparing? You're always preparing. Just go. Just go. Yes, sir. Sir, shouldn't you sit down?
In 1979, only 10 years after the first lunar mission, the film Capricorn 1 was released. Officially, the film told the story of a fake mission to Mars, which NASA staged in a TV studio in order to avoid the real dangers of a mission in space.
You don't really think you're going to get away with this? Well, I don't know. It's a chance. Maybe it's not a very good one, but it's a chance.
Ah, the old "the truth is hidden in plain sight" trick. Do you really mean to tell us that NASA faked the moon landing in a movie studio on government orders and then decided, on their own, to tell everyone about it?
What? You went over my helmet?
But Capricorn 1 was clearly referring to the recent lunar missions, as in fact the film's slogan read, "Would you be shocked to find out that the greatest moment in our recent history may not have happened at all?" The producers didn't mince words when suggesting that NASA could have easily fooled the entire world with the fake Apollo mission.
Or maybe Hollywood producers were simply taking a pop culture conspiracy theory and creating a fantasy story around it for the purpose of selling movie tickets. And are you really trying to tell me that Hollywood in 1979 really had all of the current level of technology to fake a moon landing through special effects? Not really. Modern special effects were in their infancy in 1979.
How can there be a cassette of Spaceballs the movie? We're still in the middle of making it. That's true, sir. But there's been a new breakthrough in home video marketing. Yes? Yes. Instant cassettes. They're out in stores before the movie is finished. Here it is, sir.
I believe, had they wanted to, that NASA could indeed have pulled off the greatest hoax of all time, never sent anyone to the moon, and recreated it in a television studio.
If they were able to make it look real with a budget of only $4 million, suggested the producers, the same could have certainly been done by NASA, which had practically unlimited funds and resources.
Well, bully for you. You believe something. Well, personally, I don't really care what you believe. I care about what you can produce evidence for. And when did the producers of Capricorn 1 make such a statement? Citation needed, please. A document, television interview, etc. Seriously, you made this documentary. Couldn't you be just a little bit more thorough? And another thing, how really realistic does the scenes of Mars in Capricorn 1 really look compared to the current level of understanding and videos that we have from Mars by our rovers?
What the hell am I looking at? When does this happen in the movie? Now. You're looking at now, sir. Everything that happens now is happening now. What happened to then? We passed then. When? Just now. We're at now. Go back to then. When? Now. Now? I can't. Why? We missed it. When? Just now.
And Capricorn 1 is not the only Hollywood film to have suggested that the lunar landings were filmed on Earth.
Well, he's right about that. Capricorn 1 wasn't the only movie to reference this pop culture conspiracy. He goes on to talk about Diamonds Are Forever, The Minions, The Coneheads, but I won't make you sit through all of that. Most of you have seen those movies anyway. Of course, none of those movies produced the realism the idiots claim Hollywood of being capable of doing even 20 years after the first moon landing. And conspiracy theorists never stop to think that maybe, just maybe, Hollywood is poking fun of the conspiracy theory. Nah, that couldn't be it, could it?
Obviously, there are also those who are absolutely convinced that we went to the moon and openly defend the official narrative by NASA. These people like to call themselves debunkers. Among the best known and most active, we should mention Phil Plait, editor of the website Bad Astronomy; Jim Oberg, journalist and expert in space issues;
Who is he? He's an asshole, sir. I know that. What's his name? That is his name, sir. Asshole. Major asshole. And his cousin? He's an asshole too, sir. Gun is made first class Philip Asshole.
the Italian Paolo Attivissimo, editor of the website on the moon hoax and collaborator of the Apollo Luna Journal, NASA's official website on the Apollo missions. As an official NASA collaborator, Attivissimo represents a particularly authoritative voice in the field of the Luna debate.
Notice the use of the word collaborator rather than co-author. This is a not-so-subtle use of language to instill fear in the mind of the viewer that something nefarious is happening.
Among the debunkers, we should also mention Jay Windley, editor of the website Clavius, and the world-famous Mythbusters, who have devoted an entire episode from their show to debunking the so-called moon hoax theory. Not only do these people believe that we went to the moon, but they claim that there is irrefutable evidence to prove it. We shall therefore begin by analyzing this evidence one item at a time.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
The first piece of evidence commonly cited in favor of the Apollo missions comes in the form of reasoning. If it's true that NASA faked the moon landings, goes the argument, why did the Russians keep mum instead of exposing the hoax to the entire world?
I russi sono stati zitti perché? Nessuno se lo sa spiegare.
There are in fact different reasons why the Russians would not have exposed the fake landings in any case. The first one is that given their position, no one in the world would have believed them. Just imagine if the Russians, who had just lost the race to the moon, had tried to suggest that NASA faked the moon landings. The Americans would have ridiculed them in front of the entire world, calling them sore losers.
Had the Russians actually come forward with scientific evidence that America faked the moon landings, it's highly doubtful anyone would have hand-waved the evidence away. That is not how peer-reviewed science works, and that is not how international politics works.
Keep firing, assholes!
With more than 500 million people having just witnessed the moon landings on television, it would have been very easy to dismiss any Russian accusation with a laugh. Had the claim come from a neutral nation, then maybe it would have been somewhat believable. But coming from the same people who had just lost the race to the moon, no one would have taken them seriously.
If it's so easy to debunk the Apollo missions, people would have listened in 1969, and investigations opened in the American Congress. And I'm not entirely sure if he noticed his own faux pas here, but the narrator stated the Russians just lost the race to the moon. Well, if the Apollo missions were faked, how was it that the Russians actually lost? By saying the Russians lost the space race is an admission that the Apollo missions were real.
Raspberry. There's only one man who would dare give me the raspberry.
There is also a second, very important reason why the Russians would not have exposed the hoax in any case. With the Apollo mission still in progress, serious talks between the Americans and the Russians about a joint space program had already been on their way. The times were no longer those of Kennedy and Khrushchev, and the Nixon administration had made some serious progress towards a substantial détente with the Soviet Empire.
The space cooperation talks between Nixon and the Russian government didn't take place until 1972, 3 years after Apollo 11. In 1969, neither country knew those talks were going to happen, unless, of course, you're going to try to claim the Russians had a psychic crystal ball. So this is nothing more than a red herring.
Never have that damn thing down in front of me. How do I know you're not making faces at me under that thing?
President Scrooge.
Yes.
Very.
In fact, the joint mission between the Russians and the Americans would pave the way to what is today the International Space Station, a place where astronauts from the US, Russia, Italy, Japan, and many other countries work elbow to elbow in the International Space Program. In conclusion, had the Russians exposed the Luna hoax by the Americans, not only would the entire world have laughed at them, but nothing of what followed in terms of space cooperation with the Americans would have ever been possible.
This piece of evidence is nothing more than another red herring. No one knew that we would even keep a presence in space in the mid-70s. In fact, the American government was seriously asking the question, why should we bother? And are you seriously going to tell me, with a straight face, that the Russians would have agreed to the Apollo-Soyuz missions if they thought the Apollo program couldn't operate as advertised? I don't think so.
No, yeah. Oh, your helmet is so big. Lord helmet, what?
The second piece of evidence often used in favor of the moon landings is the following. With over 400,000 people involved in the NASA project, goes the argument, someone sooner or later would have spilled the beans.
Yes, that's true. As the old saying goes, a secret held by more than one person isn't a secret.
Did you see anything? No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good.
Può considerare una cosa molto banale. All'operazione Luna parteciparono 400.000 tecnici di società private, non militari, non era un'operazione di 4 gatti che lanciano un missile. Quindi tutta questa gente in 40 anni non ha mai confessato nulla.
But it's the very premise to this argument that is flawed. Nowhere does it say that all 400,000 NASA employees had to be informed of the scam being perpetrated.
That is correct. Not all 400,000 people employed by NASA and the subsidiary companies contracted by NASA would have had a need to know about a potential hoax. Only all the astronauts, everyone in launch control in Florida, everyone in mission control in Houston, and everyone in the imagined set at Hollywood. Not to mention every ham radio operator in the world who were tracking the mission with directional antenna. That is still a lot of people.
Shit. I hate it when I get my Schwartz twisted.
In fact, the Luna landing project had been split among thousands of different companies that worked all over the United States, totally independent from one another.
Bullshit! Just stop this thing! I order you! Stop!
The employees from Grumman were building the Luna module in their factories in Long Island. The technicians from ILC were designing the spacesuits in their laboratories in Delaware. The employees from Boeing were building the Luna rover in the state of Washington. Thus, the idea that all these people had to be in on a plan to fake the moon landings is simply ludicrous.
Ludicrous, huh? Well, okay, but you did fail to mention all the people who did need to be in on the hoax for it to work. Still would have been at least a couple of thousand. It still would have been a lot more people than what was required to keep a friggin' secret.
You all right, sir?
Fine. How have you been?
Fine, sir.
Good.
It's a good thing you were wearing that helmet.
Yeah.
What shall we do now, sir?
Well, are we stopped?
We're stopped, sir.
Good. Well, why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Very good, sir.
Smoke if you got 'em.
Well, that's about all the time we have to waste on this idiot. Thanks for watching. And if you made it to the end, congratulations. You're a real troglodyte. See you next time, guys.
Yay!
Oh, well.
Good one.
Cool.
Yeah, well done, Troggy. Nicely
That was
done.
good. That
Well,
was
it's
good,
true
Troggy.
though. The saying, more than one person knows a secret ain't a secret anymore.
Yeah,
everyone,
exactly.
everyone, make sure you shoot over there and give Troggy a like. He's only got 69 likes on that.
No,
I
he's
think
got
he
70
deserves.
now.
Oh, 70. So he deserves a
geez,
few
you
more.
just broke the conspiracy.
He did
I'm
neglect
on
to
the
say
way.
that the Russians tracked every single part of all the Apollo missions, all of them.
Yes, they
And
did.
also don't forget there was more than one Apollo mission. There was Apollo 8 that orbited the moon. Apollo 9 didn't. Apollo 10 did. Apollo 11 landed. Apollo 12 landed. Apollo 13 didn't land, but it orbited the moon. Apollo 14, 15, 16, 17 all landed on the moon, 12 men in total. So that's a lot of bloody fakery involving a lot of bloody people. Not one has been able to come forward and actually say there was a conspiracy. Oh dear, I wonder why.
And Australia tracked all of those as well.
Indeed, they did. Indeed,
In
they
fact,
did.
most of the countries in the world tracked.
And
That
the
might-
Australians, there were several hundred people involved in tracking it.
And several
and
million
helping with it.
astronomers,
Several million
amateur
astronomers.
astronomers,
So if you
ham radio.
if you
radio
forget
hams,
if you forget the
and-
ones that are actually mentioned, as in like Honeysuckle Creek and the satellite, the ground tracking radar at the ground receiving station at Parkes, out at Woomera as well, they were actually very closely tracking them because at that time in Woomera's life, it was actually a United States Army base. So they were tracking everything as well.
Yeah, and
school
one,
kids at Kettering.
yeah, and one single president, i.e., Clinton, couldn't give a blowjob a secret in the Oval Office.
Quite.
Yeah, the blowjob.
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
Did
yeah. The cigar. The cigar.
Yes, a lot of people forget about radio hams. Bless them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
me.
Well,
I don't know.
I know for a fact that whenever the ISS goes over and starts spitting out the SS or the slow scan TV that they do, probably about I don't know, 4 months out of the year they do it. I've got my radio on and I'm decoding it. You know, it's not hard to do, and it's exactly the same frequencies, pretty much, that they were using for the Apollo missions. Well, the
And
early.
let's not forget the tens of hundreds of thousands of people, in fact, probably even millions of people that actually saw Apollo 11 lift off, let alone all the other Saturn V rockets that lifted off during the entire Apollo program. That was some fakery with all that noise and vibration.
Oh no, it's a real rocket, but it just splashed down in the sea when nobody could see it.
Yeah, can you imagine the size of the speakers and amplifiers they needed to?
I know.
What? Yeah, so you can feel it.
But I mean, you know, even if they did splash it down, I mean, that's a lot of money being wasted on a rocket, right? You know?
And you're going to tell me
wouldn't have been
there's no fishing
Yeah, go on.
boats. There's no fishing boats or any other boats happened to be nearby when it landed in this water.
And has anybody actually found all this debris with all these rockets ever since whatever the first man went into space? All that time up until the present day, nobody's been able to find any debris of all the thousands of rockets that we sent up in space.
Well, they did actually retrieve some of the F5 rockets from the seabed.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, some of
Some.
the F5 rockets, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they
from stage one, they have managed to retrieve some of them.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Oh, who was it?
What about the
One of
rest
these one of these multi-billionaires actually sort of funded it and retrieved some of them. I can't remember who it was.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
They probably get to keep it as well because it's not in international waters.
Yes, they did. Yes, they got all track photographs.
Yeah, if it's out of international waters, you get.
Oh,
to keep it.
it was her old mate Jeff.
Jeff who?
Jeff Bezos.
Oh, right, him.
Yeah.
Realistically, they probably would have taken them back for the Space Museum anyway.
What was left of them.
Yeah.
Trying to see which Apollo mission it was, but yeah, it was a team that he found. He funded, and in 2012 they had located some F1 engines. I'm trying to see.
Very good.
If they knew which. Oh, here it is. The serial number of one of the recovered engines is Rocketdyne serial number 2044, which is the number 5 center engine from Apollo 11.
Very nice.
So they actually retrieved one of Apollo 11's F1 engines.
Excellent.
Cool. There you go. I knew I remembered reading it somewhere that they found some, or bits and pieces. Oh, not in bad nick either.
So what's next, Terry?
Well, we're not going to sit through 3 hours of this. The original.
Or why don't you just play a little bit of it, perhaps? I don't know, just a little bit, perhaps, just a tiny bit. You have to ask yourself, why isn't the flag flapping, or why isn't that flag, how is it being stowed crumpled like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder why. What are we listening to?
I don't know, that's just the sound.
Sounds like they're trying to start the lunar rover.
Well, that was the end. That was towards the end of it. I forgot.
Oh,
I didn't realise that was right at the end. There we go. On July 20th, 1969, when I was at primary school, we all left our classroom and went to the neighbour's house down the road to watch a black and white telly of this moon landing. I remember it vaguely.
I remember it clearly.
I'm just wondering whether I was conceived about that time.
So men from the planet Earth first set on the moon. This is a restored version of the television broadcast as it was received and distributed to the people of the world. The first 3 minutes contained better images than that were only seen in Australia and New Zealand. The left audio track is NASA's public affairs commentary and communications between Mission Control in Houston and the astronauts at the moon. The right audio track has the Houston flight director's
If you get the main down, I'm going to pull it now.
LOS Columbia.
Correct. Houston, the Mesa came down. All right.
Flight Telcom,
Houston, Roger. We copy. We're standing by for your TV. Capcom flight, verify TV circuit breaker in.
I mentioned it. Let me check.
Houston, this is Neil, radio check. Neil, this is Houston, loud and clear. Break, Buzz, this is Houston, radio check and verify TV circuit
That
breaker
sounds
in.
like Bob. Bob the science guy.
What was he doing there?
Yeah.
Terry, I'll put you something in the internal chat. It's a 13-minute video. I'm sure some have seen it, but not everybody's necessarily seen it. That might be a bit better. It's only 13 minutes, so.
There's a great deal of contrast in it, and currently it's upside down on our monitor, but we can make out a fair amount of detail.
What colour was the black and white telly.
Did you hear me, Terry?
Yeah.
Okay, would you verify
Why aren't we
that
watching this?
Okay, great.
the opening I ought to have on the camera?
Well, it's up to you. You know,
Stand by.
I don't mind.
Okay, yeah.
Poignant bit, obviously.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now. Neil, we can see you coming. Okay, I just checked. Getting back up to that first step. That isn't collapsed too far, but it's adequate to get back up. Roger, we copy. It's a pretty good little jump.
So at this point, he's standing on the pad of the leg, and he jumps up and down just to check from the pad to the first step to see whether he could get back up again.
On the sequence camera. Okay. At the foot of the ladder, the LEM footbeds are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches. Although the surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder. Ground mass is very fine. I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. As the surface is fine and powdery, I can pick it up loosely with my toe. It does adhere in fine layers, like powdered charcoal, to the sole and sides of my boot. I only go in a small fraction of an inch, maybe 1/8 of an inch, but I can see the footprints of my boots and the treads in the fine sandy particles. Neil, this is Houston. We're copying. There seems to be no difficulty in moving around as we suspected. It's even perhaps easier than the simulations of 16G that we performed in various simulations on the ground. Absolutely no trouble to walk around. Okay, the descent engine did not leave a crater of any size. It has about 1 foot clearance on the ground. We're essentially on a very level place here. I can see some evidence of rays emanating from the descent engine, but very insignificant amount. Okay, Buzz, we ready to bring down the camera? I'm all ready. I think it's 2 miles squared away in good shape. Okay. Okay, you'll have to pay out all the LEC. It looks like it's coming out nice and evenly. Okay, it's quite dark here in the shadow and a little hard for me to see that I have good footing. I'll work my way over into the sunlight here without looking directly into the sun.
Flight Capcom.
Okay, it's taut now.
Flight Capcom. Go. Yeah, we show him getting the camera. We haven't heard anything about the contingency samples.
Unofficial time on the first step, 109-2420.
FAO flight.
Go flight.
FAO EVA flight. Okay, I think you're pulling the wrong one. Go ahead. Can we wait a minute or two? I'm just... okay, I'm ready to pull it down now. There was still a little bit anything except the science priority. In the... Okay, don't hold it quite so tight. Okay? Okay.
I wouldn't try and change him that flight.
Okay. Looking up at the limb, I'm standing directly in the shadow now, looking up at Buzz in the windows. And I can see everything quite clearly. The light is sufficiently bright, backlighted into the front of the limb, that everything is very clearly visible. Okay, I'm going to be changing the... okay. Capcom flight.
Go ahead, flight.
As a reminder, checking with EVA FAO here. Perhaps remind him as soon as he tethers the camera, contingency sample.
Will do.
Surgeon from flight.
Go flight.
How do you look?
We're looking fine. Flight data's good. Crew's doing well.
Roger. EMU flight, how are you?
Surgeon says that...
Camera installed on the ICU bracket.
Go ahead, flight.
You look okay?
Surgeon says the crew is doing well. Data is good, crew is doing well.
And I'm still in the LEC on the secondary stretch.
How much time delay between if they're talking back to us on the Earth from them? It'd only be about a few seconds, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it won't be long.
About 3 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's just it takes just over a second for the signal to get there, second and a bit.
Something like 1.6 seconds or something like that.
Roger. Capcom, reminder.
Roger, Neil.
And then we're gonna obviously coming back.
Loud and clear. Let's see, getting some pictures and the contingency sample.
You could hear the delay then. But
35.5 minutes of PLSS time expended now.
Personal life support system.
That work, flight?
Go ahead.
We have uplink when we're on Parks, don't we?
Negative.
Through,
You have uplink, but not through Parks.
that's, yeah, okay.
You're through Goldstone uplink flight.
You're just talking about us then?
Capcom
through
flight.
Parks or through the other place?
Sure he copied that.
I didn't hear what the other place was, Golston or something.
Well, the question was asked about which Apollo mission had the broken fender. It was Apollo 17, by the way.
All right, you're going to get to
I'll put it in the side chat and a link.
Oh, have you? Oh, right. Okay, I didn't realise you were talking about it. Sorry.
Yeah, it was. They used 4 maps, some clips, and some gaffer tape.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Because they were getting covered in dirt.
Yeah.
It didn't do their suits any good. Now that is a very important question, Doorknobhead. I wonder who was the first to fart in their suit on the moon.
Oh, he's moving out of camera shot.
Okay, you're going to get the contingency sample there. Right.
That's it, the contingency sample, just in case it all goes tits up. Quick, grab a little cut sample of the moon surface in case you have to pull you back in.
What, did he grab a rock or did he grab some of the dust?
He took a sample of the soil, and I think he had a special little container that was in like a pocket on his suit. So in case, I mean, I know they weren't there very long, but in case something went drastically wrong, they could at least come back with something rather than just the dust that would be on his suit, you know. Because he's still, I think he's still tethered. Yeah, you can see the tether. He's still tethered at that point. If something went drastically wrong, then Buzz Aldrin could sort of yank him back in.
And the dust was so fine on all over their suit, it was almost like finer than cement dust even.
Yeah, yeah. Although it's a very sharp dust, I think it's a bit like talcum powder, really, really fine.
Yeah. And because of the less gravity, you kick a bit of dust up, it'll just stay suspended longer before it falls back down again.
It's pretty much straight back down, actually.
Yeah, because of the lack of atmosphere.
Yeah.
There's no air resistance to stop it falling back. When you watch them on the later missions bombing around on the lunar rover, you don't get these big rooster tails that hang in the air. It just sort of drops pretty much straight back down.
Yeah, so even the finer bits kind of just drop straight back down again. So like on Earth, you'd get a certain amount of wind, it would carry about a little bit and all the rest of it. But on the moon, there isn't obviously that, so just straight back down again.
Yeah.
Also, I'm looking at one now that appears to have some sort of phoenix.
But yeah, I mean the lunar dust was caused a lot of problems actually for most of the missions.
I mean, you see certainly on the later missions when they were there, and they would take the photos of themselves inside the lunar module without the suits. I mean, they were getting filthy, weren't they? They're getting in a rush.
There was a problem, I think it was on Apollo 15 or it might have been 16, I'm not too sure, but they had this container that were going to put all the samples in. And what it was to keep, they sealed it so that it was kept a vacuum, when they actually bring it back to Earth, it kept the vacuum, so it kept, the samples as it was. But the trouble is, because of all the dust and what have you, it didn't make a proper seal. So the time they actually got it at NASA in the headquarters, obviously all the air and the atmosphere leaked into the samples, so they couldn't do what they were hoping to do, without being exposed to, to the gases of the atmosphere.
Yeah, stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
Good night, Logical. Thanks for letting us watch your video.
Night, Logical. Thank you.
That in the pocket? Yeah, push down. Got it? Now it's not all the way in. Push it. There you go. Engine sample is in the pocket.
Flat
My oxygen is 81%. I have no flags and I'm in minimum flow.
Oh, I see movement over on the limb. What's that moving on the limb over there?
Not sure.
Okay, I got the camera going at 1 frame a second. Okay. And I've got 80%, no flags. Good.
Looked like it was moving, doesn't it? And it's, I don't know,
Yeah.
dangling.
Are you getting a
something.
TV picture
Not sure what it is.
Neil, yes, we are getting a TV
Oh,
picture.
there you go. Yeah, yeah.
Something moved.
Not sure what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Don't know. Let's tell.
Can't figure it out.
A reflection.
Neil,
It looks like a reflection.
We're getting
Does look a bit like a
picture.
reflection, doesn't
At
it?
the present time, we can see the bag on the LEC being moved by.
That looks like it's
Here you go.
No, he said I can
backpack or
see.
something.
Yeah, if you hear what they
See
said,
the
he said I
bag.
can see or hear the bag. Yeah.
It was the bag. The bag, yeah.
Bag.
The bag that had tools in it to take samples and all that kind of stuff, I think. Yeah.
Okay, ready for me to come out? Yeah, just stand by.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Over the handrail.
It was a white bag.
Said you ready for me to come out?
So, yeah, Buzz.
And,
Buzz
Colin
down
stayed
next.
Colin stayed inside the limb, or did he come out as well?
No,
No,
Collins
Colin was in the
up
command module. Yeah, orbiting the moon.
Oh, they- oh,
he
they-
never,
they
he
was
never
in
landed on the
orbit.
moon.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Are you ready?
So he had to be
Okay, so
by.
there's
He had
always
to
a third
go.
crew.
He had to stay out there all by himself,
125 heart rate.
orbiting the moon, while them
Yep.
two are down.
Yes.
down
Yep.
Oh,
here.
what difficulties
Uh-huh.
I was having. I'll try to watch your flip.
Somebody had to.
From underneath
Yeah.
here.
Of course, this now will be Armstrong taking those famous photos of Aldrin coming out and down the ladder.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So, as the risk of danger, if anything happened drastic, the person that was in the orbiter would have been the most safe, because they could have just launched themselves back to Earth. But these two would have had to get back on the LEM and launch off the moon to get back to the orbiter.
Correct.
Yeah.
So they're about to come over
But
the field.
Nixon had 2 speeches ready. He had a speech to contact them via phone and say, "Congratulations, guys, on the job well done." And he also had the opposite speech ready just in case it all went horribly wrong and these 2 guys died. Because that was always a distinct possibility that everything would go wrong and that they would end up dead on the moon's surface or something.
Yeah.
How far are my feet from the Okay, you're right at the
Yeah,
edge
because
of
if
the
they
port.
couldn't launch the LEM off the moon when they were ready to go, that
Correct.
they would have just got stuck.
Well,
there.
that actually very nearly happen, because one of the circuit breaker switches, a little plastic piece off one of the circuit breaker switches broke off. But they managed to stick something in it so the circuit breaker could actually work, and that circuit breaker was for the ascent part, for the engines for the ascent part.
Yeah.
So they couldn't fix it. They would have still been stuck there. Shouldn't laugh, but that was the reality.
Yeah.
But yeah, they improvised and they fixed it.
And of course, as people have pointed out, the main rocket in the ascent stage
with the LEC. Do
Yeah.
you
couldn't be
foresee any
tested.
difficulties in
Yeah.
SRC
So
transfer?
technically, they were the
you know.
first aliens on the moon too.
Yeah. As far as we know.
The sample return containers, the rock boxes that Capcom.
No, I want to back up and partially close the hatch.
So what was the other guy doing inside the LEM the whole time he was outside? Probably getting ready to get out.
Getting ready, I suppose. Yeah.
getting ready and also prepared to haul Armstrong back in case something went wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on the top step and I can look down over the RCU and
Okay, he's coming out now.
Yeah, look, you can see he's making the bag wobble.
It's a very simple matter to hop
Yeah, he's
down
coming
from one
out now.
step to the next.
And there's Buzz.
Yes, I'm going to be very comfortable and And walking is also very comfortable.
There's a series of colour photos that I've got on my Discord channel with him coming down the ladder.
Yeah.
Who took the colour photos?
Armstrong.
Yeah.
He's off to the right hand side. You can't see him, but and they are very famous photos. You'll find that most of the photos of Apollo 11 are of Buzz Aldrin. Taken by
Yeah, they were
Armstrong.
saying he had it ready to take the photos about the camera. He said he's taking them 1 second, 1 frame per second or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, there's several.
Well,
there's several
heard him
photographs
say,
coming all the way down the ladder.
Yeah, I heard him say 1 frame per second. So.
Hey, you got it?
Yeah.
That's a good step. Yep. About a 3-footer.
Well, he just jumped down and then jumped back up again.
Yeah, he just wanted to check to make sure he can get back from the pad up to the step. All right. Neil Armstrong actually did that as well.
The first step, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the step wasn't all the way down.
No.
That was a design flaw.
No, it's not. The reason for that was because they didn't know how soft or how hard the surface was, or how hard they were going to actually land. What they had was the original idea was to have like a hydraulic system as a cushioning, but that was too heavy. So what they did was they had a tube. It was meant to crush. Okay, so depending on how hard they actually hit, it crushed. Okay, so it didn't actually crush that much. So there was quite a height. They were hoping maybe it might have crushed a little bit further. You know, so yeah, that's how they did it. It's like, you know,
Right in this area, I don't think there's much
you hear Neil earlier on saying it hasn't crushed very much. When he crushed a little bit right at the beginning.
Or a rock. Now you can pick it out. Down, it bounces and then. Reaching down, fairly easy. I got my suit dirty at this stage. The mass of the backpack does have some effect in inertia.
Flight EVA. Go. The commander ought to be getting the TV out while Aldrin is doing this activity. Roger.
There's a slight tendency, I can see now, to backwards.
I think he's kind of watching the LMP.
Due to the soft, very soft,
which may be a good thing.
texture. Hey, you're standing on a rock, big rock there now.
So what's the latest talk nowadays for when are they going to go back? Because of that one that I've been hearing where they develop something that's going to go to the moon and then go from that, like the same principle to have an orbiter land on the moon, but do what?
Yeah, the gateway. Yeah, they've given out the contracts to the different modules of this gateway. It's a bit like the ISS, but orbiting the moon, and that's the platform they're going to use to get from that down to the moon's surface. Okay, so they're not going to fly directly to the moon. So basically, that'll be a permanent orbit. So what happened is once the gateway's up and running, they'll fly to the gateway. They'll dock with it. They do what they get out. They do whatever they need to do in the modules. They then get into the lander section, and then they land to the moon from that point, and then redock with it, and then fly back in the original spacecraft. That's the whole idea. But you know that gateway will stay there.
They pitched that from Aliens.
Yeah, I suppose they did, didn't they? Yeah.
Well, they did, because when at the start of the film, when they find Ripley and she's been asleep all those years, the space station she's on in Earth orbit is called Gateway.
Oh, is that where they got the name from? Is it?
Yeah.
All right, okay.
That's Gateway Station. when she's been, when you know, and she utters those immortal words of, you know, have IQ suddenly dropped whilst I've been away.
Yeah. So they were talking about having the gateway finished by the end of 2023, but the thing is that the modules that are being built by these commercial companies are still in development. They haven't even started building them yet. You know, so this is what makes me think that they're going to be really hard pushed to land by 2024. Really hard pushed. I think even 2026, they might just about do it, but realistically, I think it's probably going to be more like 2027, 2028, in my opinion. I could be wrong, and I hope I'm proved wrong.
Well, Trump has just approved an additional bonus to their budget, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's just sort of said, "Oh, you can have some more money to make it happen."
Well, Congress now are debating a bill that will actually completely turn all on its head, is to actually skip the moon landing and go straight for Mars.
Getting ready
apparently.
to move the TV camera now out to its panorama position.
And network just inverted.
Traction seems to make good.
But it makes sense to use the moon as a jumping off point to do any other exploration, whether it be to go to Mars or whatever.
There's a whole lot. There's still a whole lot we need to learn to get there, and not only when we get there, how you're going to operate and all the rest of it. It's still a lot to learn, and they can use the moon really as a kind of a base to actually learn all these things and how they can actually achieve it. So without it, it's going to be that much more difficult. So in my opinion, if we can get back on the moon, we probably can get to Mars quicker. Without doing it, we just don't know. There's so much we don't know.
Mesa seems to be in good shape.
First, they have to figure out how to stop all the moon dust getting into everything.
Otherwise, you.
Yeah, that's something they have been looking into quite a lot, actually. Yeah. The new suits alone uses a material that they think they can actually brush off quite quickly, and even possibly prevent it being clung to in the first place. And that's just the suits. As you see, I'm sure most of you have seen the new Artemis suits, light suit.
Yeah.
And for the first time, when they do land on the moon, they'll be able to actually walk properly instead of like that bunny hop that they have to do or shuffle.
Very small, sparkly.
As we're seeing here.
Fragments are back. They're practically on in places.
And they're talking about, doing an airlock system that will probably be able to suck a lot of the moon dust away before they get back into the main compartments of the lander. Yeah. But there's no news on that yet.
Further analysis.
Flight experiments. Could we get him to repeat that?
While compacts underneath.
Say again? Could we get him to repeat that on his comment on the rock?
Get it go.
Negative. This is Capcom. It sounded to me like he said he thought it was biotite, but he'd leave it for people to figure out. Roger.
Biotite is a brown mica substance.
Okay, Houston, I'm going to change lenses on you.
Roger, Neil. Flight Capcom. It's been about 55 minutes since they started deep rest. I think we ought to give them a LEM status report.
Life support consumables still looking good.
Talk to him. Telcom flight. Go flight. All looking good. That's affirmative. Okay. Control, how about you? Yeah, next time you talk. Okay, Houston, tell me. Get a new picture.
Neil, this is Houston. That's affirmative. We're getting a new picture. You can tell it's a longer focal length lens. And for your information, all LEM systems are go. Over.
For your information, all LEM. I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's a bit exposed, whatever he's carrying in that picture, isn't it?
Yeah. It's slightly overexposed because we wouldn't be able to see him in the dark as easily because we're only just getting the shine off
Yeah,
moonshine or whatever you want to call it.
yeah. I wasn't carrying it, it's just
Roger,
a
we got
suit.
you
I thought I was carrying
four-sided, but
something.
back to one side. For those who haven't read the plaque, we'll read the plaque that's on the front landing gear of this LEM. There's two hemispheres, one showing each of the two hemispheres of Earth. Underneath it says, "Here men from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon, July 1969 AD. We came in peace for all mankind." It has the crew members' signatures and the signature of the President of the United States.
Oh, so that's actually something that was on the LEM carriage they left behind.
Yeah, it's on the landing leg. Yeah.
Oh yeah, on the leg. Yeah. Because obviously that bit was being left behind. So.
Yeah.
I'll get it. No, you're taking TV on them. Touch the LEC there. I'm afraid these lost materials are going to get dusty. Yeah, surface material powdery. I don't know how good your lens is, but if you can touches above. Very much like a very finely powdered carbon, but pretty looking. You pull out some of my cable for me, Buzz? Houston, how close are you able to get things in focus? This is Houston. We can see Buzz's right hand. It's somewhat out of focus. I'd say we were focusing down to probably about 8 inches to a foot behind the position of his hand when he was pulling out the cable. Okay, how's the temperature looking there? Temperature of the camera is showing cold. I'm a little cool. I think I'll take. I'm on intermediate now, Houston, and I show 3.78. No flags, 74. Houston, roger out. And we'll probably need a little distance at back location. Television camera.
Well, this has all been done by Stanley Kubrick. He's done a freaking awful job, hasn't he?
Considering he was known to be a perfectionist, yeah.
Yeah,
he is
exactly.
a perfectionist. He likes to be exactly where he likes to be when he does a movie, so he must have went there too.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He likes to do everything in location. Yeah.
Only he didn't.
One over here underneath the methane engine for the probe first
I think you find that an awful lot of stuff that Stanley Kubrick shot was here in the UK.
Yeah, Alan was telling me about some of the places, some of the places he filmed.
Plenty more.
Minus Y or plus?
Was it Full Metal Jacket or something? One of those movies?
Apparently so, yeah.
I have been to.
Something interesting.
Part of that was filmed at Bassingbourn Barracks.
Yeah, that's it.
When I was in cadets.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe.
And there's also, I think the town they shot up. That's an old gasworks somewhere in London.
Yeah, the gasworks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they had decrepit, falling down buildings and stuff like that they could pretty much destroy it, they will.
The first bit when they're doing the training in supposedly the Marine base, that's Bassingbourne Barracks, because in some of the longer shots you can recognise the buildings in the background quite clearly.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Ladder facing forward, the -Y strut is the landing gear to your left.
Say I am, Buzz. 40, 50 feet. Why don't you turn around and let them get a view from there and see what the field of view looks like. You're backing into the cable. Okay.
Only if they could turn the camera around and we actually had an Earth shot at the same time when they did this, but we didn't.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, at the moment they've got it set so that it's just this kind of distance. It wouldn't show. There you go, that's the limb. Oh, come on, Stanley. Awful camera work.
Okay, I think the field of view is okay. We got to aim it to their...
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yes.
Neil, this is Houston. The field of view is okay. We'd like you to aim it a little bit more to the right, over.
Look, Big Blue's here now.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Blake.
Oh, he hasn't got his mic on yet. Give him a couple of seconds. He probably went over to Discord and noticed we weren't there.
A little bit too much to the right. Can you bring it back?
No, he
left
wasn't
about,
actually. No one's
4 or
over there.
5 degrees.
Look.
Okay, that looks good.
You
Neil.
remember this, Blue?
That looks good. Okay, now.
Absolutely, I do.
Yeah, I do. I was in primary school when we went and watched it at a neighbour's house next to the school.
Looks good to me.
Remember
I wasn't born until a year later.
Yeah.
I'll get a couple panoramas registered.
I didn't know what we were watching. I didn't realise the significance of it back then in primary school.
We'll line you up again when you finish the panorama.
No, but you wouldn't at that age.
You're going too fast on the panorama sweep.
I just thought it was a good thing to get out of school for a little while.
Yeah.
That's probably what I would have thought.
Yeah, watching a movie, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know what it was.
This is a bit boring. Can we go home now?
Yeah, I know. It didn't seem that crash shot.
Taking,
Flight Telcom.
Go.
Network is standing by for post scan if they choose.
just about northeast.
I had just finished my freshman year of college.
Well, we've got a beautiful picture, Neil.
Jeez, you're older than I thought you were, Blue.
How old you? I'm trying to work out freshman year college. What, 18?
Okay,
or
another
too
good
young.
one.
What age were you there then, Blue? Then you finished your freshman year. Blue.
Okay, we've got that one.
He's probably getting the abacus out to work it
this
out.
one's right down south, straight west. And I want to know if you can see an angular rock in the foreground.
Roger, we have a large
We see an angular rock in the foreground.
and looks like a much smaller rock, a couple of inches to the left of it, over.
Right, and then on beyond it, about 10 feet, is an even larger rock that's very rounded.
I think given the month I was born, I think that's probably
rock is
conceived about a month
the
before this
closest
happened.
one to you is about sticking out of the
okay.
sand about
Because I was born in
about a foot and a
1970.
half long.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're only a baby.
What month?
Oh yeah.
What month? What month in 1970, Farmer's Boy?
April.
Roger.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't the first.
Oh,
was
you're
it?
older than me then.
Wasn't the first.
You're older than me then.
No, it wasn't the first. No, thankfully.
I wasn't born until July. So.
The table out. The bag deployed.
We got this view, Neil.
Straight south.
Roger, and we see
I
the
fancy
shadow
the
of the
primary
lamp.
school I went to go.
And the hill,
Didn't have a TV that we could use.
the little hill
We had to
just
go
beyond
to
the
the
shadow
neighbour's
of the
house to
limb
watch it.
is a
That's what I
pair
thought was
of
weird.
elongate craters about
So, Terry, you remember how you were reading before that Australia and New Zealand got
some more work in there later.
a better picture than America with
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
So a lot of that actually has to do with the way the cathode ray tubes were set up in Australia in compared to America.
Roger, we see Buzz going
Really?
about his work.
Yeah, in Australia,
For a final orientation, we'd
our
like it to
pixels
come
were
left
pixels.
about 5
So
degrees
we had
over.
little dots, where in America they had lines.
Yeah.
So one of their lines was equivalent to 3 of our
back to the right
dots.
about half as much.
So we actually had a higher resolution screen in Australia than they had in America. So when it was transmitted in Australia, the image was of a higher quality.
That looks good to me.
Okay, that looks good there, Neil.
So we were a bit more advanced than Americans were with the TV.
It was a different system. We had PAL and they had, I think it was called C-Scan or something along those lines at
1
the
hour,
time.
7 minutes time expended.
And it's just two different types of TV technology. A bit like if you want to say beta or VHS. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. Ours had a higher picture quality. Theirs was less likely to have vertical hold and horizontal hold problems.
I think we had a similar thing over here in the UK.
Yeah, I'm
The
pretty sure.
TV quality over here was always far superior to what the Americans had.
Yeah.
Buzz,
Can we get our consumables?
Buzz is erecting the solar wind experiment now.
I don't have a vacant channel. Are you still on the nominal? We drop a little
Solar
below
wind.
nominal on the LMP during the time.
You're going to fart.
There we go. That answers that question that was asked earlier on. Although we don't actually know who did it first.
Small depressions, big spots, and you tend to think, oh, maybe 2 or 3 inches.
Oh, that question's always answered. Yeah, he was shooting that. Who took that photo when there's 2 of them there? Think about it, for Christ's sake.
As we just watched and listened to Armstrong setting that camera up.
Yeah.
A little while ago.
Exactly.
It's the same person, spaceman, that's outside taking pictures of the stars for me.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He's out there at the moment pushing the button on the camera.
And has he got 3 legs? Has he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Funny that.
Is very cohesive, and it will retain a.
Isn't that the thing we say about these flashes? They'll just cherry pick somebody. They'll get something and just have an image and go, look, there's something wrong with this image. Yeah, but where'd you get the image from? Oh, it's from 3-hour footage of something that we're sitting here watching part of. But that's not the point. Look at this image.
I just loved it when Mythbusters did their full episode of the moon landing debunking episode, where they actually spent the time to set up a lunar rocket landing probe model, all of the surface of the topography of the moon in that photo, to the point that they actually got the lunar surveys so that it was as closely matched as possible. Set up the sun in the same location as it would have been when the image was taken, and the shadows remarkably looked identical to the picture. You know, it was almost the blink test as it would be. You know, it was perfect. And it all had to do with the topography of the moon, where the lander was and where the camera was, and the angle of the sun. It all together, mixed together to create these weird shadows and effects that they said could only happen if there was multiple light sources.
Sorry for coughing, everyone.
That's all right, I'll do it again.
Flight 35 mark, go. They're working pretty well along the predicted. Roger.
Pip, why are you saying lost in the chat?
What's what?
It started with me saying. It
Because
started
I
with
went
me
away.
saying.
Yeah.
It started
Back,
with me
front,
saying
close.
back.
Back,
Oh,
front,
back
left.
front, back front.
Plus, I just completely changed my bed and I'm catching up. I've stripped the bed, put new David cover and everything on while you were gabbing.
Yeah, while you're being gabbing, people landed on the moon.
Yeah.
Shit, missed again.
Hey, Pip, if you're making beds, my doona cover's dry now. Would you mind helping me get my doona in my doona cover?
No, because I've just put a bloody king size on.
Well, I can't do it myself.
1 a week's enough.
I end up stuck inside my doona cover.
1 a week? Blimey, you're posh.
Columbia, this is Houston, AOS, over.
Well, I'll get 3 dogs sleep on mine as well, so it gets a bit
Oh, you
mucky.
see, I have a cat that sleeps on mine, but I have a little handheld Dyson with a spinny head.
Alright.
And I use that to hoover all the cat hair up.
Yeah, 3 mucky dogs. It doesn't stay clean very long.
Oh.
You change
No, I
it-
just
you
have
change-
to worry about hair. It's not. I don't have to worry about mud.
I only changed my bed clothing on my birthday. Well, you know, I need-
45 minutes.
Your birthday.
Hey,
Yeah, about the same day I had my bath.
What's
Casual.
your name? Nanny Og.
Casual. You mean you change your
Acquisition, Columbia.
Columbia, now again, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, reading you loud and clear, over.
This is Houston reading. Yeah, radio loud and clear. How's it going?
Roger, the EVA is progressing beautifully. I believe they're setting up the flag now.
Great.
I guess you're about the only person around that doesn't have TV coverage of the scene.
That's all right. I don't mind a bit. How is the quality of the TV?
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
Oh, geez, that's great. Is the lighting halfway decent?
Yes, indeed. They've got the flag up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface.
Look at that wind blowing the flag.
Look at that.
Terry,
Well,
stop
that's
it.
that solar wind experiment, Terry. That's it. The solar wind experiment
Yes,
that
the
they
solar
said.
wind.
So they shoved
Yeah,
it in
solar
the ground.
wind.
They just all they've done is just grabbed it and shoved it in, and what's it going to stay there?
Yeah.
Isn't this when the bottom of the flagpole broke or something like that? That the
Not that I'm aware of.
He's going to take a photo of him now.
so the first time that they stuck it in the ground, he's having troubles to get it in the ground. Initially they had this a setup that would go in like a beach sand type setup, but because of where they landed the lander, it was a rockier area, so the sand wasn't deep enough for the flagpole to go into. So I think Neil he pulled the bottom section off or something like that and hammered it into the ground and then put the flagpole in.
All right.
Tell him to move out of the way so we can see what he's doing.
Yeah, Neil.
How rude.
Honestly,
Get out of the way.
you can't get the staff, can you?
No, bloody astronauts.
Bloody couldn't hear about it.
Yeah, why didn't he stand on the other side?
I've overplayed pilots.
Okay, mission accomplished. We shoved the flag in. Take a photo. Take some happy snaps.
It's not moving.
That's because they've turned the air conditioning off.
Yeah.
See, I told you, we got flags up there. You guys leave our damn moon alone. It's ours.
Blue, we've told you those flags are white now and the French have taken over.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, the French
Guarantee
landed.
those-
The French landed and they surrendered straight away.
Guarantee those flags have got no colour on them whatsoever.
I've got a thought experiment for you. If we're on where we are on Earth, and if we were looking at where they landed, would they be upside down or the right way up?
Com check. Must be talking. Who? The crew.
That's a good
You're
question.
pretty
It
much
doesn't matter.
looking down on
This is Houston
top of
radio
it.
check over. All right,
Well, the land in the Sea of Tranquility. Hang on, I'll see if I can find the plot of where it is.
There wouldn't be too much of an angle. I think there would be a little bit, but not much.
I just thought it'd be a good thought experiment to think how we'll work it out.
Do you know what's incredible is when you look at one of the iconic photos that Armstrong took of Aldrin standing next to that flag, and when you zoom in, you can see Aldrin's face looking out of the visor. I'm just looking at it now on the other screen.
Want to go ahead?
It's a hell of a photograph.
Let's wait just a minute or so more.
And we got some colour photographs to look at in a minute when we finish up with this.
Oh, I can show you. Yeah, I've downloaded all of the Apollo photos off their Flickr website. I've got 1,351 for Apollo 11.
Well, the camera stays in this one position and they walk around for the rest of the shot. They're just walking around, doing things.
You're in our field of view now.
Yeah, the camera stays there for the rest of it
You do
now.
have to be rather careful to keep track of where your center of mass is. Sometimes it takes about 2 or 3 paces to make sure that.
We'll watch another couple of more minutes of this and then we'll look at some pictures. Blue, you missed out on the best bit of the show. We were talking about the moon was made of cheese.
What?
Stop.
Yeah. Well, the position of the landing, if you draw an equator, as if we're looking at the from the northern hemisphere, if you drew a line straight across the middle, it's slightly to the right of center and down from the equator if you drew a line. So slightly to the right, in the Sea of Tranquility.
So-called kangaroo hop does work, but it seems.
So Terry, you want to know what angle that they would be on if we were looking at them from here in Australia?
Yeah. If you and I were looking at it from where we are,
we'd be looking down on their heads.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, because it's almost right in the middle, literally.
That's why it'd be hard to try to get a telescope to try to look to see where the flag is, then, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You're
So you
to
can
try to find it.
If you use Google, is it Google Space or whatever it is, that Google Moon?
Google Pro, yeah, I got Google Pro moonshots.
Yeah, so if you use the moonshot, you can zoom right in onto the Sea of Tranquility, and you can actually see where the sites are. You can't quite get in close enough to see footprints or anything, but you can still see the leftover debris that's still there.
Yeah, and some of the missions from the
You mean they left rubbish behind? They didn't clean their mess up?
Yeah, they did.
They didn't bring anything home, Terry. They left as much as they could.
Wow.
Yeah, the lunar rovers, obviously the descent stage that was left behind, and you could, in fact, in some of the LRI pictures, you can see the tracks of the rover and even the footprints.
Yeah. Ironically, of the 6 missions that landed, the one flag that isn't still standing is this one.
Well, they stuck it a little too close.
Yeah. The engine exhaust when they took off again knocked it over apparently.
Yeah.
The flag went over.
Yeah, because this one wasn't very deep into the surface of the moon.
Well, why didn't they put the flag a bit further away?
Because they didn't think about it. You know? No, it wasn't really that important in the grand scheme of things.
For every American, this has to be the proudest.
Oh, the Nixon phone call.
Yeah.
And for people all over the world, I am sure they
I'll be back, Terry. Just gonna go check the camera.
in recognizing
The phone call that Flurfers can't understand how it was done.
what you have done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They talk
because
about
you
it
don't.
like
And Control have been speaking to these astronauts all
It's
the
not-
time.
Yes, because Nixon died 0800 786 Moon, didn't he?
It's not.
It inspires us to
And
redouble
got
our
through to
efforts
Neil.
to bring
Yeah.
peace and tranquility to Earth.
When you listen
Hello,
to it, it's not a
operator. Can I-
conversation. It's a diatribe by Nixon.
In the whole history of man,
Yeah, exactly.
all
Yeah,
the
that's all it is.
people on this Earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you
Well,
have done,
there's never been a
and
cover
one
up in
in
one
our
house.
prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
We have things called phone patches, and it's easy to connect the telephone lines to a radio transmitter. No problem.
Yeah.
It's a great honor and privilege for us to
Yeah.
be here representing not only the United States, but
I've run 1,000 of those things for people. Never for anybody on the moon, but
with interest in the
You haven't tried to dial the moon lately.
and
no.
vision for the future. Honor
If
for
you get a
us to be
busy
able to
signal, let me know.
participate here today.
No, my service
Thank you
provider
very
didn't
much,
have
and I
moon
look
coverage.
forward, all of us look forward to seeing you on the Hornet on Thursday.
This service has been discontinued since
Look forward to
1972.
that very much, sir.
Yeah, the party you're trying to reach
Columbia,
has
this is
hit
Houston,
himself
over.
and flown off the surface.
Loud clear, Houston. Roger, I've got a P-22 auto optics pad for you.
He's got a P22, did you say? Not a P1000 now.
Roger, go ahead. Roger, P-22, landmark ID, LEM.
No, P1000.
Yeah, they didn't use Nikon, did they?
Flight network.
26.
We've broken down the prime circuit. And
I'm sorry, we don't do
T2.
Nikon. We're a Hasselblad family.
110, 3206, 3 miles south. Time of closest approach, 1103340.
EVA. Looks
Shaft
like we're about 26 behind at this
353 decimal 855. Trunnion
EMU flight.
46 decimal 495. Roll 0.
Flight EMU.
Pitch
How you doing?
250.
Back in our consume with a little
Yaw
bit of
0.
Find out where we
Over.
are. Come up the bulk samples, right? Say again, please. We're back on bulk samples. Affirmative. Okay, we'll get back with you to find out.
Roger, thank you. Back now required.
Of course.
Roger, out.
Phenomenal. We'll get back with you in that. Right.
Houston, it's very interesting to note that when I kick my foot, this material with no atmosphere here and it's gravity. They seem to leave, and most of them have about the same angle of departure and velocity. Where I stand, the large portion of them will impact at a certain distance out. Several
Columbia's approaching the limit of
certain percentage, of course, that will impact different regions out, but so it's highly dependent upon
It keeps going in the same way.
initial trajectory upwards determines where most of the priority of the particle comes down like the terrain. Roger, Buzz, and break, Columbia, this is Houston. When you track out of high gain antenna limits, request Omni Delta.
Okay,
Omni
we still
Delta,
got
over.
about 15 to 20 minutes on the end of this 240. And we've got a good nominal usage rate now. It's just that we're behind is all. 15 to 20
I've
over
noticed
above the
several
240.
times in
That's
going
right.
from the sunlight into the shadow that just as I go in, I catch.
Oh, that'll do for now. I'll put the link to this video over in Discord if anyone wants to look at it or keep it or...
Yeah, that'd be great, Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've kept it for a while, this one. It took me a while to find it. Not easy to find. I'll put it in other vids for now. Go. Okay, you can have the screen now if you've got some nice colour photos to show of something.
Oh, yes.
What about that? All right, don't worry.
Oh,
It's
what?
okay.
Sure.
Well, while he's getting that ready, have you got something else to go?
No, it was that video, but it's 13 minutes anyway, so it's all right. Let's see some photographs because photographs are always good to look at.
Yeah.
And the ones from Flickr are great. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you seeing this?
Yes, we are seeing that.
Yeah.
So we watched from the camera on the descent module. Armstrong had came down. This is Aldrin coming out. Now, if you look, you can see the cable sneaking down the side. That's the safety cable that was attached to Armstrong in case anything went wrong.
Right.
So that Aldrin could yank him back in. Now, what I'll show you now. This is the cleaned up photo, because what you should see next is what was actually taken. That's what he took.
Wow.
Yeah. So this shows one of the problems they had on the moon surface of taking photos. You know, it wasn't very easy to adjust settings and such like. So that there are actually now. So that's the cleaned up version. That's Buzz Aldrin sort of backing out, and then we'll have the original, and you can see the difference. But this is the whole sequence. This is look, Armstrong's got bored. He's waiting for him, so I'll take a photo of something else instead. You know, and you can see there. That's the probe that was attached to 3 of the 4 landing feet. They were 6 foot long probes, and the idea was that when the probe hit the moon surface, that lit up a light on the dashboard to sort of say you've made contact, and then you shut the rocket engine off. In fact, if we go back.
And you'll actually see when you hear in the radio as well, just before they landed, you know, if you remember, everybody listened to it, they say contact light.
Contact.
Well, that's it.
That's what they're referring to. Now, you can see there, you can sort of see where some of the surface dust has been blown away immediately under the engine. But it as Casual has said, it wasn't a particularly powerful rocket engine, you know, and it behaved nothing like it does here on Earth. Let's scroll through. So that's probably one of the most famous photos they took in those sort of couple of hours that they were there.
Oh, do you know that conspiracy that's going around? Oh, sorry, Blue, go on.
What was involved in cleaning these photos up? I mean, what did they do to
them? Pass. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But see, that's the difference. That's the original. That's what Armstrong took, and then that's what NASA. But what NASA have done on their Flickr album is they've said, look, here are the originals, which is like that one, so they showed you what the original looked like, and then what they've cleaned it up to.
Oh, so you're saying that they're completely open and honest about the cleaning up of the photos?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Some of these photos, they've basically put up pretty much every photo they took, and some of them are absolutely useless. They show nothing, or there's so much glare.
Literally, there's 1 or 2 photographs when you even see a picture of one of the astronauts' sleeve completely out of focus, you know, but they still put it up.
Now, let me show you what I think is probably...
Oh, right. Yeah. They have accidental shutter releases and all the usual shit that goes on when you got a camera.
Yeah, I've seen some photos of ones that they didn't
we saw
even
them putting the flag up, and Armstrong was taking photos of Buzz Aldrin standing in front of the flag. Well, if we zoom in, there he is.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it?
I mean, how cool a photo is that? You can actually see him staring back at Armstrong and smiling for the camera.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Yeah, but like I say, some of these photographs, if we here's another famous one. There's the Earth.
Well, there's like I was saying, there's even an album of ones that are either out of focus or they've got inclusions, they've got lens flaring in them.
There you go.
Yeah, they're ones like that.
Yeah, they're all mixed in. They're not even in separate albums. They're all mixed in with the albums. If you look
So
at Flickr,
and they've actually tried to clean these up as well. So that's the
Yeah.
and they've tried to adjust the levels and crop it a little bit, but it's pretty much a useless photo.
Yeah.
And they've included, there are 1,351 photos here that you can go to their Flickr album and download everything from Apollo 7 through to Apollo 17.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can see just how rubbish some of these photos are. I mean, look at that.
Oh, still beats the hell out of the shit Travis takes.
Yeah.
And this is a brilliant sequence. So whilst these two guys are sort of strolling around on the moon's surface, of course, Michael Collins is feeling particularly lonely.
Can you hit the little
And here
circle
comes-
thing down on the bottom to rotate it?
Well,
he had nothing better, did he?
That's how it was
Farmer,
taken.
can you put the?
But this is how he actually took it.
So
He took
the
it
sun's-
sideways.
Yeah, the sun's to the
Yeah.
left.
The
Yeah,
sun's
he
off
did-
to the left, and this is him coming. This is him orbiting the moon, and that was the Earth
Oh,
coming
right,
out from
okay.
behind it.
I get you.
So that was
He couldn't just orient that spacecraft any way he wanted it. He had to keep it antenna aligned.
All right.
Yep.
So that was it.
Mm-hmm.
So he was
Wow.
flying around taking all of these photos of the moon.
That thing's not flat.
And then, I mean, there you go. Look how useful are these photos. These are the photos he took, but there's very little that you can see. And just some take one at random. There you go.
Well, the moon's not
Yeah,
flat.
he was
that's
trying
for
to
sure.
get pictures of future landing sites and stuff if he could.
Yeah.
They were giving him constant information about.
Some elliptical craters. Look, that Flurfers sometimes claim doesn't exist on the moon.
Yep.
Yeah, and the photos that they point to that says, "See, all the craters are circular," has 3 or 4
No, they're
elliptical
not.
frigging craters in it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
There's plenty.
Here we go.
I mean, these shots here, right? The Flurf is actually saying, "Oh, look at this, taken from the surface of the moon." It wasn't taken from the surface of the moon.
Michael
It bloody
Collins.
wasn't. It's all out. Look, it's all out of perspective because it wasn't taken from the surface. You muppet.
I think we must have jumped now to when the asset module's coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, that's
There's
it. No, that's the module going down.
Going away, yeah. That's
Yeah,
Eagle
this-
going. Yeah.
This is
You can see
this
the
is
legs.
the order that NASA have. You can see the quality
put
of
them
some
in.
of these photos. You can see the glare of the sun coming in and screwing the shot up.
Yeah.
The blood's
They're-
rushing
they're
to
the
their head.
clothes.
They're upside down.
There is no upside down. Oh, this is them. This is. Oh, look at this.
This is them coming back, yeah.
This is them coming back, and Earth is coming up in the background.
That's a
Yeah,
great
they
shot, that one.
Seem to be missing the bottom part.
Yep, left that behind.
You don't need that bit. We're not going to land
Yeah.
again.
Yeah. They left a few things that they didn't mean to leave.
What, they didn't mean to leave? Like what?
I think they left one of the Hasselblads got left behind on one of the missions.
Oh, did they by accident? Oh, I didn't know that. All right, okay.
Yeah, I think they
As long as he
took it
didn't
out
leave
of
his
his spell
car
check
keys.
or
As
something.
long as he didn't leave his car keys behind, it's all right.
Yeah.
You'll go home and open his front door and go, "Oh shit! I left the keys on the moon."
Yeah.
Got to go back.
So that looks pretty much like the last photos they took before. It was like, yep, let's get ready and actually come home properly.
You got a photo of what was
But
on
yeah.
the leg of the lem?
Yes, hang on. There is. They took some photos of the little tank that was on there.
Yeah, there's a few. Yeah. Try and get the colour ones if you can, Farmer's Boy. Comes out clearer.
There we go.
One on the right's probably better.
That's the
Let's
plaque.
have a look. There's a.
Yeah, I wanted to see
Yeah,
that.
there's better ones.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I've never
Yeah, there you
seen
go.
that.
That's the better one there. Yeah.
So there it
Try and
was.
zoom in a little bit. There you go.
Oh, they're those Photoshop crosses that magically turned up, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, what the ones that were etched on a piece of glass inside the camera?
Yeah, they're the ones.
Those ones, yeah.
Yeah. There's a name for them, and I can't remember what it is.
Focus.
Yeah,
There is a specific. There's a specific name for them. So it was after the lens, but before the film. So it was.
Yeah.
They were printed on every single photograph. There is a name for it.
Hang on, I'll cheat, but I can get the name.
Just Google it.
Oh, it's actually in a document that I was reading earlier.
Ah.
So is that film that we just watched prove that the moon's not made of cheese?
I think so.
I think it does. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Otherwise, they'd be eating it, wouldn't they?
Yeah. No, I think if the launcher of that weight, Terry, was to land on cheese, it would squash in a lot further.
But that could have been Parmesan cheese. See, Parmesan cheese has that texture.
I don't know. That doesn't look like a footprint in cheese to me.
Yeah, Parmesan cheese.
So the moon hoax's claim about that footprint is that the only way you could keep the footprint and it'll keep its shape is because if it was moist. But the thing was, what they don't understand is
you do that in cement dust and your footprint will stay there.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason for that is because the moon dust is very jagged in shape, so it's a bit like flour. If you tread in flour, it'll hold its shape. But it's not like sand, because dry sand is, if you look at sand particles, they're very rounded and smooth.
Yeah.
So dry sand doesn't hold its shape. So that's what they're saying. So it's all jagged and horrible, and that's why it all clings together like that, and that's what holds its shape.
But yeah, if anybody, go on.
That combined with the fact that it's 1/6 as much gravity trying to
exactly
collapse it.
And no wind.
And no wind.
No wind.
Particularly for anybody out in the peanut gallery, if you want to look at these photos yourself, NASA have albums on Flickr, and you can go all the way from Apollo 7, and there's only 307 photos, and you can go up to Apollo 17, that has 3,685 photos.
Yeah, that was a long mission.
Including such famous ones as that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
And oh yes, that has not been photoshopped in.
Yeah, that's the famous one they love to use.
Travis was definitely involved in that one.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, definitely worth.
And Paul on the plane, as well as Apollo 17, was the one that brought up the Apollo 17 flag was wet. Because it looked wet, but the thing was, it's made of nylon, so it's kind of like got that shiny sort of stuff like silk. So when you crumple up silk, it's got these patches where it looks darker because of the shadow and all the rest of it. Yeah, you go.
What you mean this one?
This one, that's the one. Yeah, and he claimed that was wet. Yeah. So if you look at the blue parts, that's where he was, the kind of lighter parts between the light and the dark. There you go. He was focused on this and saying the little shadows there, that's wet, apparently. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So most of these flags were severely crumpled because they had them made as a batch, didn't they? And they were basically all packed away. And when it come to the next mission, they just grabbed the next one and sort of stuck it on. You know?
And the other thing is they weren't folded up like your traditional flag would be folded up. They were literally crumpled up to take up the smallest amount of room as possible.
Absolutely.
And when that top spring-loaded arm comes down hard against the pole, and the flag itself is concertinaed up a bit like a napkin or something along those lines, so that when it when it flings up, the whole flag unfurls nicely, as regimental as possible. They were crumpled up, like I said, to take up the smallest amount of room because room was of a premium in the capsule.
I mean, look, you can see where it'd been folded up for so long that those major creases have just sort of stayed in it.
That's right. Yeah. Originally, the guys that actually designed it and put it all together, the flag, originally it was meant to be straight and flat, but actually it was the astronauts that said no, that doesn't look realistic. We want it crumpled, so they redesigned the shape of it so that it went along that top pole, so it was crumpled up, so it looked like it was waving, a little bit more realistic. That's the story behind it. Yeah.
Oh, and as I've just found the photo, we had the question about the broken mudguard.
Oh yeah,
dust guard. There it is.
That was 17, wasn't it, Farmer's Boy?
That's Apollo 17. That's maps, gaffer tape, and a couple of spring clips.
Yeah.
Did they get the license plate
as you
of the
can,
driver?
Problem was that because it was broken, it was throwing all the dust up, and it was basically hitting the poor bugger who was sat there. And you can see that he's already getting in a bit of a state. The dust and the dirt was getting thrown everywhere. And the problem with these suits was that if you got covered in dust and dirt, it raised the surface temperature of the suit and put more load on the cooling system. So,
Farmer's Boy, have you got the photo of Cernan inside the space capsule covered in dust? Have you got that one?
Hang on, let's.
I'm sure it's there somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, let me.
What do they need an umbrella for?
That's their wok, Terry.
Yeah,
So
they fried stuff in it.
They pointed that at the sun and cooked all their meals in.
Yeah, fried
He's
chicken.
in here somewhere. It just takes some finding because there
I
are
know.
3.5
hundreds. I know. Sorry, putting you in a
No,
bit.
that's
of
all
pressure.
right. It's just a matter of scrolling through it until I can. I know the one you
Can see
mean.
it. Yeah.
I'm sure I know the one you mean.
Of course you know the one I mean.
Yeah, he's all covered in dust.
Yeah.
Just waiting for my computer.
I'm
to
full
catch up.
sure most of us have seen it, but not necessarily in the peanut gallery. They might not have
Yeah.
seen it before.
So the rumours and that of the lunar dust being so abrasive that it was causing problems, like not only with the optics but with the integrity of the suits and all of that type of stuff. Is that
Well,
true,
they weren't
or-
worried about it. It didn't interfere with the integrity of the suit so much, but it caused a lot of other problems with the equipment.
Yep.
But they were more concerned about obviously the abrasive effect on the actual human skin as well. That's what they were concerned about too.
How many gigabyte of photos have you got?
Oh Jesus!
Hang on. Let's have a look. Apollo 17 takes up 16.7 gig.
Wow.
That's just 17.
That's just 17. I've got to go the other way.
So
Where is-
did
come on,
you-
where are you?
Don't worry, Farmer's Boy. You can't find it. Don't worry about it.
No, it's in here somewhere.
Farmer's Boy, did you ask Gleam to borrow his server for that, or?
No, strangely enough, I didn't.
Well, when I get my external hard drive, I'm going to do what Farmer's Boy done, is download it all. That's what I'm going to do. That's why I haven't got the room at the moment.
Well, I've got a spare 1 terabyte. Ah, there you
There we go.
go.
There he is.
Let's find one that's possibly in focus.
Bit clearer.
Oh, look at the state of him.
Yeah. You can see it all over his face because it got inside the capsule. Yeah. So
Looks a lot like George Nanchik, doesn't he?
There you go.
Yeah, he does.
There you go. That's a better one.
Yeah.
He looks like he's just come out of a coal mine. You know what I mean? He's got that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, of course, any dust on the outside of their suit, they're going to bring it inside with them, aren't they? And then they've got to get out of their suits. And I mean, look, filthy, absolutely filthy.
I've heard Flurfers say, "Oh, how did he get it on his face? Because he's got a space helmet on." Oh God.
Yeah. What happens when you take your jumper off with an ice cream spilt all over it?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, there's what's his name?
Schmidt.
Oh, I've forgotten his Schmidt. That's it.
Look, it says so. Schmidt.
Yeah. Oh, you can read. Well done.
That's cheating. You should have covered that bit up.
Yeah, don't bloody read. Stop it. Stop using logic for me.
Sorry.
You and your bloody common sense. Shut up.
It shows you actually they had a fair amount of room inside that thing for two guys, but they had sort of a hammock and a bed, so one slept in a hammock one way and the other guy sort of slept lower down the other way. But it was still it was a decent size.
Yeah, I mean they were there for quite a while. That was the longest mission. Yeah. Oh, there's the test card. Yeah.
That's always the test card at the end of it. But yeah, he's in there. Yes, I've got a spare 1 terabyte hard drive in this PC, and that's basically my Apollo file takes up just under 60 gig. That's Apollo 7 through to Apollo 17. And these are all separate albums. You sort of have to zip them up, download them, zip them up, download them. But I thought I've got them on the PC. I know exactly where they are, where I can find them. And strangely enough, Apollo 13, there really aren't that many photos.
So have you seen there's a group of individuals that are actually putting back together one of the Apollo computers? So
yes, I've seen a YouTube video about it. Yeah.
So they've they've scrounged parts from NASA and other garage sales, boot sales, and all over the place, and they're trying to assemble a fully operational Apollo computer. They're at the point now that they can actually turn it on, start it up. They've got, I think, last video I saw, they had 75% of the computer together and working, but they're still missing. They had to make their own display because they haven't been able to find one of the original displays.
That's it.
But they can program it and all of that type of stuff. So
who's this guy? Blue Marble Science. Oh, some guy with a few subscribers.
Yeah, I'm just lining him up.
It's just some bloke with this voice, you know.
Yeah. that is that hillbilly, isn't it? Or something? I don't know.
Hillbilly Blue Balls, or whatever it is that twat calls it. Oh,
hey.
That woke him up.
Oh, speaking of the devil.
How to invoke Big Blue.
Okay, Peanut Gallery, I've got a few here for you.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, don't poke the monkey.
Or poke the gorilla, you mean?
Yeah.
Or is that the donkey? I'm not sure which.
I'm not poking the donkey.
Don't poke Gladys. Yeah.
Sure, don't poke Gladys.
I tell you now, Gladys doesn't like it.
No.
So in order from
what,
1 to 1, 2, 3,
have
4,
you tried,
5, 6.
What's that last one, Terry?
Well, that's what I'm going to put out to the Peanut Gallery. So from 1 to 6, we've got Blue Marble number 1 Flat Earth Killer. 2, Bob the Science Guy Part 1. We've got a Mr. Sensible Simon Dan versus Mr. Sensible.
Same one.
Another Mr. Sensible Simon Dan. Oh, is that the same one?
The same one.
The same one.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, same one. Close that one down.
How did I get a double?
You're over proficient. That's why.
Okay. Another Mr. Sensible Sunspot Solar Radiation.
Rotation.
And another Mr. Sensible Lunar Orbit, frankly, UK totally busted. So that's only 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So voting now. Only 1 vote per customer.
How much of a delay have we got between us and YouTube? Oh, blimey, quite a bit.
Casual, you're not counted.
What? Oh, right, so Peter's allowed to, is he? Peter's voted.
Yeah, but I just followed suit.
Oh, right, yeah, half a second after me. Okay.
Yeah. I had it already typed in. I was waiting until someone else hit the button.
Blue,
first.
I think there's some bias going on here.
Seems as though.
Yeah, see, Mippet's saying Blue.
There you go. Yeah. Maldonado, he's saying number 1 as well. Uno. Blue first.
Yeah, but if you look at the YouTube
Dora's voted
stream,
all of them.
Oh, shit.
Still showing the
Shit.
plaque on the
Blue's
leg.
video just broke. I can't get it going.
Liar.
I just lost
Liar.
it.
Liar.
Are your pants on fire?
Yeah.
I think they
Stick your
might
head in
be.
the stuck your head in the tumble dryer.
Etc. Etc.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like we're going to have to play blues first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even Carl said Baloo.
And he's not even heard the question yet. Because
Blue,
YouTube is so far
Blue, do
behind
you mind
us.
if they play yours first?
I guess that's okay with me.
Does he mind? Does he
Oh.
mind?
These and other bloody stupid questions will be asked next week.
Blue sounded like you are there. Blue, you sounded like you are there.
We did a bit.
All right.
All right with me.
I'm doing
What
my
eggs?
Eeyore. That's my Eeyore impersonation. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
okay. If you have to.
Play.
Play. Oh, okay.
Play, please.
Play.
Play, please.
No one in the peanut gallery said play.
They will.
Muppet's too slow today.
Yeah, but there's the peanut
12,
gallery is several minutes
11,
behind us.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and now.
Play. Casual.
Thanks, Casual. Shh, good job.
When do I get that fiver, Peter?
Yeah, later, mate.
Okay, Mippet had to. Thanks, Mippet.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Blue Marble Science. Behold, the #1 flat Earth killer. Say goodbye to the flat Earth.
Bye.
Bye. You know, Quantum Racer takes credit for the badly flawed flat Earth black swan argument. I got a feeling when we're done with him today, he will never have even heard of a swan, much less a black swan. In fact, he won't even know what the color black is. Bend over, Huey, and hold on. I'm about to park that black swan of yours where the sun doesn't shine.
Now, if you see this argument, let's go to this. If you see this argument presented by anyone in any other form than what I am going to lay out and did lay out before, that is word for word, including this modus tollens, with the exact same photo, it is not the argument.
Here's the so-called black swan theory. We've already gone over this. If you're interested, pause the video and you can read this. Basically, what Quantum Eraser has done is tried to use this badly distorted screen capture from a video to prove that the Earth is flat. Now we're going to figure out exactly how he did that and what's wrong with his argument. Quantum Eraser invokes the modus tollens argument. Now this comes out of propositional logic, and it's formally written that way. It simply means if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Let me give you an example that they use. If an angle is inscribed in a semicircle, that's P. The angle must be a right angle. That's Q. The angle is not a right angle, Q. Therefore, the angle is not inscribed in a semicircle, P. That's the way it should work. It's pretty easy, huh? How could you screw that up? Well, it's Quantum Eraser, and that boy could screw up an anvil with a rubber hammer. Let's see how he did it. Here's Elmer Fudd's argument. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, the geometric horizon can be no more than 1.22 miles from an observer at a 1 foot elevation. That's Q. Okay, no problem so far. The apparent horizon is more than 9 miles from a 1-foot observer. Well, that's got to be R. Wait a minute, QE. There's no R in modus tollens. Where did you get that from? Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere, P. We got a couple of problems here. First of all, fail number 1. That is a false equivalence of the geometric and apparent horizons. We do not see the geometric horizon. The Earth has an atmosphere. The atmosphere refracts light, and we see an apparent horizon. This argument is dead at this point, but there's another problem, even if that wasn't wrong. Even if we pretended those horizons are the same, it only suggests that the radius of the Earth is wrong, not that the Earth is not spherical. That's 2 fails. I got an idea. Let's try this argument without messing things up. Let's try it this way. If the Earth is flat, P, then the horizon can never, ever, ever be in front of any object you see, Q. The horizon in this picture is clearly in front of both oil platforms, Q. Therefore, the Earth is not flat, P. Let's do it again. If the Earth is flat, P, then the horizon can never, ever, ever be in front of any object you see, Q. The horizon in this picture is clearly, obviously, in front of both oil platforms, Q. Therefore, the Earth cannot and is not flat, P. This picture proves the Earth cannot be flat. And it's not just this picture. There are thousands or hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of pictures where the horizon is in front of objects. That is undeniable. I'll tell you what, QE, you're looking in the right place. And when you find that critter, you need to run along and get busy, because you've got some explaining to do. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. There's a link to the Patreon. You'll find it up in the description. And we'll catch you guys on the next one. Hey, Gladys. We're out of here.
Okay.
Any response yet?
Who air banjos along?
Me.
So Terry, I just happened to jump on my satellite tracker again, and you'll never guess what's going to go through my stars again if no clouds come over.
Well, not another ISS.
It's going to pass just south of Tasmania, which is about 400 kilometres away, about 400 kilometres up in the air, which puts it at about a 45-degree angle, close enough to, minus a bit of Earth curvature, which means it should actually go straight through my camera, as in through the shot.
Cool.
So hopefully I'll get one or two, I'll get one picture with the ISS going through it, and being that far down south, it should actually get a bit of sun reflection off it, so it'll be somewhat bright on the as it does its pass. So you may not see it in the video, but I'll try and pull out that single screenshot if it does occur.
Nice one.
Oh, we can hope.
Stay away, clouds.
Yeah, I've tried that before. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
I've been getting lots of ISS observations, but it's clearly its orbital track is moving over again because I've got 2 more this weekend and then that's it.
Yeah, I haven't had any for a while.
Yeah, I've shown both my girls the ISS probably 3 times now in the last couple of years. Yeah, it's so hard sometimes getting a nice track that without clouds in the sky or anything like that to try and take a picture of it. It's yeah, I got a lot of respect for Reds and Astronomy Life for what they did. Like that was just phenomenal effort. But
yeah, I'm measuring the height of it.
Yeah. Or just getting it on 2 cameras at the same time. That's hard enough, but the rest of it was just the icing on the cake, so to speak.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Did you get any flat-tards commenting?
They're scared of blue, Terry.
Yeah, there's a few.
No response from Q either.
No, I don't know why this. For some reason, this thing is not getting a lot of views compared to what I usually get. But
Yeah, it's
whatever.
only got 1,000 so far.
Yeah, it's up to about 1,400 and 1,500 right now, but that's half of what it normally is.
See, Blue, I'm sorry, it doesn't work for you. You've got too many subs for me just to go and watch it on repeat.
No, you've only got 12. Yeah, it's got 1,278 at the moment.
It was good when Terry only had about 200 subs. You could watch his streams about 3 times and it would actually count it. All you'd have to do is watch the first 15 or 20 minutes.
I wouldn't be complaining about 1,200 views.
I just pulled it up right now. It's got 1,478.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my views have gone down on my flat Earth proof video.
Yeah, I need to get
people
this.
are just tired of this black swan shit. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Actually, I might shield myself and put that in the side chat in case some people haven't seen it.
Well, it's not even the right argument. I mean, it's you know, those photos of those oil rigs are not a black swan
No.
thing.
No.
You know,
Let's be honest. If all those booms were completely straight, if that helipad wasn't at a different height, if there was no diffraction, deflection, and or any other, you know, you could then possibly go down that whole black swan thing. But there's just too much going on in that photo.
Yeah. Especially where you compare it to stuff that the guy shot earlier on in the same video when it's, you know, obviously a different day, different conditions, and it's as clear as a bell, you know. And of course they're steering us as clear away from that as they can because it just makes a nonsense to their whole argument. Like they've got one in the first place. Yeah.
But the point is, with that clear photo of the rigs, is that even if they claim, oh, well, there's looming and all the rest of it as well, you cannot have an horizon on a flat Earth in front of an object. You just can't. It's impossible. You know?
Yeah, I just shield
Regardless whether
myself
there's
by
looming or
putting
not.
that video out in the peanut gallery for people that haven't seen it yet. Undeniable flat Earth proof. My very first. Well, it should be my very first. I edited that wrong.
My first very upload.
I know, it should have been my very first upload.
The problem,
everyone go
once
and
you
have a
click
look
send,
at it.
it's done, isn't it?
Everyone go and have a look at Terry's video, particularly the section around about the 4-minute mark. It's phenomenal proof.
Yeah, but I like my editing skills
the
at about
4
9
minute,
minutes and 20 seconds.
No, the 4-minute mark is a weak argument. I prefer the 5-minute 35-second. That's definite proof.
Okay.
Hang on, 5 minutes. Oh, yeah, that is slightly stronger, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Mind you, having said that, the argument at 7 minutes 50 is fairly strong as well.
Well, okay, let's face it. The whole thing's exactly the same as each other because there's fucking nothing on it.
God, you've ruined it now. Oh,
Jeez, Terry will kick you out
Well,
for
that's
saying
the
stuff
point,
like
though,
that.
isn't it? That's the whole point, isn't it? Well, that's the whole point, though, isn't it?
Go and look at Terry's video. You'll love it.
I don't think
those
Blue
videos
can
of
match
somebody
my.
taking aim with a bow and arrow. You know,
I don't think
and
Blue
it's
can match my debunking skills.
Terry,
No.
no, Terry, and I'd like to point out that your editing on that video is absolutely seamless.
Yeah, it is.
Rubbish.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Rubbish.
Seamless.
It's better than yours,
It is
Casual.
seamless. I give it that much.
Better than yours,
Yeah.
Casual.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Casual. There's no test
Yeah.
written on that one.
I've deleted all those, by the way. And they were I'm trying to test that. I was trying to test that vMix on it, but it wasn't working.
I know exactly why they were there. I was hiding in the chat half the time.
Have a look now. See if you can find them now.
You mean because you've made them private?
No, why would I keep them? I've deleted them.
Oh, okay. Lucky I downloaded them then.
It's all right. You can download them if you like. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but still.
I'm going to make the parody channel of the Casual Spaceman.
That's all right. Give me more views then.
You said you wanted a troll.
More advertising.
You said you wanted a troll. So
yeah, but if I know it's from you, it's not really the same, is it?
No, but I might be passing it on to the person that's going to.
Oh, goody. Yeah,
he did.
The only thing worse than being spoke about is not being spoken about.
Yeah, when you're a creator, that's most certainly the case. Yeah, for sure. Blue will tell you that.
You did see what they did to Super Rats when they did a whole heap of fancy editing to what he had to say.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to get more views on that Flat Earth video, my Flat Earth proof, than what I have subscribers. That'd be cool.
Daytime, nighttime.
Sexy. Iron Cedo says that video has convinced me the Earth's flat. Okay. I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah.
Well, that's
not a lot you can say to that, really. Is there?
What you have to do, you have to watch all of it from start to finish, and then you might be convinced. Yeah,
but how much of it did you watch, Annie?
It's a win and a fail in the same breath. You have to watch the debunking bit at the end.
You actually said, Terry Davis, that video has convinced me. You didn't say he's not convinced me.
No, it's convinced him. That's why I said I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
I mean, if that video convinces you that the Earth is flat, then yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I might have to re-edit it.
No, I don't think you can. I mean, how do you improve on perfection?
Well, I could move the 2-minute 30 mark where I got into it in some detail, and then add a bit more to the bit where it's about 8 minutes something.
Apparently, I need a second channel called The Serious Spaceman. Apparently.
Yeah, like that's going to happen. Well, no, you could give it a go. Stranger things have happened, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Well, I mean, what would be the difference between the casual spaceman and the serious spaceman? Really?
Probably about 15 minutes and 2 drinks.
Fair play.
It's funny because I only have a laugh on streams. I never really have a laugh on my videos though. Maybe I should have a little bit more of do some more funny stuff. Maybe I don't know.
Well, you can be funny.
Well, the serious, the serious spaceman sounds a lot nicer than some of the other names that I've heard a certain Globy call you.
Yeah.
Well, practice your being funny, Casual. What's a funny joke?
What Globy would you be talking about? No, I don't know any jokes. No. Your face. There you go. That's a funny joke.
Dear. So you're going to play Mr. Serious, Terry? Mr. Sensible?
Mr. Sensible, you've got serious on your brain now.
I'm seriously tired.
What time is it anyway?
Oh, he says no laughter and flurf yelling. Oh, I want to do lots of flurf yelling. Or is he saying no laughter and do flurf yelling? Flurf yelling is fun.
Hardcore Spaceman. Oh no, that's a totally different channel.
We'll not go there.
No.
Yeah, that's not on YouTube. That's
That's on
RedTube.
something else.
That's on another tube. Yeah,
that's RedTube.
That's another. Yeah, or something hub.
Oh, Owen's just gone live.
Yeah, I just looked at that.
I'll have a look.
What?
I'll tell you.
To spend another couple hours yelling to himself.
Yeah, well, I'll see what type of a mood he's in. Hang on.
Well, you do that while we watch. See what this is all about.
If he's in a good mood, we might go over and have a look.
Hello and welcome back to the channel. I'm Mr. Sensible. Today we're going to have a look at a channel called Frank Yuck. Frankie UK. My apologies, Frankie. He's got a video called Absolute Proof that the Moon cannot orbit a spinning globe Earth. Watch and learn. Snazzy title. Anyway, in his description he says, this video proves beyond doubt that it is physically impossible for the Moon to orbit a spinning globe Earth. Prove me wrong. First, some quick thanks to my patrons. Massive thanks to all my patrons, including new patrons Francis Chimenti, William Foley, Alice Vangstrom, John Roswell, TechBlog and Pyro Kitty Cat. Also my newest patrons, Claire Johnson, Mr. Victory and Brian A. Shannon. Thank you all so very much. Okay, Frank, I think you better give us your challenge. See if we can prove you wrong or not. Roll VT. Oh, well, that's setting us up for disappointment, isn't it? You've already told us we're not going to like your video. Better carry on anyway. Well, going back hundreds and thousands of years, that was probably quite a reasonable position to take. Not so much nowadays, though. But we've moved on from then. Or most of us have, anyway. When you think about it, back then they also thought that our bodies were controlled by the four humours. They thought that dunking maidens in ponds would be able to determine if they're witches or not. Is that still what you would think of as current science? Up until Copernicus, everyone thought that the Earth was the centre of the universe. He made a massive leap forward. He still put the sun as the centre of the universe. However, due to his observations of the way the planets moved, when they would go and then there would be a retrograde movement and then they would carry on, his theory of us all orbiting the sun explained the observable facts. Would explain that as the Earth moved and overtook the outer planets, they would appear to move backwards. That is science. It wasn't perfect, but it was a massive improvement over what there was before. And he got into quite a bit of trouble with the church over it, because of their holy book. Well, Frankie, me old mucker, the reason the globe and orbits and the heliocentric model are taught as fact is that it's fact. You said there's no observable or scientific proof to support it. There is so much. You are stood on an Everest of facts and observations and saying, Where's the mountain? Oh yes, let us test this fact. Is the Earth really a spinning globe with an orbiting moon? Because you said that we won't be able to prove you wrong.
Our survey said...
Well, for your very first statement, you're wrong. No astronomer says that. Stars do move. They're so far away, though, it takes years to become apparent. What you can see here is Barnard's star, the star with the greatest apparent movement across the sky. Here's a stacked image, 2004, 5, 6, 7 and 8, and every year you can see the amount the star has moved. So, I'm afraid you failed right from the off, but let's let you carry on. Well, that's a bit better, Frankie. That's right. It only looks like the stars are rotating around us. We are rotating. It's no different than sat in a train watching the countryside whiz past the window. Only it isn't. It's you that are whizzing through the countryside. Same difference. Actually, this picture illustrates it quite well. If it was the stars rotating, then the further they get away from the circumpolar point, the faster they would have to go. And what would be keeping them all in exact lockstep with each other?
Magic.
Well, you might have been taught that about the speed, but I bet you weren't taught it goes anti-clockwise. There is no up or down in space. There is no right way to view the Earth. So the rotation of the moon, the orbit of the moon, is going to either look clockwise or anti-clockwise, purely depending on where you are. Other than that, it makes no difference. But you're okay on the speed, so that's good too. Yes, all of it is true, apart from the errors you made, which I corrected for you. Yes, the moon orbits the Earth, which is a globe, which is spinning. Oh, good. So now we're going to see some time-lapse videos, North and South Hemisphere, and this is going to be your rock-solid proof that the moon cannot orbit a spinning Earth. This is going to be good. Okay. Nice view of the sky, Spain, in the Northern Hemisphere. Alright. What's next? Oh, Southern Hemisphere, Australia. Will you just look at that Milky Way? Absolutely gorgeous. You need dark skies to see it like that, you really do. Now, oh, Japan, so in Northern Hemisphere again. Okay, the moon's setting along with the Milky Way. Oh, Hawaii, that looks, yes, it's Hawaii. Milky Way again. Well, that's all very well, Frankie. Some very nice astrophotography there. But I'm failing to see how this is evidence that the moon can't orbit the Earth.
Except for they weren't his own.
Do you have a point to make, maybe? Au contraire, mon capitaine. I deny that your footage proves the moon doesn't move independently of the stars. The Earth rotates approximately once in 24 hours. That means that the stars rotate above us once every 24 hours. That's 360 degrees. That means every hour the stars move by 15 degrees. You should ask Bob Nodell about that. Thanks, Bob. Now, the moon takes around 28 days to orbit the Earth. So in 24 hours, it moves 13 degrees, as opposed to the stars, which move 15 degrees in 1 hour. So there actually is a difference between the speed the stars are moving across the sky in your footage and the speed the moon's moving. The difference is just over half a degree per hour. It's going to be barely noticeable. You complete smeg-headed gimboid. If the moon was not moving against the stars, then it would always be surrounded by the same stars. Your own video debunks you. Let's have a very quick look. Okay, the Spain clip, and there's the moon. No Milky Way though. Where's that gone? Oh, it was Australia next. Beautiful shot with the Milky Way, trailing behind the moon as the moon sets. As journalism would say, interesting. Oh, and it's Japan, and once again the Milky Way is trailing the moon. Perhaps I'm mistaken. And finally Hawaii. The moon the Milky Way's going in front of it. How can that be? It would appear that the moon is in a different position. You idiot. Even those fools that are into astrology know that the planets and the moon move, which is why they keep putting them in different constellations. Only I've just explained how the moon is not motionless, and your own videos proved that as well. Frankie, me old China, since you got the very first thing wrong, that of the moon not moving against the background of stars, then everything else you're building on top of it is also wrong. Well, we already know, Frankie, that that isn't the case. It's not in synchronicity.
Or
well, of
you're
course,
a blinking
there's always
idiot.
The third option, Frankie. Have you not considered the possibility that you're just a scruffy-looking nerf herder who hasn't got the faintest idea what he's talking about?
Nerf herder. I'm not a nerf herder.
Well, like all ideas, when they're first hypothesized, they rely on the evidence and tests. And the Copernican theory, insofar as planets orbiting the sun goes, has been proven to be correct. Of course, he was wrong about the sun being the centre of the universe, but it's still an amazing thing he did. The fact that you can't either understand or accept that is your problem. I think I might disagree with that, as it can't explain solar eclipses, it can't explain lunar eclipses, sunrises, sunsets, how the tops of mountains light up first and last at the beginning and end of the day, how the stars rotate both about the circumpolar north point, Polaris, and the southern circumpolar point. It doesn't work on a flat Earth, and 1,000,001 other things that it just fails to explain. Frankie, you challenged us to prove you wrong, and I have done that most completely. If you still don't believe me, go outside at night, look at the moon, and try and identify a constellation nearby. Go out again a couple nights later and you'll see it's in a different place. Anyone can do that. In fact, I'd ask everyone who's unsure to go and do that, and you'll see that Frankie is wrong, that Frankie has been busted. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. Look forward to seeing you all again. Until next time, stay sensible.
Shut up and sit down.
Very good.
It's like deja vu
Jeez.
watching Flurfer's explanation of what they think's going on.
Of course it is. Every day's Groundhog Day when you mix it in these circles.
Well, I think that's the moon finished. Oh, except for Blues,
Oh.
that was a bit of a segue.
Can't we just do one more about the moon?
I've got none left. I
gave you one.
You gave me one?
Yeah.
Where did you give me one?
In the chat, Terry.
Yeah.
What, internal?
Yeah.
Just
scroll up a
look at
bit.
the one above. The one a bit above where it says Peter Harrington, be right back. It's that one.
That one?
I think.
Okay.
Yeah. But don't worry about playing it. That guy does not mind. He doesn't do copyright strikes. I've used it. So many other people like me have used it. His video. It's about 13 minutes long, but I think it's pertinent, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
From 2012, why Collins thinks it would have been impossible to fake moon polar landings on video. Okay.
Yeah. So some of us have either seen it or know about it, but there might be some that haven't seen it or know about it.
Yeah. I don't know if I've seen it or I've heard about it.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Yeah.
This is why the moon hoax would have been impossible. Take one. Did people go to the moon in 1969? I'm not totally sure. I wasn't on the moon then. Did they fake going to the moon? No, I'm pretty sure they didn't, because they couldn't. Some people say that in 1969 people were incapable of sending a man to the moon, but that they were capable of staging the whole thing in a TV studio. In fact, the opposite is true. By the late 1960s, they did have the technical ability, not to mention the requisite madness, to send 3 guys to the moon and back. They did not have the technology to fake it on video. Now, please understand, I'm not saying this to defend the honor of the United States. The U.S. government lies all the time about all kinds of things, and if they haven't lied to you today, maybe they haven't had coffee yet. So it's easy to believe the Apollo program was a lie too, especially if you weren't alive then, and if you don't know much about the technology profiles of the day. You see, the later you were born, the more all-powerful movie magic seems. Nowadays, it would be very easy to fake a moon landing, and we seem to have forgotten how to do it for real. Back then, it was the other way around, really. Ever since the 1920s, engineers were trying to improve liquid-fueled rockets and their guidance systems. They wanted to go to outer space. The people who were paying for it wanted better bombs. By 1943, Wernher von Braun's people already had a fully functional suborbital rocket called the Aggregate Fear, later known as the V2. After the war, the German rocket scientists went to work for 2 rival superpowers who then went to insane lengths to outdo each other on the world stage. It was a global dick-wagging contest on a scale never before seen in human history. It's fair to say that technology growth in the Cold War was mostly a competition in aerospace, rocketry, and weapons science. That was the kind of engineering people strove to excel in. And by the mid-60s, limited space travel was a possibility, I think. Meanwhile, film technology had gotten wider, and television was still busy trying to be in color. Now, here's where the stories diverge. In one version, the Americans waste $20 billion to send 3 guys to the moon, plant a plaque that says we came in peace for all mankind, and then go home to bomb Cambodia. In the more tantalizing version, NASA at some point realizes they just can't. So to avoid humiliation, they hire Stanley Kubrick to produce and direct the moon landing telecasts. You know, he did such a great job with 2001. Years later, once the Apollo astronauts are starting to collect Medicare, some people get a lot of attention by pointing out flaws in the photographic evidence from Apollo. When you listen to them, they seem not to know very much about photography or video or lighting or even perspective, and I think they're hoping you don't either. So we should have seen stars in the sky? No, we shouldn't. The camera was set to expose for broad daylight. If they were exposing for stars, then this picture would have looked more like this. Flag's waving in the breeze? No, it isn't. It's wiggling in the vacuum after they let it go. And the shadows diverge unrealistically across the landscape? No, they don't. Go outside sometime and see how shadows work. They obviously used multiple light sources in this picture, right? No, they obviously didn't. I've been shooting in the studio for about 30 years now. I know what to look for. When you shine 2 lights at something, you get 2 shadows. So this would have looked more like this. But it doesn't, because this stuff was shot with a single light source. And if that light was anywhere near the action, you would have seen a fall off in brightness across the terrain. You don't, because the light source was 150 million kilometers away, too far away for the inverse square law to make a difference. Get it? Etc., blah, blah, blah. The thing is, all these discussions are ignoring one simple point. In 1969, it was not yet possible, technically, to fake what we saw on TV. Why are people missing this? I think maybe they forget how primitive video was in 1969. I mean, it was an amazing achievement in electronics, but there was a lot they couldn't do. Let me try to explain that. The pivotal claim for the Apollo hoax theory, without which it all falls apart, is that what we saw on TV was slow motion footage of astronauts running around in a film studio. Because if it wasn't slow motion, it couldn't have happened on Earth, right? Let's talk about how slow motion works in film and video. There are 2 ways to make motion slow. One is you shoot it at a normal speed and play it back slow. The other is you shoot it fast and play it back normal. The second way is called overcranking. It looks smoother and more realistic because you're sampling natural motion at a higher frame rate. But that means we would have had to shoot it on film using high-speed film cameras, right? Why? Because in 1969 there were no high-speed video cameras yet. The electronics just weren't there. Some people did have a magnetic disc recorder that could capture normal speed video and play it back slow. They used it for sports replays. It could record up to 30 seconds. Play back at 10 FPS and you've got a whopping 90 seconds of slow-mo. I'm sticking with 10 frames per second because that was the video frame rate for Apollo 11. They had a non-interlaced slow-scan TV camera, especially made for them by Westinghouse. All the later missions were using regular NTSC cameras running at 29.97 FPS. That would be 3 times harder to fake. I'm trying to make this easy. Keep in mind that when people today watch documentaries about the Apollo missions, they're looking at the highlights. They're looking at, short clips cut together. And short clips are much easier to fake. But in July 1969, 600 million people, including me, were all staring at a continuous lunar telecast that went on for a long time. It's actually pretty boring sometimes. At 16 minutes into the EVA, they turn on the video camera. 4 minutes later, you get your one small step thing. Then Aldrin climbs out, and they move the camera onto a tripod and proceed to do all their moonwalking, flag planting, photo snapping, and rock picking. Then Armstrong climbs back up into the lander, and it's over. By which time the video camera has been running for 143 minutes. So if we're faking this with electronic slow-mo at 1/3 speed, we only need to record about 47 minutes of continuous live-action video. Well, that's a lot more than that Ampex disc recorder could hold. But NASA is special. Maybe they have a big disc recorder, right, in 1969. Okay, how much bigger? 95 times bigger? I don't know, man. I mean, government agencies are powerful, but they're not God. Then again, they are NASA. Maybe they did have some special way to overcrank video in 1969 for an hour and a half. Maybe they had some top secret high-speed electronics that the rest of the world never knew about. Oh, wait a minute. No, you guys said that their navigation computers were too slow. I guess we can't have it both ways. I mean, it can't be fast and slow at the same time, right? Wouldn't it be easier to shoot this on film? I mean, in 1969, we already knew how to overcrank film. For Apollo 11, we only need to shoot 30 FPS and play it back at 10. Okay, let's try that. I'd recommend you shoot on 35mm to minimize the film grain. That's what Kubrick would have done. Now let's see, normal 35mm runs at 90 feet per minute, but since we're shooting at 30 FPS, that'll be 112.5 feet per minute. We need 47 minutes of original film, so that's about 5,300 feet. And of course, there's no such thing as a film magazine that big. Volkswagen? But if you shoot 1,000-foot loads, that's about that big, then you can do it in 5 mags. Wait, I can do this. You don't want to see the splice marks where you put the reels together, because then everybody would know it was a fake. And remember, we're shooting for TV, so it's 1:3:3 aspect ratio and not 1:8:5. So that means you have to do A and B rolls. You have to cut the negative into A and B rolls and print them onto a 5,300-foot fine-grained interpositive, then cut an answer print in the film lab. And when you're done, make sure everybody that works in the film lab dies mysteriously in a car crash. Now you just need to find a custom-designed telecine that can transfer your 5,300-foot answer print to video at 10 frames per second, pin registered, of course. How hard can that be? Of course, you need to be absolutely certain that in all that splicing and printing and transferring, none of the most common film artifacts have gotten onto your giant print. No base scratches, no emulsion flakes, no gate weave, no grain, and not one single fleck of dust, because any one of those things will instantly betray that this is a hoax. Okay, so you do that, and then you do it again for 5 more lunar missions. Only those later missions, you have to play back at 30 FPS, meaning you have to shoot at like 60 FPS, twice the torque, twice as many splices to keep clean, twice as much of a chance that the film's going to break in the camera. You think maybe it would be easier to just go to the moon? I don't really know if that's possible. Like I said, I wasn't on the moon in 1969, and neither were you. I can tell you that in 1969, it was not possible, technically, to fake what we saw on TV. Sorry, Kubrick or no Kubrick. Why does any of this matter? Well, my concern is with the ultimate fate of knowing, of seeing the difference between what you can know and what you wish for. Because that's what puts the sapiens in Homo sapiens. Without that, you're just another homo. The urge to believe drives people to trade in part of their soul in exchange for the comfort of being a rebel. Okay. But that step from knowing that you've been lied to believing that everything else is a lie is a big step. Once you're forced to hypothesize whole new technologies to keep your conspiracy possible, then you've stepped over into the realm of magic. It demands a deep and abiding faith in things you can never know. It's like you need to cling to your belief system with all your might against the overwhelming evidence of your own rational mind, and some people do. What's dangerous about that is that it blinds you to the real conspiracies that authorities are perpetrating on you right now, as we speak. Things that are a lot more important than whether some guys went to the moon. I'm not America, but if I were, I would much rather have you be questioning Apollo 11 and not questioning the Patriot Act, the Iraq War, the financial industry bailouts, and the right to indefinite military detention without charge. Those things are real. thank you for watching. Excellent. My check came from NASA.
There you go.
So
you can't beat a bit of the blue Danube Waltz.
So just with that whole the video editing and all of that stuff, Terry, just on top of that, in particular the video that came from the landing itself, like when the stuff that got sent back to America, it went through that slow scan TV camera to the lander, down to Honeysuckle Creek near Canberra, Australia. From there, it was displayed on a monitor, which they then pointed another TV camera at that was then transmitted by telephone wire to America for them to see on the screen, because they had no way.
In between that, it had to be converted to the television system that they had at the time.
Yeah, they then converted it from PAL in Australia to NTCIS.
NTSC.
Yeah, that's the one.
And the technology they used to convert it was brand new, and it was really clunky as well.
But they didn't have a way.
It was exactly what Peter said. The converter was simply a display with a camera with a normal 525 line interlace scan camera pointed at it.
They just pointed the camera at the TV screen.
Yeah,
that's all they did.
Special little box that did that.
It was That's because at that time, the very first Apollo mission, as in the first one that landed, they didn't have a converter at that time. They didn't have the technology to do that. It came later. The first one was just a camera pointed at a monitor, because they were transmitting in a system called Robot, which is slow scan TV. Amateur radio guys use it now, and that was the way they did it.
Yeah. I mean, to me, this he's not the only one to say that. I've also got an article from a guy who says pretty much the same thing as he said, and for me, that's the smoking gun. That Stanley Kubrick faked it all, and the live TV pictures were all faked. It's it just debunks it completely. It's just utter nonsense.
Yeah, no, it's really good.
Are you gonna, are most people going to argue against an experienced filmmaker who was around during that time, who was making films around that time?
Of course
you're not. Of course
they're
not
going
to
to
argue
argue.
against. Well, they could argue, but they'll fail. They'll fail very badly. I mean, I played this video to a number of people, and nobody's been able to come back and say, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
That's not true.
No. They can say it's not true, but they're going to have to prove it.
Prove?
I haven't seen anybody do it yet.
Anything.
No, of course not.
I've watched that video. I've watched this video several times in the past, and this guy makes total sense. Everything he says is exactly correct.
Yeah, I just love that the image of them trying to splice film together to make it all work, in that period of time. Just ridiculous. They didn't have the time to do stuff like that, let alone actually make it physically work.
And this is the articles saying here. So if you read it, it pretty much says the same thing. Talks about the different ways of capturing moving images, strips of material to a series of images exposed, and others videos, electronic method of recording video, blah blah blah. They talking about the television receiver, rest of it, blah, 25 frames, 30 frames, depending on where you live in the world. Talked about the camera used on Apollo, difference in the studio. Yeah, it all says the same thing as he's been saying, pretty much. There you go. That's a bit of logic last. Shooting on a film will require thousands of feet of film. A typical reel of 35mm film at 24 frames per second lasts 11 minutes, is 1,000 foot long. If we apply this to 12 frames per second film, as to the 10 we get with the standard film, running for 143 minutes, this is how long Apollo 11 footage lasts, you would need 6.5 reels. So 6,500 foot long of fill. You know, 6 kilometers, 6.5 kilometers. These would then need to be put together, and then splicing joints, transferring negatives, and printing the potentially grains, specks of dust, hairs, and scratches. Like he was saying, the same thing would instantly give the game away. And this was supposed to be all broadcast live, you know, as it happened. So there you go, saying the same thing.
Yeah, but
So,
it's their questions of questioning, like in the black was written there, the bits they cherry picked out of it, like the flag and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you think about it, it's with every conspiracy, it's the same thing. They will always cherry pick little bits of information, and flat Earth is no exception. You know, we all know this. You know, like I said, my jigsaw puzzle analogy. I'm not going to go through it again because you've all heard it. You know,
No, I haven't.
They do that all the time.
I haven't heard it.
Yeah, you have.
No, I haven't.
Everybody's heard it.
I haven't heard it.
I haven't heard it.
All right, okay. Think of the truth as a jigsaw puzzle, say a 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle. Flat Earthers come along and they cherry pick, say, 10 pieces. Like, yeah? So it's 10 pieces of information. And they take those 10 pieces and try and make a picture out of it. Not going to work. That's simply my analogy.
Well, you can make a picture. It just won't be the right picture.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if you've got sky.
What?
In a jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
If you have sky, if you have just bits of sky, you get those pieces in a jigsaw puzzle. You're there. You always end up doing those bits last.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See what you mean. Yeah.
Blue one, another blue one,
another blue one. Oh, another blue one.
Yeah,
they won't go together. No way I can get them to fit.
Exactly.
You know, for Christmas, because me and my daughter have such a great relationship, I bought her a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. Every piece is black.
Yeah, that'll keep her occupied.
Shady, what have you been doing? Said he's on the Celebrate Truth channel. They just blocked 5 of my accounts because I was the only one live chatting, debunking their bullshit.
Nice one, General Shady.
Hey, doorknob, that's my thing. I see a duck.
If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's an alien.
It's aliens, yeah. Well, I don't really have anything else except for Bob's Density Crushing the Soul Afloat Earth, which is completely different, like Blues was, to the moon, so I don't think it matters. But we have to get it out of the way.
How long is it? How long is it, Terry?
It's 18 minutes, but I've got 3 parts to do, and I'm not going to do them all in one day.
Because it's almost 10 to 1 now, Terry.
Yeah, it's a lot of talking.
No, it's
Oh,
not.
the rugby's nearly on.
It's 10 to 2 in the afternoon. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And why have I got stars up then, Casual?
How did that happen, Peter?
Oh,
Well, I'm still wide awake. I can keep going for a little while. If you have to go, Peter, that's okay.
Terry, I've got a camera taking pictures at the moment, and the EISS is about to go over.
Oh, okay. So we may as well keep going then.
He's not going anywhere.
Oh,
You're
okay.
not going anywhere.
Oh, well, we need more content then.
I've got 23 minutes for the next pass, and I'll probably go out to make sure that it comes somewhat close.
Farmer's Boy, I thought
minutes until kickoff.
Farmer's Boy, I thought you weren't going to watch England and Scotland because you knew it's going to be England won, Scotland lost. That's what you said.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Don't you try making trouble with our Scottish friends.
Yes, you did. Yes, you said
anyway,
it. You said
it's
it.
Ireland,
Anyway,
Wales
moving
first.
on.
Moving on.
Right.
It's Ireland, Wales
no
quarter
sports,
past.
no sports, unless it's car racing. No sports.
Ireland, Wales. Yeah.
Yeah, Ireland, Wales at 2:15. Scotland and England aren't until 4:45, so got a while to go yet. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to make a coffee though, Terry.
Yeah, I'll have one. But I have to open a new tin because I used up the last of it.
No, it's all right. I've got some in the cupboard.
2 lumps then, Peter, please.
Oh, everyone's going to have 2 lumps.
Lumps of what, though?
Sugar lumps.
Ah.
Of course.
What are you thinking?
Oh, well,
I'll tell you. I'll tell you right now. The 12-year-old boy inside of me almost came out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, toilet humour is the best.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll see what Bob has to say.
Oh, I hope the sound's better than his last couple.
Who's that old man?
Yeah, who's that old geezer?
He's actually younger than me.
Oh,
surprisingly.
You really are old then.
Oh, thanks.
No, some people are just worn better or worse than others.
Yeah. Some people grow old gracefully, and yeah.
And for some reason, Blue's older than me.
I'm going to grow old disgracefully.
No gunner about it. We are.
Play.
So we need volume.
That might help.
That would help.
Well, hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science.
He's always saying he's from Northern Michigan. You think is he going to move, or is he going to stay there?
This guy. You know, as a YouTube creator, I'm constantly looking for ways to improve my channel and maybe tweak the format a little bit and just improve interest amongst viewers. And this is one such example. You know, I've spent the last year looking at the Flat Earth movement with benign curiosity and amusement.
Oh, no, you haven't.
A couple of observations I've made. First, the Flat Earth movement is basically the pet rock of YouTube. It is something that YouTube allows people with rather strange beliefs to find each other and come together as a group and feel a sense of community. And in that sense of community, they have to look to somebody as a leader. So there are several kind of centers of mass in the Flat Earth movement. Eric Dubay, Nathan Oakley, Bob Nodell from Globebusters. These are people that many in this community look up to for their answers in science, failing, however, to realize that what these people are doing is basically running a Jerry Springer-style talk show and selling t-shirts. It's very difficult to attack them directly because, like Samuel Rowbotham in the 19th century, they have relatively little education, but they are very good at making arguments and spouting logical fallacies and coming up with bizarre theories to explain away things that have been well established in science for centuries, such as the sporosity of the Earth and gravity. Every now and then you will find somebody that hovers around these centers of masses, like little planets in orbit around the sun. And they put out things using these theories that these thought leaders have come up with that are open to attack. Now, one such individual is this guy, Mr. This is an Egg Sleeping Warrior. Now, while Sleeping Warrior seems to have much more importance in YouTube than he does anywhere else, he's kind of a fun target to look at once in a while. Now, one of his efforts was this particular experiment right here. This is a 7th grade science experiment where you take an egg, you put it in a glass of fresh water. The egg sinks. You put a little salt into it to increase the density of the water medium, and due to the rules of buoyancy, the egg then floats. There are things like measurements and units of measurements and using the proper tools and writing things down that would normally go along with 7th grade science that seem to have been skipped with a lot of this. But it was quite amusing, and I actually did a video on this a few months ago. But that's not what we're here for today. We're here for this one.
So we could have approached this problem in a couple of different ways. We could have tried to do it theoretically, but that's no fun. So let's go out and get a couple of bowling balls and throw them in a tank of water and see if they're going to float. Take the first one, you dump it in, and it doesn't float. And then there's another what looks to be identical bowling ball, and you dump it in the water, and it's just barely floating. Put the third bowling ball in there, and guess what? It floats even better than the second one. So now people want to know why. And you could go get to one of your physics professors and say, what makes things float? And the answer is density, density, density. And the answer is density. And your physics professor will tell you it's the weight compared to the volume. And then the question is, can you figure this out?
So in the next couple of episodes, what we're going to do is we're going to have a chat with Dr. Pinizzotto and have him respond to this video and discuss a few other things related to science. So the purpose of this is twofold. Number one is we are going to put to rest a number of silly flat earth theories about how things work. Everything from why do corks float to why do rocks fall. And second, just for fun, we are going to crush the souls of Sleeping Warrior and the rest of the Flat Earth community. So cue up the music and let's go. So now I'm joined by Dr. Russell Pinizzotto, who is contacting us from the wilds of rural Maine in the middle of a blizzard with internet carried on by carrier pigeon. So he wants to go ahead and respond to this video that he put out when he was associated with the Wentworth Institute of Technology, was it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So let's go ahead and turn it over to him. And if you would be so kind, tell us a little bit about yourself, Dr. Pinizzotto, some of your background, some of your interests in your profession, etc.
Well, I've been in higher education for about 30 years. I've been at 6 different schools. I retired a few years ago, but I still do interim placements. I was provost, which is the senior vice president for academic affairs at Wentworth. My background is I have a PhD in engineering, a master's degree in astronomy, and a bachelor's degree in chemistry.
Excellent. And what kind of engineering do you do?
I did material science, mainly in semiconductor materials, but also in metals and ceramics. In particular, I looked at what's called the microstructure of materials using electron microscopy.
Okay, so you're an engineer that we would go to determine whether or not we could use a new composite material in an aircraft wing, or a question about what kind of material would be best suited for the job. Would that be right?
Yeah, that's pretty much the case, and also how to process those materials and optimize their properties.
That's kind of a cool thing. My family has a lot of engineering in it as well. My father's a mechanical engineer. My grandfather was a hydrologist and a civil engineer. And my brother is a nuclear engineer. So I've got a lot of engineering genes, and I actually have their slide rules. So the reason that I wanted to have a chat. You don't use slide rules anymore?
No, don't use them, but I still have them. Yeah, that's true.
They're great. We went to the moon on slide rules and in statute miles. So let's go ahead and kind of hit what we're here for today. A few months ago, we had a video appear in the Flat Earth community here on YouTube that features you giving a talk about floating some bowling balls in a fish tank. And the big thing about it was they were using it as a proof that density rather than gravity is the important thing when it comes to objects falling to the earth, for example. Could you tell us a little bit about that experiment, what you were trying to demonstrate, and to whom, and in what setting?
Sure. So this was a demonstration for an open house, which is an event where prospective students come and check out the school, see if they would like to enroll after they graduate. So what normally happens at things like these open houses is they get lectured to about it. But I wanted to do a demonstration instead of just a lecture. One of the principles that Wentworth really believes in is having students do things hands-on rather than just in a theoretical fashion. So my idea was to do things hands-on rather than just theoretical. And I've done a number of different demonstrations at open houses, and This particular one used 3 bowling balls that looked identical, and to see if they would float in a big aquarium full of water. And as it turned out, one of them just sank to the bottom, one floated, and the other one definitely did float. And I used the terminology that they have different density, which is true for the bowling balls because they all have the same overall volume, but they didn't weigh the same. The one that sank weighed about 16 pounds. The one that barely floated was 11 pounds, and the one that floated really well was 8 pounds. So it was to do a very quick demonstration. The way I set this up was I had one of the prospective students come up and say, "Can you make this bowling ball float?" And handed them the 16-pound bowling ball, and or her in some cases. And when that person would put it in the tank of water, it just sank to the bottom. And then I said, well, look, here's a student from Wentworth. Let's see if they can make the bowling ball float. And I'd call up one of our students and hand them the 12-pound bowling ball, and they put it in, and it would barely float. And then finally, I said, well, here's what happens if you can get your PhD. And I would pick up the lightest one and put it in, and it would just float fantastically well. So it was kind of a joke. It was kind of a demonstration that they would remember. And that was the whole point, that when they left this auditorium full of 1,000 people, that they would be talking about it, and they might even talk about it when they went home. So the idea of using the word density was just a shorthand. I didn't want to get into all the details about buoyancy and weight and the acceleration due to gravity and the relative densities and all those kinds of things. And unfortunately, the flat Earth people picked that video up and without talking to me about it, took pieces of it that I believe are out of context and decided to use it for their own purposes.
That's something that I wanted to ask you about. So again, this was not an instructional period in a classroom. This was a presentation that said, basically, look at the cool stuff you'll learn here at this institute. And this is our approach to things. We have something similar in medicine. We call it see one, do one, teach one. And then if you grow up to become a surgeon, the bowling ball doesn't float. You can actually levitate it with the power of your personality. But that's why I became an internist. I'm not quite able to do that yet, but I'm working on the forehead to do it. So basically, here's the take home that I got from this is you were demonstrating Archimedes' principle, which says primarily that the buoyant force has to do with the amount of water that the object displaces, reducing its weight by the same amount. So if the object weighs less than the water it displaces, it'll float. If it weighs more, it'll sink. And if it weighs the same as the water it displaces, it'll just remain neutrally buoyant. Is that pretty right?
That's correct, yes.
All right, now it's not limited to just changing the density of the bowling ball, is it? You could take, say, that 11-pound bowling ball or an egg and put it in water and it would be neutrally buoyant or even sink. But if you added, say, some salt to it and increased the density of the fluid, the amount of fluid that it displaces actually goes up relative to the fixed weight of the egg or the bowling ball. And you can make it float just by dumping some salt in there and changing the density of the fluid it's in, right?
Yes, that would be a much more difficult demonstration in front of 1,000 people, though. So, but you could change the density of the fluid.
And by the way, you would check the density of the fluid with a device called a hydrometer, not a parts per million meter, right?
Parts per million meter, I guess we could relate it back in some complex fashion. That's certainly not the best way to do it. A hydrometer, like say, in the old days, measure how much acid was in the batteries of your car would be the best way to do it. That's true.
Okay, well,
in fact, I've done some measurements for the water quality people here, and we do want to measure the salinity of the ocean water, and we use parts per million meters. We use hydrometers to do that.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. Now, I think one of the big problems that we have is this confusion between density and buoyancy. The difference, of course, is that density would be an intrinsic property of a piece of material, and buoyancy is the interaction of the density of an object with an accelerating force, and in most cases here on Earth, that would be gravity, 9.81 meters per second squared downward, correct?
Yes, so when we're talking about floating something, we really have to look at the forces that are involved. And there are two forces. One force results in weight, and that's the force due to gravity. So when gravity acts on a mass, it's weight. So as you said, on Earth, the acceleration is 9.8 meters per second times whatever the mass is, and that gives us the weight of an object. You move that object so there was a different accelerating force, a different gravity, it would weigh a different amount. But on the Earth's surface, that's the weight that we're usually familiar with. When we put something into water, say, to see if it floats, there is what's called a buoyancy, which is a force that is upholding it. And that force is related to the amount of water displaced, as you said. The weight of that object is the other force. So those forces have to be balanced. So in the bowling ball case, they had the same volume, but they didn't have the same weight. So when you put the 16-pound bowling ball in water, it displaced that much water for the volume, but it did not generate a sufficient buoyant force to allow it to float. On the other extreme, the 8-pound bowling ball, when it displaces that amount of water, it wasn't underwater yet. When it displaced the amount of water equal to its weight, and so it floats.
Okay, well, let's explore this just a little bit more. Would your bowling ball experiment have worked in an area with no gravitational acceleration, such as space, or a hyperbolic flight, the so-called vomit comet?
No. Like I said, there are two forces there that were being demonstrated. One is the downward force, the sinking force, if you think about it that way, due to gravity. The other one's the buoyant force. So without gravity, there's not the two forces to be put into equilibrium. And so that experiment would not work either in the vomit comet or in the space station.
Well, guys, I've got another 20 minutes worth of interview with Dr. Pinizzotto, so I'm going to go ahead and hold off here for now. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about whether or not this density tower will work in the absence of gravity. What do you think? We're also going to discuss the differences between Einsteinian and Newtonian gravity and whether or not one invalidates or supersedes the other, and how science approaches the difference between the two. So join me in this fascinating interview as we continue tomorrow. This is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Hey, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button down there and hit the bell icon so that you know when the next episode comes out. We're going to do this tomorrow, and then we're going to finish up with Dr. Pinizzotto on Friday, and he has some choice words for Sleeping Warrior. Take care, guys.
There you go.
Pity about the audio in this video, eh?
Well,
yeah, it's a bit hard to tell what you were saying was a lot of the time, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what.
it's
Yeah, well,
better-
I'm only reading what Dave said.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Peter?
I was just going to say it's better out in the chat than it was in here.
Yeah.
Out on
Yeah,
YouTube.
Zoom's not great with audio. Let's face it.
It's just pre-recorded stuff. The audio is somewhat dubious.
Yeah. Yeah. Dubious.
Yes.
Is that what you call it? Oh, the link to the ISRO thing is in the internal chat, Terry, if you want it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so as somebody slipped out some time ago, ISRO, the Indian Space and Research Organisation, are planning on a third attempt to land a probe on the moon. So it's official now. And they've just released a video about it. It's all gone quiet, isn't it?
Yes, it has.
You want me to breathe heavier?
So the ISS at the moment is travelling over the top of Western Australia, heading quite rapidly towards Tasmania. So I'm going to be heading outside in the next, I estimate, about 3 to 4 minutes.
Well, you can stay on your phone if you want to do running commentary.
Oh, I'd have to log in on Zoom on my phone though, Terry.
Yeah. Terry, mute this one because there's quite a lot of music, and I'm not sure how you get hit with that. So you don't need the music. It's just music. That's all it is, really, all the way through. There's no speaking commentary.
Oh, so it's all just commentary.
So just
it's all just written text and pictures.
Yeah, yeah, and animation and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, we can talk then while we do this then.
Yeah, so Chandrayaan 3, for those that don't know, Chandrayaan 2 didn't quite, well, it landed, but it hard landed and didn't work. So now they're planning on Chandrayaan 3, or Chandrayaan 3, I should say.
Yeah, yes, Dave Cannabis, we do watch Creaky, but...
Oh, that's where Professor Phil works, isn't it?
He did, yeah. I think he's stopped doing that now. He's going to work for the Indian government to do with related to climate change. Yeah, so there's a snag and that led to the considerate failure of the landing attempt after a successful orbital insertion. Another lunar mission for demonstrating that a soft landing was proposed. Pretty much straight away, they said that they're going to try again immediately, and I'm not surprised with the Indians. They never give up. They just keep trying, keep trying.
Yeah, I know. Even when you hang up on them, they just keep calling you back.
Now.
Even when you tell them you've got an Apple computer, they just keep calling you back.
Chandrayaan 3 with mission repeat to Chandrayaan 2 and only include a lander and a rover similar to that. Chandrayaan will not have an orbiter this time.
Oh, NASA Spaceflight just posted a video.
Yeah, just seen that.
That's CGI?
Yep.
Of course it is.
That's CGI.
Of course it is. It's all CGI, you muppet.
Okay.
2021, sometime. Not sure when exactly.
If they mucked up the lunar landing, they should have got some pointers off NASA when they first landed the one that we just watched, how it landed. So what did they do
Well,
wrong?
I'm sure they... Oh, Sheldon probably did it. Well, what it was, that when they, just before they were landing on the surface, when they got to the final stages, they lost communication with the lander, so they couldn't give the correct instructions. for the right burns and stuff. So it landed. Okay, nobody can say that it didn't land because it did land, and it was relatively intact except for one of the landing legs completely collapsed, and it was kind of like partly way on its side. So it did land, but it wasn't a soft landing, and they couldn't carry out the obviously the
they
experiments
launched this
and
big
things.
rocket just to do that, and it was a failed mission.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
I don't know, Terry. We might be in luck with this. This pass. It's going to pass just below the south.
Yeah,
South
but
Pole.
Will it come? It's going to be low in the sky, is it?
It's only a couple of degrees below the southern.
Is it going to pass in front of your camera?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it should. I'm going to go out and watch now, so I'll be back.
It'll be really quick. It'll be like a second probably.
It's not that quick. I'm just hoping that it actually turns up on the camera if it's getting enough light on it.
Yeah,
So
it might not.
Actually, it's a lot
Let's hope it
slow.
does.
It's a lot slower if it's lower in the sky. The higher up in the sky it is, the faster.
Yeah. Of course it will be. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
I forgot to say, SpaceX are going to be. They've got a date set to do their first test of their Starship. You know, that massive rocket we've all been waiting to see lift off at some point. They're going to do the 20 kilometer test flight, and I think it was March 20 something. I'm just going to have a look.
Okay.
Can't remember what it was.
Oh, we can't miss that.
No, most definitely not. I will not be missing that. I'll be showing that for sure, without a doubt.
And if it's in my right time, I'll be doing a simulcast with you.
I mean, the chances are it'll probably be delayed a number of weeks or months. Who knows? I can almost guarantee that will happen. That's going to happen. So, just says March 6th. March 16th. March 16th. That's when it's set, but I'm sure it'll be delayed for one reason or another.
March.
What day of the week is that? March 16th.
My Monday.
Yeah. Hasn't got a time yet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's going to be obviously. If it's this time in the morning over there, if they do it at 9:30 in the morning, well, it'll be this time for me here. It'll be your afternoon.
I suspect, which the problem is, you see, any test flights, it's the launch time is always very fluid. So they might give you an indication because the FAA will only allow you to, to do it within certain times. So they'll probably say something like, just an example, they could say between the hours of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. or something like that. So it could launch any time between that time.
That's 12 hours. That's 12 hours.
It could do, yeah. I just don't know. I don't know what the FAA have allowed them to do, so I'm not sure yet. I don't know. But this one's launching from Boca Chica, which is in South Texas. So
okay.
Yeah, so SpaceX will conduct a suborbital test flight of the Starship SN1 prototype to an altitude of 20 kilometers. It will perform a propulsive landing back on SpaceX's South Texas landing zone after launch. So yeah, that'll be something to see. That's for sure.
Only going to 20 kilometers, and it's 100 kilometers to the Kármán line.
Yeah, it's just a test at this point.
Oh, so it's not going that far. Okay.
Yeah, no. It's just to test, whether it can launch, the engine's working, it can gimbal, and it can fly, and it can then land again.
Okay.
So it's just a test version. But who knows what's going to happen? We just don't know.
Yeah. And when are they proposing the launch with the astronauts to go up to the space station then?
Oh, probably not for a couple of years yet. Yeah, I suspect not for a couple of years.
Well, they're still going to be using Russian rockets to launch them up to the space station.
Sorry, you're talking about. Sorry, to the space station. Oh no, probably for SpaceX Dragon.
Yeah.
Which is that's a different thing. Sometime in April, hopefully. But there's no specific date set for that yet.
There's no one predicted there's no one planned to come back down or go back up between now and then. Because they just
that's what they need to time. Yeah.
They just brought back a few people, so.
Well, the first manned flight again would be a test. It'll just take 2 astronauts up there. They'll dock. They'll do whatever. Do some tests. I don't know, muck about, go on TV, say some stuff, do some speeches, get back in, and then land back down again.
Okay.
That'll be it. So it'll only be a test mission. There won't be an official mission. Then after that, they're probably talking about another.
I wonder if they're going to
2
deliver
or 3
a pizza
months
to them or something.
Yeah, I'm sure they might take something up. I'm sure. A few beers,
If you don't get your pizza in 30 minutes, it's free.
Yeah, bag of weed maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. So yeah, I'm quite excited about it, and everybody in my sort of circles that I revolve in are quite excited of seeing that. But we're all quite skeptical that it's gonna be lifting off on that day. It probably won't.
So there's nothing else on the cards between now and then for any launches anywhere?
Yeah, there's a few. I'll tell you. I'll give you a rundown if you want.
Save me going over to your Discord to check your times.
Right, we've got
announcement. Is it in announcements? You keep all that?
Launch schedule. I think you might find it in there. Well, this one might not be. Iran are launching one on the 7th of February.
Launch schedule. Here we go.
Oh, that was yesterday.
March the 1st. February 18th.
Japan are launching one on Sunday.
It's the 12th. 12. Missed that one.
There's a supply mission launching on Sunday as well from Virginia.
We missed the February 11 one.
Yeah.
What's the date?
What do you mean the 5th? It's the 8th
the
at the
9th.
moment.
Oh, it's the 9th of the second. The 9th, sorry.
Is that the NG13 one? We're looking at.
Yeah.
The CRS NG13, yeah, that's on. It's scheduled for February the 9th at the moment.
Yeah, well, today's the 9th.
That schedule I put there hasn't been updated for about a week, so it's probably wrong. Got solar orbiters going to be launched on February the 10th. That's another type of solar orbiter that launching. From Cape Canaveral on the 10th.
You'll probably find that they're a day behind us, Terry.
Yeah.
So it'll be the 10th by the time they're going to launch, or the 11th, respectively.
Yeah. ISO are launching a satellite on the 12th. Starlink coming up on February the 15th. And that'll be another SpaceX one.
Yeah, I just hope I can catch the liftoffs live. That's what I'd like to get.
Yeah. Well, your next one, I don't know if. Let me see. I don't know what it is for you for Japan time, but for me, 1:34 a.m. GMT. JAXA. If you go to JAXA's YouTube, they'll probably have that on live on that one. They're launching a satellite. That'll be the next one. Or you've got like I said, the NG13 on February the 9th, 10:39 GMT for me. There's an app, and it's just simply called Next Space Flight is an app, and it's got all the launches on that.
Okay. And it should have our times. It should have a conversion for our time.
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, you can set if you go in the settings. You can, if it hasn't already, it should default to that, and it'll default to your time zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I kind of go by that quite a lot because it's updated very regularly.
Can you put those links somewhere in?
Oh, blimey!
You got a place in your Discord for that sort of stuff?
Well, it's on my phone, you see, so I don't know how I can give the link for it. Well, if you just go into Google Play Store, and just type in next space flight. You'll find it.
Do you
It's
have
the
to
only
pay
one that's called
the
that.
Play
so-
Store? You got to pay for that.
No, you don't. No, this one's free. I didn't pay for
Okay.
this.
So what do I call it?
Yeah.
Play Store.
Go to Google Play on your phone.
I haven't got a phone.
Oh, haven't you? Oh, well, you can't then. This is a phone app, not a bloody computer app. That's what I was telling you. I just said it twice. Jesus.
Why can't things be just because they're on a phone they can't go to PC? Gee,
right,
that's
okay.
discriminatory. That is.
Oh well, if you probably, I don't know. You might have a desktop one. I don't know. Space flight. Let's have a look.
Oh, jeez. Not everyone's got one of those mobile phone things, you know.
Like, you're so far behind the times, Terry. What's the matter with you?
99%
I've got
of them
a
have.
PC casual. I can't be that far behind.
Oh yeah, there you go. There's actually a website for it. There you go. You can go to that. I'll put that in the link in the peanut gallery. It's the same thing. There you go. You can have it all there.
Well, Brainery's got one there. Play Google,
Yeah.
Something. If that's the same one.
But the trouble is, Terry, the players ban you that Terry's so far behind the times he hasn't got a phone, so you can't do that. There you go. I've put mine underneath Brainery, so click on that, and that's a desktop. There's a website. So
okay, go to new tab.
I was going to get Terry a 3310 for Christmas, but I couldn't find one.
I've got a drawer full of those old type ones in there.
And then if you click on the top, if you click on launches, Terry, and then you go in, make sure that up and coming is selected at the top. There you go, and you've got all the launches. You can see the same things I've been looking at on my phone.
All launches here.
Yeah, launches at the top.
The top.
I don't know. I can't
Doesn't
see what
say
you're seeing.
top. I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, where's the top? Should be top right hand corner. I'm looking at it myself at the moment.
Well, I've got it here. And I just typed in I just put in what you did. The link.
Right. See the three little lines in the top left hand corner.
Well, you've
Click
put
on
two
that.
links. You've put one in the internal and one out in the peanut gallery.
No, I haven't. I only put it out in the peanut gallery.
Oh, was that the other video we just watched? That one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Next
See the little
flight.
three. Right. See the little three lines in the top left hand corner, Terry. 3 lines up there. Click on that. There you go. Go click on launches. There you go. God blimey. It's like Silver Surfers Club teaching you.
I'm not looking at it in full screen. That's my problem.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't help. It probably was there. You just couldn't see it. There you go. That's all the launches. So if you click on each one, it'll give you details about it, and it gives you the times and dates. But it's got it in UTC at the moment. I don't know whether you can change that. You probably couldn't. You'd have to work it out. Yeah. So if you scroll down, it gives you more details. There you go. Oh, it gives you the location exactly where it is as well. Going from. There you go. Iranian Space Agency. I don't know whether you'll be able to live stream that, whether they do it live or not. I don't know. There you go, February 8th, 2020.
Yeah, but okay. No time. It just says that.
Well, go back. I think it did give you the time in the initial front page.
Right
oh no,
there.
it hasn't. No. Yeah, no, it hasn't.
Okay. If you have a look, Terry, at the one on the right-hand side, it's got a watch. So the one on the right,
that one.
There, yeah, go down, stop, right there.
Watch.
It says watch.
Click on watch.
So you can click that, and it'll bring up the link to the watch video.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that 9 hours.
In 9 hours' time, yeah. But you'll be asleep, I'm sure.
No, 11:30 a.m. Like, I didn't wake up till 2:30 today.
There you go. You could stream that.
Yeah. 11:30 a.m.
What time was that?
In the morning.
What time was that for me? That's 1:34 in the morning. For me.
Yeah, I might be asleep.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'll be streaming
leave
that
us the keys, Terry. I'll stream it.
Okay then.
Well, 11:30. You'd be up at 11:30, wouldn't you?
No, I didn't get up
Jeez.
till 2:30 today.
Didn't you? Keep scrolling down a minute. Keep scrolling down. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm looking at the rockets.
Keep going. Keep going. Oh, okay. All right. Fine.
So what's this one about? Launch your one demo flight.
Yeah.
What's that about?
That's Virgin's effort. Yeah, they keep putting this one off. Keep putting it off. Keep putting it off. Keep putting it off. And it keeps being put back. I don't know whenever they're going to launch it. I don't know. What they're planning on doing is they're going to launch satellites for customers, but they're going to launch it from this aircraft, whatever it is, a 747 or whatever it is.
But they're going to hang them under the
Specially
wing
adapted.
like that and just launch them like that.
Yeah.
They'd have to get to 60 odd thousand feet to launch them.
But you got to look at it from this point of view, though, Terry. If that plane goes up to the absolute limit of that plane's height,
60,000 feet, I reckon they could push it.
You've cut down on how far that rocket has to go into further up into space.
A lot less fuel.
What's the conversion to kilometres for the height of a plane? Because I know it's in feet that they can fly at 40,000 feet, but what's that in conversion to in kilometres? That's what I don't know.
Did you say 60,000 feet?
Well, I don't know if
it
could push. I don't know if a plane could push 60, but I know that they could get close to it. Probably.
What do you want to convert it feet to what?
Well, I know
Kilometres?
I know it's 100 kilometres to the Kármán line, or 80, 90 kilometres, or whatever it is. What's the plane's height compared to that in kilometres? Because I know a plane can go.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Miles.
So, did you say 60,000 feet to kilometres? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Please. Yes, please,
Yeah.
Casual.
Thank you, Peter. God. It's hard work. Right, 60. No, hang on a minute. 60,000 feet. It's 182 kilometres. That can't be right.
Oh no, that can't be right.
So it's 3.
Oh, sorry, 18.2 kilometres. Sorry.
Oh, 18 kilometres. Okay.
Yeah, 18 points. I put too many zeros in the feet.
So pushing it to not even 20 kilometres. That's only a fifth of the way that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but still, I mean, that initial liftoff uses up a whole lot of fuel. A lot of fuel. They need to carry a lot of weight. So that's going to save a lot of fuel.
You've got to look at it from the point of view that, if you've got a car sitting on a road, Terry, it's the hardest to actually get that car moving, pushing it by yourself. It's the hardest thing is to actually get the car moving. Once it's moving, it's easier to accelerate it. You don't need to insert as much effort, so to speak.
And so it's being classed as a light launcher system. So they can only launch light loads, small satellites, things like that. Obviously they're not going to do, medium or heavy. Not going to happen.
There's something live happening now.
See, Casual, how can you be in Jose's Daily Boom right now with Blue when you're both in here?
Yeah, how'd that work out?
How's that? You and Blue are over in Jose's.
Can't be.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. It's a premiere. It's all right.
All right. He's doing a premiere?
Yeah, from a recording from Discord.
Oh, okay.
So it would have been the other night when you two were in there.
For some reason, I'm not getting Jose's coming up in Shield Your Shit, even though I've triggered him in the bot.
Yeah.
I reckon he must have set his videos to something that it's not triggering the bot to show him.
Come up on my feed on YouTube, Terry. So I don't know.
I got notification a while ago that 38 minutes ago, I got a notification that he was doing it.
Yeah, I've got it here 38 minutes ago. It's come up there. But it's not
I
coming
can't
in
find
on
his
the bot.
bloody channel. I don't even know why it's not coming up on my notifications.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not coming up on the bot.
Oh, yes, it has. Yes, it has. Sorry.
Yeah, well, the bot's
Don't
not
know why it's
showing it for
coming
some reason. And I'm getting into trouble from people that say I'm not shilling them when their video's not coming up.
I told you, Warren Bot's horrible to you, Terry.
It must be, because it's not showing it. Even though it's in the...
Yeah.
Oh. Go there. Go to here. Go to me bot. And go to YouTube, which is working now. Wasn't working the other night. Should be working. It was working yesterday. Now it's not working. Now it's not working again.
YouTube.
It was working yesterday. I checked it.
I think the bot's messed up because I saw a couple of people in the chat a while ago say they didn't get a notification of my latest video, which might explain why the views are down low.
Yeah. Like I know a lot of people, Blue, they turn off their notifications and they just like Mr. Sensible's a perfect one. He has captured almost all of the majority of the debunking community on his bots.
Yeah, well,
and
I've had Bob. I've got Blues from yesterday. I've got Sean G's. I've got Isaac. They're all come through. Even Creaky Blinders came through. They've all come through in the last couple of days.
YouTube's doing something's crazy.
Yeah.
Guys, on the front page of my channel, it says I have 4.74 thousand subscribers. But when I go over to my YouTube channel, I've got 4.778. Almost.
Oh, Terry, you don't tell me you can't log in. I was able to log in the other day. Started working yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday I was, but today it's not doing it again. It's doing it again today. I can't get into the YouTube app on the me bot.
Let's see if mine works.
Yeah, it's only the YouTube. Everything else is working. Yeah, that's all working. Yeah, everything else is working in the bot except when I go to YouTube.
No, neither can I, Terry. Yeah, it's the same with me as well. I can't get into the YouTube part either.
How many how many subscribers did you say you had, Blue?
On the front page, the one you guys can see, it says 4.74.
Yeah.
But then if I go to YouTube Studio, it's 4.78.
Yeah, I've heard somebody mention that once before, that there's a difference there.
And then if you go to the news statistics, it says another figure. Then you go to social blade and it gives you another figure. It's kind of like, which bloody one?
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I was about to check. I was gonna.
Where does it tell you?
I guarantee you all the figures are a bit different.
Where does it tell you in YouTube Studio? Here, 382. Mine says 382 in there.
Do you want me to click on you, Terry?
Yeah, I need some guys out there to give me some money so I can buy some more subs.
Yeah.
382. Yeah, I got 382 in both.
382 in both.
Well, mine usually would match, but here mine's been stuck on 4.74 for about 5 days now.
I only need another 12 subs to hit 400.
And then we only need another 600 subs to hit 1,000.
Yeah, it's still a long way off. A lot of people have been asking me to set up a Patreon or a PayPal thing, so I'm going to have to work out how to do that.
Patreon's fairly easy, but it's just a bit fiddly because you've got to set everything up and you've got to set your levels of Patreon and stuff, that kind of things you get, and you got to put in descriptions and all that kind of stuff. It's not difficult. It's easy to understand. It's
just a setup.
Yeah, it just takes a while. That's all. It's just bloody fiddly.
And I was just going to put a PayPal link in my description. I thought that'll be just as easy for now. Oh, 10 million bars for subs. Thanks, Glavy.
Yum.
Yum.
How much is Mars bars worth these days?
Oh, what? There's $3 or $4 or something.
Shit, for a Mars bar?
Yeah.
I'm not buying shares in the company. I just want a bloody Mars
Oh,
bar.
unless you want the original Mars bar size ones. You can get the small ones for $1.
Yeah, things like that have gone up over the years, inflation. You can skip through the levels though.
Yeah, Blue Social Blade says you've got 4.74K.
Can I buy 700 subs off you, Blue? Ugh. Who didn't make me coffee before?
I did, but then I drank it.
Oh.
And then July 17th, you got the launch of Mars 2020. The Mars 2020 rover. We keeping you up, Peter?
Oh, I'm a bit beat. Yeah.
Or is it your camera that's keeping you awake? Keeping you up?
Nah, the camera can sit out there all night. I'll wake up at about 4 in the morning and bring it in.
Have you got an umbrella over it so it keeps a lot of the cold air off it?
Why, Terry? It doesn't complain.
I thought condensation cameras didn't like condensation internally.
That's why I bring it in before 4 o'clock in the morning so it doesn't get the dew on it. So as long as if I get up fairly early in the morning before that.
That's why I thought an umbrella would help with that.
Not really.
Mm.
Just give something else to go wrong. A big gust of wind would blow up and knock it over, hit the camera, knock the camera over and break everything.
Oh, okay. Well, have you anchored down the tripod?
Nah. It's not going anywhere. It's got a nice wide stance on it.
What, a ferret or a possum's not going to come and try to climb up it?
Get a great picture though.
Or a koala?
A koala. Drop bear.
John says, what? I spent a super chat for you today on the shills. Hope it helped. Oh, thanks, John.
Yeah, I saw that super chat too, John.
Oh, Stephen says, sock account, no spanner needed. Yeah, but you might have subbed, Stephen. You're entitled to a spanner if you've subbed.
RAF Woomera Range Complex in Australia. I didn't know that was a launch facility.
I keep telling
for testing rockets.
I keep telling you. I don't know how many times I've told you, Casual.
What?
The Woomera rocket range, they've actually launched something around about 250, 300 rockets from there.
Yeah, missiles.
No, rockets.
Or actually ones that go into space. Oh, okay.
Rockets.
You haven't told me that before, liar.
Yes, he has.
Oh, I really have. You just don't listen to me.
Yeah, you just don't listen.
Probably.
You got an attention. You got an attention span of a goldfish.
Okay, so
yeah, probably
an important word that you may want to look up because it actually ties back to your motherland, not mine. Aldo, the Aldo site on Woomera Rocket Range.
Sorry, did you say something just then, Peter? I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
You know, Terry gave me the mute feature, don't you?
Well, where for? In here?
Yes.
I can give you a co-host role.
Oh, please don't. Oh, I hate moderating. I hate anything like that, Terry. You know that. People give me spanners and stuff, and I'm really humbled by it. But, geez.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to work out how to fix up the Discord thing because some people have got some power and they're abusing it.
Yes.
Never heard of this as well. The Kiritamiti launch area, Pacific Ocean. Oh, never seen that before. It's got a platform in the ocean.
I just advanced to level 4 and how come I don't get that little picture with the little bar across it though?
Because you have to go level. You got to go do the.
Oh, okay. Well, I can do that in Fair Suck.
Yeah, just go bloody.
Hashtag. What do
No,
you
not
call
hashtag.
it? The exclamation thing.
Exclamation mark.
Yeah.
Level.
Level. Levels or level?
Level.
Just to get that fancy picture.
And it will tell you what level you are.
No, it's not telling me. I think it's levels.
Might be levels.
Oh, no, it came up. Oh, no, Boggs did. Oh, rank, not level. Thanks, Boggs.
I don't know. I don't do that.
I don't do it either. What are you going to type? Rank. You're right if you won a prize or something.
Yeah. Imagine if they added it to your ability to download, so you know you could actually download bigger pictures and stuff.
Boggs is already at level 6. He's going well.
Yeah, it's because Boggs is always typing in there because he never uses his microphone.
He does occasionally, but very rarely.
Oh, Dave said, "Oops, there goes my generator. See you later." Lost his generator.
Well, that's no good.
So is Jose getting away with doing live streams by doing just these premieres?
Nah, so what he does, Terry, is he pre-records the stuff in Discord. Or sorry, not pre-records the stuff in Discord, and then he puts it on his channel as a premiere. So it might be like a day later or 12 hours later.
Okay.
You just can't live stream at the moment unless he goes on to Flip Flop. Which is the other way to do it. If he live streams on Flip Flop and then he can put it on his other channel as a premiere as well.
Well, he hasn't been petty by yeah, I've still got me spanner, so.
Yes. All right. It's 2 a.m.
Yep.
Terry. I'm going to go.
You're going to go?
I'm going to run away.
Okay.
I think I might be doing the same shortly because there's a video I want to get done, so I'm working on.
Well, I've only got Blue here and Mad. I don't know what's happened to Mad.
I think Mad's asleep.
Gone to sleep, yeah, I think so.
I think Sheeples might be dozing as well.
Okay. Well, it's just me and Blue
Big
then.
Blue's busy. Big Blue's busy with something, probably.
Okay, what?
Yeah, no, please.
Oh, they're all leaving us, Blue.
I can stay a bit longer if you really want me to, Terry.
No, I don't. Yeah, no, we won't do that. It's like, I can stay a bit longer if you want. I can stay a bit longer, Terry. It's all right.
It's all right. Blue does it all the time. I'll just sit here until I doze off, and then
Yeah.
I'll wake up, and then all the screens will be blank because Terry's kicked me out of Zoom.
It happens to me all the time.
Yeah, I think I've done it about 3 or 4 times, Blue. So it's nothing to be ashamed about.
Nah.
It doesn't bother me. But...
It was just that voice pit. It says, I could stay up a bit longer, Terry. It's all right.
Well, if we could get a flurfer in here, we could liven things up a bit, but they're just too scared.
What's wrong with those guys?
I told you. Well, actually, earlier when I told you Arwen was on, I'm glad that was as far as that conversation went, because Arwen was talking about that you didn't have to eat meat to get vitamin B12, and that it comes from the dirt. All you have to do is not wash your vegetables as much and leave your skin on your potatoes.
What?
I use the skin on. I don't leave the dirt on, but I leave the skin on the potatoes quite a lot. I like the skin.
That was almost verbatim to what he was saying. And with that, I closed it and I thought, we don't need that today.
Okay.
It was just really out there. I thought, nah.
Well, I noticed there was a couple of flurfers in Jose's chat. We could try to drag in here.
Yeah, Gleam's in there.
You want to play Gleam, Blue?
Oh God, no.
Blue, would you
wait,
like?
Who else is in there? Okay, have a look.
Blue, would you?
Plain
would you
Truth.
Would you like a shrimp fork, Blue, and a bottle of bleach?
Who else is in here? Can't see.
Shrimp
I
fork
don't
to stab
know
your
the
eyes
name
with.
of any of these other guys. That's the only one I know of.
I could go in at 24/7 if you really wanted a flirt.
Well, actually, I can go in there and spy on the conversation.
Oh, what's 24/7 doing? Hang on.
Yeah, but I can spy on them. I've done that before.
Say, there's a few in the ice wall, and there's a few in 24/7.
No, Stewie. Bandy's a bit AFK at the moment. We haven't.
Yeah, he'll be back at some stage. He's got other things happening. Oh, the Globe Live Lounge has got 2 people in it.
Okay.
I'll go see if they're talking. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm just ducking down to debate flat Earth and more to see who's
I'll
in there at the
get
moment.
kicked. I can't remember if I changed my name in here or not. I hope I have, or else I'll get kicked out.
See if Nathan Thompson's in No, Nathan Thompson's not over in Gem Pandas today.
Swanee McSwanface. They won't talk to you.
There's no one else over there today, by the look of it.
Oh, what about Ranty's Round Table?
Where's that?
Haven't you got Ranty's
No,
Round Table?
I haven't got a Ranty Round Table. Is there people online?
Oh hell yeah, it's full.
Oh, are you able to send me a thing for that?
I'll see what I can do. Who's in here?
Blue's woken up again. What? Who?
Oh, Blue said, another Flat Earth Discord, give me that, he says.
You need some fresh meat, Blue.
You won't last long in there because Ranty's a bit...
Ranty's a prick.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. It's so polite.
There's certain swear words I don't seem to mind on here, but
let me look.
you don't need to put any money in the swear jar for that word, Blue.
That's okay? That's allowed.
That word's okay.
I can't give you a link, Terry.
Oh
Good.
no!
How rude's that?
Because I'm really sure Randy's a fucking prick. No doubt about it.
Hey!
It's all
said the F word.
It's all one word.
It's hyphenated.
Yeah,
He-
it's
he-
not
he-
one. It's
he-
not
he-
one word.
Yeah, he did say it in the one breath. You fucking prick. There you go. So I think that should
I
be
think
allowed.
people are trying to find loopholes
Fucking
here.
prick.
So I can give you flat Earth.
It's a bit like fucking arsehole. It's all one word.
I can give you
Yeah,
flat.
but you didn't
oh,
put the G on the end of it, so is that technically not saying it then?
That's
Well, there you
correct.
go. Exactly.
So I can give you the ice wall 24/7.
Yeah, I got them.
Flat Earth reality.
Yeah, I got all that.
The Blake flat Earth. Oh, here it is. See if you got that.
Where are you sending it? In here.
It
Okay,
should
over
have
there.
gone to. It should have gone to.
Yeah,
your-
that's the round table. Yeah, join.
And now I've got to send it to Blue, don't I? Because
what?
Blue's gonna love it in there.
Why have I got a notification? I've got to fix them up. Okay. Why did I get a DM back from the round table called Dino bot?
Oh, that's their bot telling you that welcome and please fill out the crap at the start.
No, it doesn't say anything there. It just says make sure you check out the rules channel.
Yeah.
What rules? I don't get no stinking rules.
They'll
You're
kick
a
you
rebel.
out. They'll kick you out, Terry.
What do you got to do? What you got to do? It doesn't say what you got to do.
You just got to read the rules.
What rules? I can't see any rules.
Silly rules, you know.
Do not violate terms and conditions of Discord, obviously.
Stuff that.
Do not post any gore, hate speech related content, illegal material. Okay.
Yeah, ignore that one as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do not post links to other servers.
Definitely ignore that one.
Okay. Do not record anything without explicit permission from mods and the explicit content of those being recorded.
There you go,
Stuff
Blue.
that. You can do that anyway.
If you don't join it, it's your choice. But
It doesn't say you can't live stream from
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
that's
see,
what I'm saying.
technically, Terry, if you live stream, it's been recorded onto YouTube.
Yeah, but that's not saying it's being recorded. That's not saying it's live streaming.
Ignore it anyway.
Do not harass, threaten, or dox anyone.
Everybody does it.
Do not overtalk anyone under any circumstance.
Hey, Terry, does
That's
that
a
mean
laugh.
if anyone says my name, they're technically doxing me?
Yeah, I don't know. There could be. No spamming or intentional trolling, derailment. English language only. Oh, sorry, casual, you can't go on there. Try your best to be polite and mature on the service and treat
What am I,
others with
Spanish?
respect. Be active, responsible, productive, and helping the server will correlate with you being given a higher role. Okay, an appropriate profile picture and appropriate name, not random numbers and letters is mandatory. Server
Yeah,
participation,
ignore that one as well.
anyone without an
In other words,
appropriate
ignore
name
all the rules. Don't worry about it.
automatically change.
What's the worst that's going to happen? Casual just gets kicked out.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's not a loss.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
it.
You're not going to get arrested. You're not going to get arrested or anything like that.
So when Ranty live streams, Terry, he's in there.
I don't know what else I'm supposed to do in here now. Doesn't say anything else.
Just got to click the accept at the bottom of it all, which is normally a happy face or some crap.
No, I can't see any of that.
I don't know, but they give me
I've got
lots of
no idea how this
notifications.
works.
Rules. Let me have a look.
Doesn't say what you got to do after that.
Yeah, so see at the bottom where it's got 3 and 4. 3 and 4. You're in the rules section, aren't you?
Yeah, it goes to rule 11, 12, and then it stops. and then it's got you've
So you,
been invited to server, and then a picture, and then some little icons with numbers next to it. And that's it. I got no idea.
I just do what I do, just sneak in and do nothing. Change your name. Change your change your nickname in there, Terry.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not worried. That doesn't bother me.
Oh, I had to.
Well, I can mute to everyone out in the peanut gallery. Wait a minute. John says there will be a tiny little selection box on the lower left.
Yeah.
Know where that is.
Yeah, I don't think whoever set up Ranty's Discord server doesn't know that, John. I haven't set it up all that well. You don't
Yeah,
actually have to.
There's no instructions for what you got to do.
You don't have to actually click anything in his.
Yeah, because it doesn't say. If it doesn't say, you don't have to do it.
But you can still see the round table, can't you, with all the people in there?
Yeah, I see everything.
Yeah.
Special
Yeah, so
events, music and bot spam, roundtable archive, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, so in that round table, that's where they all go when they're doing their live stream. And they sometimes use that round table 2 and 3 just to pull people into.
I'm just moving it way down the list because I've got flurpers further down the list. So they don't need to be up that high. Yeah, that'll do. They can go all the way down the bottom. So who's Ranty then in there?
Ranty's not in there at the moment.
Oh, okay. I've got no idea who these other people are, so...
Well, you know who Ranty is, obviously.
Yeah, but the other people's names in here are different. They've got different names in there.
Yeah, they do.
Oh. Okay. What are you putting in there, Boggs? Boggs posts stuff, and I never know what reason he's posting it.
Oh, to get more points, Jerry.
Oh,
that casual spaceman just posted something.
did he? Where?
It just went.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Where?
On his server.
Yeah.
So now I have to go to.
Did I get a notification?
So now I have to
No,
go to
sorry,
his
I
server.
didn't get a notification.
Right click on it and hit the mark
come up
folder
on
as
mine.
read. That's the one.
Oh yeah, that's all I do. Yeah, just right click on it and then just mark as read. Yeah, who wants to read what's in there?
Yeah, whatever. Pretty much want to get any. I've turned off the notifications for Fair Suck now. Too many.
Why?
Well, because everybody's typing stuff in there, aren't they, all the time?
What's wrong with
Not
that?
for your whole Discord, just the Fair Suck bit. Nothing wrong with it at all. You do whatever you like. I'm just saying.
I don't turn yours off. I'll leave yours going.
No, it's only the Fair Suck because it's a general chat. I used to have so many notifications coming through when somebody posted something, so I just muted it. That's all.
Oh, so you still got notifications for Oz Squad or something? Keep that.
Yeah. I get notifications for that. Yeah, it's just Fair Suck. And Show Your Shit I've still got on as well.
Oh, okay, yeah. As for notifications for anyone that posts a video.
Oh
Anyone else out there that we haven't watched in the last 24 hours that are uploaded? I've only got Creaky, but I don't know how long ago that was. I think we already watched.
Well,
I think we're up to date for Creaky.
I just got a friend request from. I thought I'd accept it from this on Discord from this guy who calls himself Hero Heaters. Hero Heater is a Sublime man. So I thought, well, I accept the friend request. Then I got a message, and it's one line after the other. It says, China, no, stop this. I fuck your nan. No, please, fuck shit bum. What the hell?
Yeah, I don't accept.
Literally
friend
just sent me a
requests.
message.
I got a message from somebody that I don't even know who they are, and they keep messaging me. And they're called. Where are they? OC. OSEE. I've never heard of them before, so I don't even know where they've come from.
China, no, stop this. I fuck your nan. No, please, fuck shit bum.
Well, that sounds like it's been converted from whatever to English, and that's how it's come out.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Have fun, everyone. Back to work for me. You're working on a Saturday.
Yeah, we're not talking about anything in particular now. Everybody's leaving now, aren't they?
Yeah. How many
Is there much
peanuts?
point in carrying on the live? Is there much point in carrying on the
Nah.
live stream?
25
No,
people.
there's 25 peanuts are still hanging in there. There's nothing else much happening now. I'll just finish off what I'm doing here for a second, then we'll finish up.
Well, you've been going about 6.5 hours now.
6 hours 44 minutes. We'll stretch it to the 7 hours, and that'll do.
Oh, 7 hours. My camera should run out of space then. I'll leave it rendering overnight.
So how many shots would it have taken by the time it's finished, Peter?
Oh, about 2,600 and something or other.
Yeah.
And what do you got to do? Get another memory card or a bigger memory card?
Yeah,
Or...
I think, Terry, I'm gonna have to get a bigger memory card because as winter comes around, obviously we get a longer night time in winter, which also means that we'll get more rotation of the night sky. So,
Yeah, but do you get clear winters down there?
oh yeah, generally. Sometimes.
Since winter time's not as wet as it used to be.
Yeah, look.
Up
I'm
here,
sure
anyway. Up here, it's been really dry, our winters.
we'll get it. I'm sure we'll get a night that I'll get away with it.
Been really warm winters lately.
I really want to go to, because Mum still lives out in the country. I want to do it down at Mum's place because there's nowhere near the amount of light pollution.
Yeah. Well, by then you should have everything all worked out. All your batteries, your memory cards.
Yeah, well, it's just a card now, so that's probably my next expensive thing. Well, for the stars anyway, because I think I worked it out that
It's a shame it can't use extra storage by plugging it into a device like a laptop or whatever, and actually using the hard drive in the laptop to run an extra hard drive through it.
Yeah. I'd have to read through the instructions how to do that type of stuff.
Yeah, I can't see why it couldn't. So you're not doing any shows at all in the near future, Spacey, except for rocket launches? Oh.
Sorry, I was away from my keyboard. I could hear you, but I couldn't respond
you
because
couldn't
I was in the kitchen.
That's okay. I was going to ask
No.
Blue. I was going to ask Blue the next question anyway. Same thing, similar.
No, the problem I've got, my domestic situation has kind of changed a little bit because I had my stepson who, like the 3 months running up to Christmas and part of the New Year, was working pretty much full time plus hours. Plus, my girlfriend was doing voluntary work, but my girlfriend's voluntary work has now stopped. She stopped doing that. Plus, my stepson has gone down to his contracted hours, which is 16. So they're both home a lot more. So it's a bit more difficult to do videos and/or live streams. So I need to try and find a quiet space in a house somewhere.
That's
but
right.
really
You're mentioning that.
have the
I
room.
told you the
Yeah.
toilet.
So that's why I haven't really got much content out at the moment because it's difficult trying to fit it around things, and it's unfair for people to stay quiet and stuff like that when I'm trying to do a video or do a live stream. It's not fair, So, but with the live streams, the launches, it's not too bad because I don't have to speak, necessarily. So it's not too bad. But with anything else, I need quiet space really.
So you've only got your bedroom and your lounge room, but then people could be in the bed, sleep in your bedroom or watching TV in the lounge room. So those rooms are no good to you.
Yeah, that's it. What I would like is a shed really be ideal in that backyard, and get it insulated and powered up and
you got
put
enough
some
room
heating
in
it and stuff. That'd be nice.
You're only in a villa.
Yeah,
type
got a
thing.
bit of. Yeah, it's not a big backyard, but you could probably fit a shed in there. Yeah. Put it right next to the house. It's quite easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, weatherproof it and stuff like that. Just need to put a felt roof on top. It'll be fine. That'd be okay.
And then take your laptop and everything down there, and away you go.
Well, I could even put my computer in there if I could insulate it properly and make it weatherproof. And have a bit of heating in there or something of some sort. That'd be all right. Won't be very nice during the winter time, but no, I might well be moving soon anyway. Might be, don't know. Just depends on certain family situations.
No notifications that are relevant.
No, I've got nothing for you, Terry.
Well, I got things that have come up, but I don't think they're allowed to be used.
And also some of the launches as well that have happened, I've been on call as well, so I can't really do a live launch or stream when I'm on call.
It's so quiet.
Yeah. I don't know. This channel come up in me news, in me live, in me recommendation. It's called Science Chat Saturdays. Bloke's got 582 subscribers, and all the blokes on the panel are at least in their 60s and 70s, or 80s even. They're all old blokes.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with listening to greybeards.
Yeah. Well, you can have a listen to them, but that's about all.
For example, the Soviet system was probably far more authoritarian than the Soros system ever was. So you get that sort of thing. But I do take the point that there is an orthodoxy, and it's very difficult to question it.
Name's Ian Cohen.
Nah, that doesn't sound like Pete Shea.
That's not Pete.
Did anyone get the email I sent out about with the cargo cult statistics?
That doesn't ring any bell with me, Dennis.
Sorry, I don't know the right email addresses to send to. I guess I sent one to Franklin and one to Bob Gray, but and I sent to some other, like the relativity group and.
Well, they're not talking about science much at the moment.
Hey.
We've got Laurie over there and Farmer's Boy's over there. Hey, Farmer's Boy, wasn't he watching some sort of football game?
Where are you looking?
Oh, I'm over at Jose's now.
No, he's going to watch rugby.
Oh, rugby. Or football, rugby, soccer, whatever it's called.
Well, rugby's different from soccer or football. So.
Oh, whatever. There's blokes running around with the ball. John says, do you have glimpse at Kevin's shuttle video? Oh, no, sorry, John. Didn't I save that? How far back do I got to go, John, to find that? I seen it, then I forgot to grab it. How far back is it? You might have to repost it again. I remember seeing it, and I only got one mouse in one hand, and I was clicking other stuff, and I seen it, and then I forgot about it. I've got no idea. It's probably too far up now for me to find it. Thugby.
Yeah, Thugby. Alright.
Oh, Dead Kennedy in space latest video. I think I've got a Dead Kennedys. I know I'm allowed to watch his stuff, so that's okay.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have to go, Terry. I'm falling asleep here.
Okay, then. Yeah, well, I'm nearly gone too. I'll just see what Dead Kennedy was talking about, and then I'll wind her up.
Well, you go and have a look at that. I'll go quickly check my camera, and I'll come back.
And while I'm watching that, I'll type me goodbyes and Kennedy. I'd have to scroll right down. I'll type it in. I'd have to type. It came up on me. That is for Kennedy.
Okay.
Okay, there he is. Channel came up his video. Oh, I suppose that's a way of getting through to his video. What, 3 days ago? Is that the one you're talking about, John? To the stars and back? Yeah, that's it. I got it. Alright, it goes for 10 minutes, so that'll be our last video to watch. And then I'll type me goodbyes and I'll head over to Discord and have a coffee and biscuits. You gotta bring your own coffee and biscuits though.
I've got coffee, I haven't got any biscuits though.
Houston is go for SEP. Have a great flight.
260. Power. Launch ready.
Take on SEP.
Oh, the shuttle test.
32 clear. Okay, we got a GPC light, lost the sync on 2, pushing over. And a big X on computer number 2. Roger, standby and halt on GPC number 2. Go for mode 203. Roger. Okay, she's flying good. Roger. 250, starting flare. Roger, we copy. Okay, Fred, 205 and 20,100. Okay, 11 Alpha, pushing over. Okay, I got you 195 and 20,000. Coming in. 37.
Speed brake's coming in now. Over the numbers in the runway.
Okay, we're armed and clear. Feet, 290. Okay, the gear is coming down at 270. Gear coming. Doors open and they're all down, coming down. Look down here. 50 feet. 40 feet. 30. 20. 15. 10. Holding 10. 220 at about 5 feet. 4 feet. Getting some dust. 4 feet. 3 feet. 2 feet. Just holding off about 2 feet. You're on. You're on. Okay, your nose wheel's about 10 feet. About 5. 4 feet. About 5 feet. 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll see you, babe. Okay, that's great. Good.
Copy. Touchdown at 54 minutes, 5 seconds past the hour. Just belay that. 53 minutes, 51 seconds past the hour with nose gear down at 54 minutes, 5 seconds past the hour.
That was too good a glider.
Go for main engine start.
We have a go for main engine start. Mission and liftoff of Discovery, celebrating its 25th birthday by racking up science and supplies to the space station.
The solid rocket boosters a little away.
Columbia, Houston, UHF comm check.
Roger,
The NASA Space Shuttle program. One of my favorite endeavors in space exploration history, the STS program made a number of extremely noteworthy achievements. The orbital vehicle was the first reusable spacecraft and a serious step in taking space travel beyond rockets and landing modules. The shuttle helped build the International Space Station, launched the Hubble telescope into space and repaired it after its disastrous lens flaw, and quite frankly, was the most advanced creation of its time and holds a legacy behind it that will last forever. So, how did the shuttle program begin? Well, that's a difficult question to answer. We could talk about the plans of the Air Force in the 1950s, who discussed a number of different ideas related to space planes that could perform orbital reconnaissance and repair satellites. One of these early designs was the Boeing X-20 Dinosaur, which suffered from severe funding issues and a lack of proper direction for the project. It was cancelled in 1963, and no X-20 was ever built to completion during that time. In 1969, a number of discussions were held to determine the future of NASA's operations in light of the success of the Apollo program. 4 major options were considered: a human mission to Mars, a follow-on lunar program, a low Earth orbital infrastructure program, and discontinuing human space activities. Consider that for a moment. In 1969, as man was landing on the moon, there was an official discussion held in which "why should we bother" was a legitimate option. God, politicians suck. Speaking of, President Nixon made the decision to pursue the Orbital Infrastructure Program, which proposed a space station, a reusable shuttle to build and maintain it, and the strengthening of global satellite networks. In the end, I can agree with the logic of this decision. The Apollo program was the height of space cowboys, days of daring pursuits that put lives in danger and made solutions on the fly. So in the wake of that, infrastructure seems like a good choice. If it had been me, I'd have made the infrastructure focused on servicing both the follow-on lunar program and the mission to Mars, but I guess Nixon wasn't smart enough for that, or his pockets weren't deep enough. The design of the space shuttle was extremely focused on cost-effectiveness. There was a serious drive to come away from single-use rockets and use more complex and more expensive reusable systems that, upon compounded use, would in the end cost less than the rockets. Other details changed a lot. Initially, the boosters were designed to be reusable in and of themselves, but this was deemed too expensive and complicated. Instead, they opted for a design of reusable solid rocket boosters and an external propellant tank that would be discarded by the orbiter. At first, it was intended that the orbiter would hold its own liquid fuel. However, studies showed that the external tank allowed the orbiter to have a much larger cargo bay, which offset the cost of needing to throw away the fuel tank. In addition, the orbiter was meant to have jet engines to assist in maneuvering within the Earth's atmosphere, but the option of making it a simple glide orbiter was a safer option, as similar projects had already been carried out successfully like the X-15. The final design decision regarded the boosters. While NASA had wanted to go with liquid boosters that would provide better performance, lower per-flight costs, less environmental impact, and less environmental risk, solid boosters were cheaper. In 1986, the real drawback of this decision would be realized, but that's another video. With the design finalized, Rockwell began construction on the first shuttle in 1974, naming it Enterprise. It had no engines or heat shielding, as it was designed specifically to be a test vehicle for the shuttle's in-atmosphere functions. While Enterprise was being tested, the construction of Columbia was commissioned, intending to be a vehicle fully fitted for space travel. The longest part of her construction ended up being the shuttle's thermal protection system. Previous spacecraft used ablative heat shields, but those couldn't be reused. Instead, 30,000 ceramic tiles covered the lower portion of the shuttle, able to be individually replaced when needed. Columbia would arrive at the Kennedy Space Center in 1979, with 6,000 of these tiles still needing to be installed. Enterprise underwent flight testing in 1977, using a modified Boeing 747 called the Shuttle Carrier Aircraft. This aircraft would carry Enterprise through its first approach and landing tests, until finally, on August 12, 1977, history was made. The Enterprise conducted its first glide test, detaching from the shuttle carrier aircraft and landing itself at Edwards AFB.
Take one step. There's two clear. Okay, we got a GPC light, lost the sync on 2, pushing over. And a big X on computer number 2.
Roger, standby and halt on GPC number 2. Go for mode 203.
Roger. Okay, she's flying good.
Roger. Roger, cleared to start to turn.
Okay, Gordo's in the turn. It is really tight, Bo. In fact, I think it's a little better than the old TA field.
Great.
Okay, Gordo on the turn, 16,250.
Fullerton flying now.
Okay.
We now recommend 50% speed brakes.
10,285. Speed brakes looking good, Gordo. Gator open about 45 now.
Houston copies.
You're coming. Doors open and they're all down, coming down. Look down here. 50 feet. 40 feet. 30. 20. 15. 10. Holding 10. 220 at about 5 feet. 4 feet. Getting some dust. 4 feet. 3 feet. 2 feet. Just over off about 2 feet. You're on. You're on. Okay, your nose wheel's about 10 feet. About 5. 4 feet. About 5 feet. 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll see you, babe. Okay, that's great.
After 4 additional flights, the Enterprise would be moved to the Marshall Space Flight Center. Here it underwent stress tests, being connected to an external tank and boosters, and being subjected to vibrations to simulate a real launch. These tests would form the foundation of STS-1, the shuttle's first crewed flight to space. But that is for the next video. If you like this video, please give it a like. If you want to see more, please subscribe to my channel, which is Dead Kennedy in Space. If you want to support me further, consider donating on Patreon or purchasing some of my work through Amazon or Teespring. Thank you, and I'll see you over the curve, Space Cowboys.
Live there.
There we go. Good night, everybody. Stewie, Phil. John, Brainery, Penguin, stuck in Florida. And on the panel, who we got left? Spacey. Oh, Sheepy's asleep. Blue's still here. Mad's asleep. See you all later.
Night.
Night.
Night.